Chief Tony Okocha and his beautiful wife, Lady Okechi Tony Okocha. Please, a round of applause for them. As we receive the names of other board members, we shall recognize them. Let me also recognize in our midst the chairman APC Imo State, Honorable Sir McDonald Ebere PhD. Please, a round of applause for him. Let me recognize Eze Imo and the chairman, Southeastern Traditional Rulers Forum, and and other royal majesties and highnesses and Ezes here present. Let me respectfully recognize as His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. E.C. Okeke, CFR, Eze Imo. Please, a round of applause for him. The Secretary to the Government of Imo State is also here in our midst, Chief Cosmos Iwu. A round of applause for him. Let me also respectfully recognize.
What do you make of this? And do you think that this should also go for all these other countries in the CARICOM?
Well, without a doubt, there seems to be a strong connection, and history has it that most of the citizens of these countries migrated from one part of Africa or the other into those areas. And indeed, if you also visit any of those Caribbean states, what you find is that the complexion of the people and their culture are often the same. You know, sometimes, if you go to Jamaica, for example, some of the, their reggae language and some of the, pidgin English kind of, expression is what you find there. The same with Trinidad and Tobago as well. Most of these, CARICOM states, they have black people, sometimes behaving like, what you find, people that migrated from Africa. So that clearly is, it's a very good point that the ambassador raised at the time. And that is also, that supports the idea that more often than not, quite a lot of African countries are assisting them one way or the other. Because I know when we were serving, Nigerian actually made donation to Haiti some time ago when they had the, I think that there's a disaster that happened, and then we had to pledge to help construct their school, all of that, and in the last ambassador, America, oversaw that process of ensuring that those schools were rebuilt and donated back to them. So these are the things we do to be able to reinforce that, ancestral ties of connection that is said to be between us. And of course, history has it. 19th century migration that quite a lot of Nigerians moved and then got into those places to do one form of work or the other, and eventually settled in that location. So it is not out of place because by the time you get there, their culture, the people, the way they look, the way they behave is similar to what you find in the African continent. So it's not just, like I said, the Haitians are a very big point to know. Even their music and a part of the visit, part of the ceremonies that happened during President Tinubu's visit was the adoption of Afrobeat music as part of the things that they do locally there as well. So even our music, our food, our people, there's quite a lot of things that we have in common. So it's not out of place to make that kind of pronouncement from the ambassador at the time. But again, beyond that is how actually to find ways and means of ensuring a much more productive bilateral relations, either at bilateral level or at multilateral level. Because my understanding is that if you access one market, you can actually access the other. So it's not out of place, and that's why you see Nigerian getting involved in agreements, with the CARICOM, with the OECS, with the Organization of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. There are quite a lot of agreements that happen that will help improve or improve the South-South relations, that we try to establish in a diplomatic drive. So it is not out of place. I understand the point of view from where the ambassador is coming from, but also call for improved partnership because there's always economic opportunity, there's always migration opportunity, there's always exchange of cultural cultural vibes that you can have across countries, and then that obviously comes to improved diplomatic relations.
We'll take a short break now. My conversation with Ambassador Elijah Onyeabor continues after. Stay with us.
Breaking news.
Again with the latest Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
In our big stories. And the conversations that matter.
We see an increase because of the economic pressure on them. The people are paying more for crossing borders irregularly.
Get a glimpse of the world around you on The World Today. Weekdays at this time.
Welcome back. We're still discussing President Bola Tinubu's visit to St. Lucia and his visit to Rio de Janeiro for the 17th BRICS Summit. My guest is Ambassador Elijah Onyeabor, Nigeria's former ambassador to Burundi. He joined me from Abuja. Speaking of, putting forward our foreign policy, one aspect is the technical aid core scheme, which the president drew on for St. Lucia, and that he announced he would be deploying skilled Nigerian professionals to the Caribbean nation. This is not new. Nigeria does. This is one of the shining highlights, I would say, of the Nigerian foreign policy, and the president introduced this to St. Lucia. But then you have Nigerians here, especially members of the Nigerian Medical Association, who are complaining about, the president's promise to send doctors and medical personnel to St. Lucia. And their grouse is that, doctors haven't been paid well in Nigeria, and then you're going to export them to another country?
Oh, thank you very much. I think it's important to explain these things for Nigerians to understand the way it works. The technical aid corps is one of our oldest, strongest foreign policy instruments. We have a parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is called the Directorate for Technical Aid Corps. Basically, what do? They try to, the Nigerian foreign policy or Nigerian government tries to use these instruments to assist OACP countries, the Organization of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. That's, that are in one form of need or another. And how it works is that you first of all sign the agreement at the bilateral level, and then you also now sit down to begin to look at how it can be implemented. While I served in Burundi, we also had similar agreements, but we ended up not implementing it because there were a few challenges that we had in the course of the implementation. The way it works is that Nigeria will have a cost. The host country will also have a cost. It is a service that lasts for about 2 years, and it's not just for medical doctors. You have it for medical doctors, you have it for nurses, you have it for teachers, you have it for those that are good in technology. So depending on the area of need of that country at the time. So the sending country will have conditions for sending, while the receiving countries must also have conditions that they will meet, before they receive those, staffers from Nigeria that will help them in those areas. And it doesn't last forever. It's a 2 years program that the people also go, participate, and then also get exposure by so doing. So I hear, the concerns for, from the medical, Nigerian Medical Association, but they shouldn't just be waking up to this. This tack has been as old as Nigeria's foreign policy, and we've been sending, people to Jamaica, Belize, Haiti, even in African countries, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, and quite a lot of countries that come under this African, Caribbean, and Pacific states. So that has been on, and I think it's also been working for Nigeria, because what that happened, or what you find is that it makes us have a very close tie with those countries where we are sending those kind of assistance to. So if you're helping a country in the area of manpower development, it can be academics, it can be within the health sector, it can be within the technology sector. What that means basically is that you have opened in bilateral relations, you've opened opportunities for exchange of culture, exchange of ideas. Even sometimes people also get married in this process, and that's how you that's how you move on. So I hear the Nigerian Medical Association loud and clear. But this has been happening over time, and I believe that signing agreement is also different from implementation. again, the authorities responsible from TAC to Foreign Affairs to Ministry of Justice to Ministry of Health, they will now have to sit down and understand how this will benefit Nigeria. And it's at the implementation stage that they now sit down to look at the nitty-gritties of the house and how Nigerians outside there that are going on this assignment can also be protected as well. And then what exactly are the receiving states bringing to the table, because they have to also do something, give something, not just receive. So once it comes to implementation, it's an entirely different ballgame altogether. But it's always good to know that such agreements exist. It is part of bilateral, deepening bilateral, relations between countries. It is part of ensuring that you have a good relations with that country. So it's good to hear that that agreement has been entered into. We will also look to see how it will be implemented, and that's where the meat of the matter is.
I wanted you to react, to the issue of scholarships, which the president also announced for, I believe it was for Nigerians in St. Lucia and also for some St. Lucia citizens as well. But basically for Nigerians in St. Lucia, we have seen this government here in Nigeria, sponsor students to universities abroad, and they're unable to continue, with the agreement. People have been complaining. Students have been left stranded as a result of the government not fulfilling its own part of these partnerships. What do you make of what the president has promised in St. Lucia?
I'd like to look at this from the point of view of agreement on education cooperation. One of the things ambassadors do is to try and have agreement in the area of education cooperation. And under that education cooperation, you can have exchange of lecturers, exchange of programs, research grants, scholarships, and all of that. And the way it works is that it is actually students that are supposed to be coming from St. Lucia to Nigeria that you grant those kind of scholarship. Like I said, I do not have details of this, but I want to look at this from the point of view of the fact that this is likely to be under a larger, agreement, usually referred to as agreement on education cooperation, which I tried to do while I served. So the point is that these things happen. You can always find, if it is scholarship for their people, for their students to come to Nigeria, it means we are paying in our local currency. It means that they also attending our public schools, not private schools that, quote and unquote, their costs are usually very high. You do this again, it's part of friendship that you do that across the aisle. You also do this because you also want exchange of culture. And in any case, it's a country where we have, where we are saying that historically we have cultural ties, and to that extent, it's also one of the things we can offer. Like I said, is when we see the agreement, we'll also see whether St. Lucia also offering Nigerians that are in school their scholarship, because this is not just a one-directional offer. So I think it's always it's not out of because they just highlighted it. These are normal things that happen in a diplomatic setting. Sometimes it's just because the president is involved and in this visit. There are lots of countries that Nigerian government, through Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the repository of this information, have got education cooperation agreement with. Loads and loads of countries. And by the time, in fact, countries that have binational commission with Nigeria, that's the Joint Commission, you will find out that these are always one of the agreements. You find agreements on trade, you find agreements on agricultural cooperation, you have the agreement on political, consultation, and all of that. This education is normal. So it's just because of a presidential visit that we are highlighting it as if, it is actually something extraordinary. These are the things that happen in diplomatic relations. These are the things that happen whenever countries sit down to talk and they go back, they get involved in agreements.
Once again, there are no ambassadors on the ground. I mean, the president is entering his third year. In fact, he's already in his third year as president of Nigeria. And since he came in and he relieved ambassadors such as yourself of the duties, he's yet to appoint ambassadors to countries to replace the ones that he asked to withdraw. So it is quite difficult for people to understand, what exactly is going on. And then, you talk about what's happening at the embassies and the missions. It's quite difficult for Nigerians to do many things with the commissions and with the embassies and the high commissions. But President Tinubu is also attending the BRICS summit, the 17th BRICS summit in Brazil. is attending for Nigeria, on behalf of Nigeria as a partner country. Nigeria is not yet a full member of BRICS. What do you make of, what he could bring to the table here, or will he just be on observer status?
Well, I think the president already arrived Brazil, and from information I'm already seeing, I see there's already a meeting between the president, the minister of foreign affairs, a couple of governors. I think Ogun State governor and Lagos State governor. I've seen a picture of a meeting going on, a bilateral meeting with President Lula and some of his ministers as well as governors there. Where I've also read where the president was talking about removing every bottleneck with respect to agricultural investments in agriculture. He's been at the forefront of promoting agriculture. Yes, Nigeria is a partner country, I think from June last year, but not yet a full member. I think at this point in time, Nigeria as a partner country is allowed to attend certain meetings. But I do not think that we have voting rights. But clearly, we are allowed to attend certain meetings. We are allowed to be part of certain technical sessions, which is always very good because there you find opportunities of deepening bilateral relations. You find in fact, at this point in time, quite a lot of countries that are member of BRICS nation, BRICS at this point in time are countries that Nigeria have got interest in, and Nigerians have. Nigeria has already been relating with at so many fronts. Talk about Russia, China, India, South Africa, a lot of other countries like Saudi Arabia have joined, United Arab Emirates. I think Turkey is also another associate partner state as well. So these meetings on the sidelines also offers the president opportunities for bilateral talks and deepening bilateral relations. But of course, the concern that you raised in your previous question remains because one thing is to sign agreements. Usually, presidents don't implement agreements. Agreements are implemented by those that are charged with the responsibility of implementing them. In this case, people have to also sit back and ensure that those agreements are followed through and some of the commitments that are made are now realized. And that's where the responsibilities of ambassadors and, of course, certain other ministry heads and all of that now have to work together to ensure that those agreements are implemented.
Ambassador Onyema, thank you again for joining us on Diplomatic Channel.
Thank you so very much. Thanks for having me, Amarachi.
I'll be all on Diplomatic Channel to speak. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, we'd like to read your comments. Leave them either on YouTube or on the social media handles showing on your screen. I'm Amarachi Bufani. I'll see you next time.
When a tanker bearing fuel falls or an underground pipe bearing fuel bursts, what do? Scooping fuel in your bucket or running far away from impending fire? You have a few seconds to take the wisest decision. Walk away? No, that is not enough. Shift? No, that is not enough. Stay there and gist and take shots with your phone? That is madness. Run. Yes, run away. Yes, your life depends on your action. The flames come suddenly, unexpected, but uncontrollable. Why? Fuel is highly inflammable. Why? It just requires a spark to set off a ravaging inferno. So, don't stay there to think. Storm away to live. Do not throw away your life in anguish for meaningless fuel siphoning. Be advised.
Well, the best mornings are like TMB on Channels Television. The day is incomplete without them, just like today. Good morning. Welcome to your perfect morning starter right here on Channels Television. I am Bukola Koka, blessed among Jeffrey, looking dapper.
I'm wondering why she's so excited this morning. Well, Bukola, good morning. And good morning to everyone. Welcome to the program. I'm Jeffrey Uzon.
And I'm Kayode Okikelu. It's Wednesday. We call it hump day. It's like the hump in the week. So we're hoping that from here it will be a smooth journey to the end of the week. But hey, there's way more weeks in the year. So let's just brace up for what's coming.
Speaking of what's coming today, Jeffrey and Kayode, we'll start on a cheery note. That strike by primary school teachers in the Federal Capital Territory has now been called off, and of course the leader of the union in the state, in the FCT, has directed that teachers resume duty immediately, and that's cheery to note. But we must not forget the issues, that informed the strike in the first place. They're demanding the implementation of the minimum wage, and there are other issues, of course, that they're also asking to be addressed. The fact that there are inadequate teachers, to go around in the districts, the primary school districts of the Federal Capital Territory. So we hope that these issues will be resolved, and of course we've also been trying to reach out to members of the union and of course the relevant ministries in the FCT to speak to these particular issues, and we hope that we have that conversation in the coming days. But speaking of the education sector as well, Kayode.
Yes, just to break down the issue with the FCT, because some of these issues may repeat themselves, and we might not fully understand the context, at least for those who are wondering why are teachers in the FCT on strike, particularly because the FCT looks like it has a lot of money, and especially from the projects that have been commissioned. Well, first they're meant to resume today, right? So they're meant to resume immediately. So this is a message to parents, guardians. Your children are meant to go back to school today, because a communique that was released, jointly signed by the Union State Chairman, Comrade Abdullahi Shafas, Comrade Margaret Jethro, and the State Publicity Secretary, Comrade Kwandeke, says that they resume immediately today. But they say that this decision was reached as a result of the intervention of the FCT minister on July the 3rd, offsetting a total of 16 billion naira from the 10% internally generated revenue meant for the area councils, but they say was seized for 6 months by the FCTA. Now, this money is meant to augment the payment of the new minimum wage for the month of June and 60% of its 9-month arrears. So this strike started on March the 24th, and today, July the 9th, they are returning to school. We should not be having this conversation. We almost had one with ASU, recall, but yesterday, they said, you know what, we've sorted it, so everybody maintain status quo, do not go on strike. This is not a conversation we should be having in 2025, and I think it's a point you made yesterday, Jeffrey.
Absolutely. I don't like having conversations around salaries. I think it's an embarrassment to have conversation around salaries when it comes to public sector. There's always money in the public sector. There's how you prioritize that money, and these are the basics. If you don't do anything, I'm not saying use your entire money to pay salaries, but you must pay people for the work they do, because it will even help you generate income on the other hand, because as you're paying them salaries, you're also, on the other hand, collecting taxes. And it's a shame that any state or the FCT will be talking about issues around payment of salary. This should never, I'm not going to applaud anyone for bringing them back to school, whether it's the federal government or the FCT or any state. There's no thank you for making this to happen. Kayode and Bukola, I was looking through the budget of New York City. New York City, just like Etiosa, just like Ikeja, not New York State. The biggest budget of the state in terms of expenses is education. $24 billion. I'll say that again. $24 billion is bigger than the entire budget of the states in Nigeria put together. So why should we be having this conversation? So next.
Yeah, indeed, we should ask why we should be having this conversation, and of course, also put out a reminder that they're also going to be meeting afterwards to discuss a sustainable way of funding, even after this agreement. So it is by no means certain that the issues have been resolved definitively. And why did the teachers have to go on strike before the approval of the disbursement of 16 billion naira? So we should be asking those questions as well. But there's more to talk about as far as education is concerned today on the program. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board and the tertiary education stakeholders have approved the National Minimum Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination Score, also known as the cutoff point for the 2025 admission into the nation's universities. And of course, the Minister of Education also announced 16 years as the minimum age for admissions into tertiary education. But what is getting most Nigerians talking this morning is the cutoff mark for universities, for polytechnics, for colleges of nursing, and for, of course, colleges of agriculture. And the cutoff marks are set at 150 for universities, I believe 140 for polytechnics,
120
for polytechnics, and then there's also
100
for colleges of agriculture
and colleges of education.
Colleges of education, yes. And then the last one would be.
Yeah, pretty much so. 150 for universities, 120 for polytechnics, 100 for colleges of education. So that's from 150 to 100 for colleges of education. But I mean, let's take a listen to the JAMB registrar and the Minister of Education, who spoke on that issue and the minimum age for entry as well, which is now 16. So take a listen.
Age at entry into tertiary institutions has generated much debate, but our position is clear. The entry age for admission into tertiary institutions is now officially pegged at 16 years. This policy decision reflects a balance between cognitive maturity and academic preparedness. 16 is not negotiable. 16 years of age as admission, as the official age, is non-negotiable. Institutions are hereby directed to ensure strict compliance.
It's non-negotiable. I don't know what you think about this. By the way, our question of the day comes up very soon. But that's not all. Here is the JAMB registrar also speaking to now the cutoff marks for the various tertiary institutions, from universities, polytechnics, colleges of education. So everybody is aware ahead of time. So here is the JAMB registrar, Professor Isha Koloide, speaking to the cutoff points.
140. Next is a consideration of cutoff marks for tertiary institutions, and the JAMB registrar leads the session.
Those who want 150 and 150 and 160, stand up, combine. 150 and 160. 150 and 160. Majority. 150, thank you, 150. Now we are going to polytechnics. 150, polytechnics. I know the university 150. University 150.
The Minister of Education gives further clarifications on the resolutions reached.
That's our reporter there breaking down, and it's beautiful to see the process. So it's not just JAMB, it's the stakeholders. You saw the NUC, the Universities Commission head, seated just right beside the JAMB registrar. You saw the Minister of Education seated, and it was like democracy. If you want 150, 160, let's rise, and they decided.
And you also have the vice chancellors and rectors of polytechnics as well.
Those were the ones voting.
It's a very transparent, it's a very open process. But the questions are being asked about whether or not universities will indeed comply with this agreed figure, when push comes to shove. Of course, there's also the possibility or the potential of the writing of post-UTME, at that level as well. So will the bar be raised? But more importantly, are we raising the bar of excellence with this cutoff mark, or are we dropping it? 150 over 400, is it even, at the average point? It's not at the average point. I don't know what, was the cutoff mark when you wrote JAMB. Because it's a conversation that needs needs to be had.
It's the minimum.
Yes.
A university can choose to set it above that, but that is the minimum. That's the lowest.
And then another question that is being asked is, would it be a uniform figure across the country? Would you get further down, into the hinterland or up north, and you have that bar, dropped, just to get some people ahead?
I think if it's agreed by JAM, it's expected that it's uniform. It's unilateral in that sense. 150 for universities, polytechnics, 100. Colleges of education, 100 as well. I think colleges of nursing sciences, 140. Those are the numbers. But sometimes this JAM is more like a clearinghouse in that sense. It's just like a sieving system, just to check the aptitude, cognitive ability and the aptitude of the individuals who are coming into institutions, whether or not they are teachable. And then you can now scale down to which department they can cope. So sometimes somebody fails in this department, not necessarily that the person is not academically sound, it's just that you're in the wrong place. So you're expected to go to another place. So let's see how this plays out. So that's why we're asking that question. Should we have raised it? Should they have raised it higher? But I'm sure all of the stakeholders there, given the number of people that are applying into universities and the possibilities of several, there are some, as much as we're saying, university education, I'm sure there are departments that are looking for students to come and study whatever it is they are doing. Some of these languages departments, it looks like when you go to those departments, it feels like, the person could not go to maybe study English or linguistics, or could not go study maybe law, and that was what was available. So this is more like, okay, lower it a bit. When you come in, if you're not sound in this area, there are other departments that are looking for people. In case you're interested, we can also bring you there. So it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it looks like they've lowered the standard. On the other hand, it's just a clearing system to get the people in, and then you can now choose which area. If you look at the top 10 students in the last JAM, literally 9 of them were from engineering. So that tells you a lot of things as far as the issue of abilities.
For me, Jeffrey, the JAM exam, a test for critical thinking, then the bar should be raised a bit higher, maybe to, an average level. 200 over 400 is not bad. Is a calling, to the student to step up to some form of bar for excellence, such that we're not admitting students that are, below the quality, for the ivory tower level into those institutions, because 150 is well below the bar. Well, that's my own approach to looking at these things, Kadi. I don't know.
That's what it's called. It's an aptitude. I understand where you're going, but it's a bit of an apt. That's why Nigerians will be divided on this. It's not a mark of intelligence or lack of it. In the long run, there are 2 million people, and we can only admit 500. Let's say the best of the best within the confines of certain number of hours. You could do well today, you could do poorly tomorrow. So perhaps I feel that's why they gave that entry and say we have 45 departments and 20 are saturated with people who want to study. What happens to the other 20? So come in first. And now we have not done our aptitude to show you that you're not fit for 20. Can you go for the remaining 20 that a lot of people are not coming into? Maybe not. I'm just giving my own 2 cents.
The best students, if you look at the list also released by JAM, they're in the category of 373, 350. So why set the cutoff at 150?
I think we can keep going on and on and on. There's no argument about. We're not looking at best students.
Sitting on the fence on this one.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to soak everything. I'm learning from my learned colleagues.
I'm just saying there's a reason why it's a clearinghouse,
right?
Just for aptitude tests.
So I think that can just lead to our question of the day, and it's quite simple. The new cut-off marks released by JAM, again, which was decided upon by the heads of institutions. As you saw there, it was a democratic process. So it might be tricky to say that it was JAM that set the cutoff. It was actually the heads of institutions and stakeholders that voted on the cutoff. But the point is, the new cutoff, let us know what you think. Do you think it encourages academic excellence? What do you think? The cutoff was just approved by that meeting, JAM, the heads of institutions, Ministry of Education, the NUC. Does it basically encourage academic excellence? So you can send in your response, your thoughts to the numbers on your screen, which we'll see from time to time, and we'll get to take your responses before the the show ends. So let us know, do you think it encourages academic excellence? Do you appreciate the thinking behind it? And all of that, so let us know. But guys, that's all we have on the program today. Let's get right into it, shall we?
Yes, indeed. So we're starting off this morning with that planned protest, protesting against the issues of police reforms for retired police officers. It will be led, of course, by a former presidential candidate and activist, Omoyele Sowore. So what are the issues? Retired police officers are saying what they are getting as pension after serving for decades is, abysmal, and they're demanding better pension. So we'll have that conversation this morning.
And it's not just for the retired ones, even for those who are serving. The push is for every police officer to earn at least between 300,000 to 500,000.
The eyes have it.
The eyes have it. I didn't even put it to vote already. You're voting.
The eyes have it.
So it's a conversation.
If we're bashing them for being irresponsible and reckless for the mischievous elements, now it is time for us to protect them, and because they are human beings and Nigerians like us. So the eyes have it.
And if they're on the front lines, taking the heat from armed robbers, from insurgents, from bandits, then they deserve to earn a lot more.
We're going to talk about that with Omoyele Sowore, will be joining us. He's at the vanguard of this as well. We'll go into politics. Coalition, the issue of coalition. We're not done with it. It's still the buzzword right now. And we're going to be joined by one of the persons within that coalition. Is this coalition for impact, or is it an aggregation of whatever it is you mentioned in your mind when I said aggregation? So at the end of the day, we will continue that conversation around what this coalition is really all about. But the big question will always be, can they upset the 2027 presidential election and take Tinubu back to Lagos? Or this is just going to be another smooth ride for him?
It is a big question, but we're taking to the skies as well this morning, talking aviation. We'll bring you the story behind Enugu Air. Yes, it was welcomed with a lot of fanfare, excitement. Enugu now has a state carrier, but there's a lot of story behind it and what to expect in the coming days with Enugu Air. So that's something we'll be speaking to with the state's Commissioner for Transportation, who will join us on the show today.
All right, we'll also be looking at the economy, Bukola, under President Tinubu. That is the more important question as far as all of this talk is concerned. How has Tinubu fared in the last 2+ years? He has less than 2 years to go in the first term, because I expect that he's going to run. So we're going to continue to x-ray the state of the economy. The GDP rebase numbers hopefully should be coming out this Friday, July the 11th.
And of
so
course, that will keep us on the issues. I can't forget yesterday, one of the defenders of the administration's economic policies took issue with our question of the day. But of course, these have to be put out time and again as a matter of accountability, demanding, how far so far, as far as the promises of the government is concerned in delivering on, a transformed economy. But that's not all. What also have you been saying about the big issues on the front pages? We'll get to that as well. Don't forget our question of the day. You can write to us, #CTV Morning Brief on X, and of course you can respond on other social media platforms. We're going to aggregate your responses and put them out before the end of the
it's
show.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
We do yes or no, or we do on a scale of 1 to 10. But today's question.
Some of those explain
No. At least give us a yes or a no, and then you can the addendum or the appendix. But maybe we'll go to the front pages of the dailies. Is that what we have next? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get to the front pages of the dailies in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Modern lifestyle requires a lot of energy, backed up by intense production processes, which impact the environment in more ways than one.
The world has realized that you cannot deal with climate change without looking at loss of biodiversity.
On Echo Africa, nature speaks and the discerning mind becomes champion of
pages are saying, particularly if you've been following the stories. So we're going to start right away with the front page of this Nigeria. And this Nigeria leads with something from the National Assembly. Now, when I say National Assembly, a lot of things come to mind. Lawmaking, yes, oversight, the budget and appropriation process. But there's also a controversy that has been thrilling the upper house. Yes, the National Assembly is split into the red chamber and the green chamber. Red chamber is the Senate, the green chamber is the House of Reps. The upper house, which is the Senate, the lower house, of the House of Representatives. But there's been this controversy that has been trailing the red chamber. And yeah, it's the one that concerns Senator Natasha Akpoti-Adwara and the president of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the Senate at large. So this is how this Nigeria leads. Senate reconvenes, Natasha stays away. I did resume based on legal advice, says Kogi Central Senator. Senate counters House claims. 6 concurrence bills passed last week. Now the other explainer is talking about is a certain allegation that the Senate is ignoring concurrence bills from the House of Reps, but the Senate says no. In fact, 6 of those bills were passed last week, so it's not like we're ignoring you or looking down on you. We're actually working together, says the Senate. But in all, it looks like Senator Natasha Akpoti-Adwara's case is what overshadows all of the other things that went down yesterday because of the open week of the National Assembly. So that's a big story for you. We still do not have the certified true copy of the court's judgment or pronouncement on the case. Has she been asked to resume? Was it an advice or a comment or just an opinion that the court gave? What about the fine that is said to have been handed down to her and the apology? All of that is still unclear. So it's okay and it makes sense that both parties are choosing to stay on this until some proper documentation is gotten. But that's a big story on the front page of this Nigeria.
I'm happy the Senate is also responding to the House on the concurrence of bills, because the House had told them, if you do not respect us, we will not respect you. You're not higher than us. We're just divided by cameral chambers.
So should we stop that upper house and lower house thing? I was thinking about it on my way to work this morning.
It's actually upper and lower house because there are things the Senate is by constitution meant to do that the House will not do. For instance, confirmation of ministers. It's not in the House of Representatives. That's
so to that extent, one is then higher than the other.
I think it's just a bit of separation of duties in that sense, and also to be able to double check, if you will, and more representation. If we were to do the Senate, we would just have 109 persons in the Senate representing the entirety of 200 million people. So for me, even if there's supposed to be a scrap of any of the chambers, I prefer the Senate to be scrapped, because the House of Reps is a bit more representative, but the Senate gives a bit of equity. So whether your state is 20 people or 20 million, you have 3 persons. In terms of balance, that is fair. Equality, I think that's what I was looking for. But when it comes to House of Representatives, it differs as far as it depends on population. So the Constitution says, for instance, the Houses of Assembly, the Constitution says it must be, I think, let's say, I think 24 or so, minimum number, and then maximum of 40. So you have Lagos and places like Kano having 40 members in the House. So when it comes to that, but generally, if we feel that we're spending so much on board, but that's not even the issue. The issue is that they should respect themselves.
And I'm glad that matter has been resolved. But as far as the matter of seniority is concerned, members of the parliament themselves would take issue with the nomenclature of upper and lower. I have been reprimanded by an honorable member before for referring to the Senate as upper and the House of Representatives as lower. As far as they are concerned, there is no senior and there is no junior. They're all elected representatives. But
they end differently. In fact, on a lot of levels.
Their earnings are more.
Yes.
I'm not done yet.
That culture
of seniority and being junior is reflected in the relations between members of the upper of the Senate and the lower chamber. Of course, when they relate with themselves, you know that that perception of senior and junior is there. But they take issue with the reference to the Senate being upper and the House of Reps being lower.
I think it's just what it is. They earn more, slightly more, than the members of the House of Reps. They have some responsibilities that the House of Reps doesn't carry out, but there are fundamental issues that they're literally the same. So in fact, it looks like a graduation period. So sometimes people can be in the House of Reps and then say, "Oh, I made it to the Senate." In that sense,
even in the succession,
the House of
President, Vice Senator, and the House.
This is by no way saying
aspirations.
Yes, this is by no means downgrading the House of Reps. No, not at all. But the House of Reps Speaker is number 4 citizen. The Senate President is the number 3. The Senate President is the chairman of the National Assembly.
Exactly.
So can I continue?
We'll go to the Vanguard newspaper with this few points, guys. What does the Vanguard lead with? And it's actually a story from our conversation yesterday on the program.
Yeah.
And
FG battles IMF over report on inflation, poverty, and we have 2 insights there. Worries that such statements can turn the people against the government, and notes body's advisory messages often in conflict with its lending stance. But what do you expect when a lot of your financial stability is dependent on this Bretton Woods institution? So they have a lot of say as far as budgeting is concerned, as far as counsel is concerned, when prices of crude oil go up in the international market, about how the government should respond to these issues. So the interference may not be welcome, but more often than not, it's inevitable.
Yes, I know Dr. Fasha was here and he made that statement. It was literally almost livid. But when they praise you, you should take it. When they criticize you, you should also take it. That is how it works. But he's saying that it's a conflict of messaging. He's even alluding to the fact that it's because Nigeria refused to raise, is it the VAT now? To 10%, that's right. Because the IMF, our revenue to GDP is not quite good. I think it's in the region of 11%, but with the tax reform, we should be able to see an upscale in that. So he said, on one hand, you're saying to us, what you're doing is widening the poverty gap, and the GDP per capita is killing the people. People are struggling. On the other hand, you're also saying that we should ramp up revenue. What exactly are you saying? But I think they are saying the same thing. Look for an ingenious way to balance both. I asked a question, and I'm going to ask, I asked a question to someone yesterday. I said, by whose reality should we measure the success of an economic reform? Is it the poor man? Let's use a minimum wage earner, or the middle class, or the rich. The IMF is expecting revenue to be ramped up, because when there's enough revenue, borrowing is quite limited. For instance, the biggest revenue from the city of New York, their budget have been studying since, is about 35 billion, and that comes from property tax. 35 billion is the size of our national budget.
Are you planning to move in? Are you planning on moving to New York?
I'm just really.
Because it's the way you're studying the budget.
I'm just indirectly reminding Governor Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos State government. So when we're comparing cities in some things, I'm just telling you, look at your mates, Your Excellency, and how things are done in that area. So that we can aspire to do so. The budget for instance, environment is bigger than the entire budget of Lagos State twice. Okay, I don't want to go there. I'm saying we have a revenue problem.
Being seen to be defending the administration, according to Dr. Fasha yesterday, it's a bit too early in the day to make conclusions on these things, because the administration is working hard at reforms to expand the economy, one of which will be the tax reform law, which will be implemented next year. And as a result, of course, all of those funds will be mopped up, and revenue generation will be more impressive from that time. But we're going to hold the administration by that defense, of course, when that time comes, and see, not just the mopping up of those funds, but the prudence in the management of the funds as well. Yeah.
I think the ADC is the next paper, Kari.
The Nigerian Tribune. Which means with ADC.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Nigerian Tribune, my apologies. 2027, yeah, that's the new buzz right there. ADC has no preferred presidential aspirant. Mark, that's David Mark, the former Senate president. Party assembles 97 lawyers to challenge fake suits against interim leadership. 2 Ondo ex-governorship candidates, Jagade Ajayi, others join coalition. So we're seeing we saw the suit yesterday by 3 members of the ADC challenging the interim leadership, their relief that they are seeking for the court to determine whether or not these people are qualified to lead the party, whether they can be in this. There are so many things, I think about 5 or 7 reliefs. So, well, people are saying whether or not they have the local standard to be able to institute the suit, but that will be the determination of the court. How long should you be a member of the ADC to have a leadership position? Some people are saying to the effect that the constitution of the ADC provides for waiver. They are also talking about the issue of, in fact, when they asked Dumebi Kachiko, who started these issues around the leadership of Rafu Wosu, who is the chairman of your party? He said nobody, and that was quite funny to hear. But now I don't know on what premise, but the court will be able to determine all of this at the end of the day to know how far. It looks like whilst the coalition was trying to run away from issues around litigation, they stepped right into
litigation. Of nature, of course, vacuum, and where there must be some form of leadership. That leadership may then be in contention, which will be determined either at the court level or at the party level. But some members of the coalition are saying that, look, the Supreme Court has ruled that the leadership contentions at the party level is a strictly party affair.
Leadership and membership. Those are the words of the Supreme Court.
And should not be brought before the court. But we'll see how this plays out in the coming days. And of course, it's going to form a talking point for us today as well. But guys, we must not exit the review without looking at the top of the Nigerian Tribune, the left-hand corner. Take a look at it. U.S. issues new visa policy for Nigerians. Non-immigrant, non-diplomatic visas, now single entry,
3-month validity. Kadi.
I didn't apply, I promise you.
Are you sure?
I am very sure.
Kadi dropped it yesterday. About Jackson, I said, what does it mean? He said, stay in your home. Trump is not joking with anybody.
There's the other part I said.
Let's explain it very well. It's just a way of saying stay home.
Or go to BRICS.
Or go to BRICS. Simple as that. So no multiple entry as far as this is concerned. So single entry 3 months, that means if they give you visa, you better gather money and find your way to the US. And when you leave the United States within that 3 months, please don't come back. You will apply again. You're not going to be going in and out.
Funny thing, when you check the immigration's website, just before we go to Trent, you see that even for short visits for Nigeria, at least the visa, it's 3 months. Now, if you do immigration, you can do 3 months or extend that. So,
but you can do multiple times. I think.
Sort of. For the e-visa, you can, in fact, 3 months, you cannot even renew for the e-visa when you check the immigration's website. So when they say it's reciprocal, I'll begin to then look at the details and see just how reciprocal it is. But that's what it is right now. As I said earlier on, I wish everyone the very best.
So BRICS is available for you. There's Brazil, there's Russia, there's China, there is India, there is South Africa, there's Iran. So that's a look.
Jeff, I recommend Iran for you.
I grew up in all kinds of places, so violence doesn't scare me.
There you have it. That's a look at the front pages. But let's take a look at reactions to that, the visa reciprocity policy. Let's see how Nigerians are responding to it. Well, it affects several countries, including Nigeria. Non-immigrant visa validity for Nigeria to 3 months, single entry. The first response we have on this one is from Abdullah Abubakar. Abdullah Abubakar says, the new policy might pose challenges for Nigerians traveling to the U.S. Single entry visas with 3-month validity could limit flexibility for individuals with multiple trips planned. Hope this policy gets reviewed soon to ease travel between both nations.
And Optimists, who is also Ajishibutu Oluwatu, says, I don't have issue with
a reciprocal visa policy. It's fair to all concerned. However, can the U.S. also do refunds for visa denied? A fair point there, and it's not just for the U.S. visa, for all other categories of visa as well. The costs that it comes with, and more often than not, the applicants do not get the visas, and they have to apply over and over again. I imagine some Nigerians may have spent, an arm and a leg to secure a visa.
All right, so before we get to our guest, Samuel Oshore, let's just take the people's thoughts on this federal government making 16 years the official age for you to get into the university. So if you're not 16, sorry, you may have to stay at home for a while.
Although the minister also added that in case of exceptional brilliance, considerations may be made.
Yeah. Well, by who's going to assess that brilliance? Is there clarity to how?
I think your results will speak for you. If you're exceptional.
A lot of these kids are smart, so they should be ready, because we've seen these kids, 14-year-old and even 12, 13-year-old do incredible things. So anyway, so Chiamaka Achilihu says, what we need is a stronger curriculum, better guidance, counseling, and more support for early entrants, not artificial age limits that discourages brilliance and waste time.
And Babatunde Johnson says, this is very good. I got into university at 15, and in hindsight, it wasn't the best thing for me personally. It disrupted my emotional development. I grew up too fast and missed out on truly experiencing my teenage years. This is quite telling about the experience of one who is a minor and got into university. And it also speaks to the emotional, mental, cognitive preparation of someone as young as 15 or 16. But clearly the debate is still ongoing. This, counters the policy disposition of the former administration that sets the age at 18. But if this has been agreed upon, I guess it has a tone of finality to it.
Absolutely. There you go. But that's not the only thing that has been agreed upon, as we said earlier on. The cutoff marks also were agreed upon for all the various tertiary institutions. Again, it was agreed upon by the heads of institutions. JAM basically did the INEC bit of it. To put the vote out, they voted and they announced what the vote was, the Minister of Education at NUC as well. So take a look at what Long G has to say about this new cutoff point for universities. This user says, are we really moving forward or going backward? Says the initial cutoff mark 180 was already just 45%, not even up to half. But now they've decided to reduce it further to 150. Like 37% says the standard is dropping. Well, we should say that this is minimum. Okay, so they can't go below this. Individual institutions can choose to say, well, and that's what they've always done. They say for medicine, this is a cutoff point. For engineering, this is a cutoff point. For law, this is a cutoff point. For psychology, this is cutoff point, maybe 450.
I think you can also look at it in the reverse. The university is saying, no matter how you want to come low, don't come lower than 150.
Exactly.
And the standard of education has not changed. It is the quality that has changed. You still need 5 credits to go to university. That's where standard comes in. Quality is another thing altogether.
The real deal.
Yeah. Mr. Soje says the 16 years minimum age for admission into tertiary institution is a welcome idea, while setting cutoff marks for institutions may never be feasible, as each institution may vary theirs according to the performance of candidates that choose them. That's what Kayode was trying to say. So this is the regulator or the clearinghouse saying, no matter how low you want to go, don't go below 150. Anybody who can make it on 150. It's also possible you could make 150 and you don't get to school, because the university will set a higher benchmark of entry. So that's as clear as crystal. Kola, you have the next one.
Which is for another talking point. From January 2026, Nigerian banks must report any account with over 5 million monthly transactions to the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and this is part of the new tax
which will have changed its name
to Nigeria Revenue Service.
Yes, indeed. Nigeria Revenue Service, NRS. Kazim Boluatife Plenty says, well, this move could boost tax compliance and help widen Nigeria's revenue base, a needed step for national development. However, without proper data protection It may scare off SMEs and informal businesses trying to scale. Trust and transparency will be key, and that's a fair point. But of course, there are other, potentially beneficial areas of the new tax law. Yeah.
It's implicit fiscalization. So the whole idea of the tax bill, which I have taken my time to extensively look at, is to the effect that it's going to help the government in terms of revenue and tracking data. So SMEs, you are not meant, if you're doing business less than 50 million in terms of turnover, that means your revenue, not your profit. You're not necessarily supposed to charge anybody VAT, so you're not remitting VAT in that sense. And when it comes to how you're spending, in fact, the rich people are the people that are really the trouble the tax authorities have, not SMEs and small middle class people. Those ones comply a little bit more, but the very rich and all of that. So now the way they want to fiscalize and do all of these things, even if you're trying to hide with your BVN and as long as you do electronic transaction, the tax authorities will come and tell you, in 2020, whatever, you spent 10 billion. You may come and deny, I spent only 1 billion. No, we have your records. This is how much you spend. This is how you did. They'll be able to track you and say, okay, your tax is not balancing out, and they know how to reconcile. That's why we have the ombudsman as well to do all of this.
And for the salary earners as well,
yes.
for those earning below 800,000.
Yes.
And now,
Well, some of us were pushing for 150, 200, but it's the first phase. I just feel that with the economy right now, 150, 200 should have been fair, but the start is about 80, 90,000, which is almost about $1 million naira in the whole year. Right. You are exempted from personal income tax, which is called PE.
Now that we're talking salaries, guys, I think now is a good time to have that big conversation around the welfare of men and women of the Nigeria Police Force. So we'll take a moment now. Don't worry, we have more trends for you. A certain APC member who had brought a snake. What happened and what has been done. We have more for you, but let's talk about some other issues. And we're starting off with welfare of Nigerian police officers, both serving and retired. We have joining us next, Mr. Amoyele Shore. Stay with us. So let's get right into it. These men and women are responsible for keeping our communities, our nation safe. But how well do we do right by them? We can talk about some of the infractions that we see from time to time. Absolutely, we talk about that. But on the flip side as well, let's talk about the welfare. And we have a man who is planning to lead a protest for both serving and retired police officers. Particularly concerning their welfare. We have joined us on the program this morning, the 2023 presidential candidate of AAC, Mr. Amoyele Shore. He's live with us in our Abuja studio. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Shore. I know that you're not new to protests, right? And it's almost mind-blowing to see how effective you are when it comes to agitations like this. You are almost every day on the streets fighting for one cause or the other. But why is this one important to you? And what is the goal, really, for police officers? Because some have said they've seen you come under, some sort of, well, I call it brutality, whether mild or otherwise, from some erring officers, and you've recorded some of those things. But this is you now fighting for the same police officers. So what has inspired you to do this, and what is the goal?
Well, I think this happened in 2023 or thereabout. I was actually accosted by a police officer, and I was trying to record the transaction or the encounter. And then when he realized I was the one, he said I should park, and he wanted to discuss something briefly. I thought he was going to ask for a bribe, and he said, look, I'm going to retire in a few weeks, and my retirement take-home pay will not be more than 2 million naira. And this guy was, I think, a senior police inspector, and I was blown away. So how's that possible? You work for 35 years, and all you take home. I think it was even saying it was 1.6 million naira. That's his gratuity, and that following that, you probably have another take-home of about 35,000 naira monthly pension. And I was just shocked by that, and I asked him more about that, did some research. So I've been talking about this since 2023. And for me, I don't need to prove anymore that I'm against police brutality or police corruption. But I also understand very well that without the police in our society, we probably can't even step out of the house. As much as we don't like the Nigerian police or police anywhere, we must understand that they are part of society. They are workers. They are part of us. You know, their families are families. They go to the same school, go to the same market. And the biggest argument against fighting for police is because the police is a terrible institution in Nigeria. Nobody has ever disagreed with that. But the flip side of it is that the police is also a reflection of who we are. They're a reflection of how they get paid, how they get treated. And it is time to look at the other side of it, which is to also start to think about how to treat the police force better than we've ever treated them. And I think it starts from remuneration, it starts from how the system look after them. What is so interesting about this is that it is those that are being protected by the police that are silent about their plight the most. You know, you look at the celebrities, politicians, all of us in 2020 came together and fought against police brutality. We fought against every policeman in this country. And we got some results, good and bad from it. But now, nobody seems to be talking about their plight. And their plight is very central to who they are, how they perform their duties in society, and how they also see the rest of society. So the society has been very harsh towards the police, and I'm one of them. I've been very harsh towards the police. I'm still very harsh towards police corruption, brutality, and malfeasance. But I'm also a person of conscience who has looked at it and said, maybe we have a duty once in our lifetime to side with the police, ensuring that they get you know, better conditions of service, and we support them until they get there. So that's the reason why I got involved with this current struggle for police well-being and welfare.
So what is the goal for you? I saw you put up a post. They mustn't earn below 300,000 to 500,000. Is that really the goal? And do you see that as being feasible for the government or the budget to accommodate that?
Yes, it is feasible. In the course of doing this, I did some research, even up to last night, and found out that contrary to what we hear in the public domain, we do not have more than 220,000 or 250,000 police officers across Nigeria, even though they parade the number of 250,000. But in reality, most of the police officers that you hear in those statistics and big numbers are ghost workers. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if a policeman is going to carry a gun and protect a bank, there's no reason why he should not be paid as well as the banker that is protecting.
All right. We'll reconnect with Mr. Shore because it's an important point being made there. In fact, it's not just those they protect, the kind of ammunitions they get. You're giving them an AK-47 that costs thousands of dollars. But more importantly, that AK-47 can take a life that you can't put a cost to in that sense. I think it only makes sense to do right by them.
And I believe that Jeffrey has also made that point before at some time on the program about how much it costs to manufacture those weapons, how much it costs to ship those weapons, and then the weapons are handed over to those who would manage them, and those who are managing them are insignificantly, remunerated. It's just an unfair irony, of life and disposition at, executing most of the time government policies that we find it difficult to understand. So the advocacy, of course, continues about how to improve the remuneration of men of our security forces, and the administration has been proposing, of course, increased salary remuneration, especially under this administration. So this conversation is a reminder about the state, about those negotiations, how far so far has leadership of the force gone? And perhaps we could also talk about the Police Service Commission, which is charged with these matters. How far so far with the discussions as far as improved remuneration for the police? How far has it gone? What's the state, and what's the benchmark? Jeffrey.
For me, it's beyond just the police. Anybody who is bearing arms in Nigeria, anybody who is responsible to protect lives and property, who will equip one way or the other, I think the least we can do for them is to make sure we protect them. The only protection we give to those who protect us is to properly take care of their welfare. Mr. Shawara, you were making a point before the network issues. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my point is that you can't have, like you've stated, you can't have people protecting you left unprotected. Otherwise, you have no protection. And what we have seen in all of this is that when you do a comparative analysis of countries where policing is great, it has something to it that we are missing. That is how the policemen are taken care of. When I did my master's degree in the US, one of the studies that we undertook was to look at New York police departments called the NYPD. And they had equipment, helicopters, but they discovered that their policemen weren't doing well. Then one day, a police officer who was recruited to take over as the commissioner of police in that state came and asked the policeman to stand in front of him and ask him, "What do you need?" And they did their own research, they did their estimates, costing, and discovered that an average policeman need a pistol, they need 2 great pair of uniforms, they need life insurance, and then they need a great salary. And they increased it, and immediately they saw an immediate rise in police effectiveness. They saw almost a total eradication of violent crimes in New York City. And that was how the NYPD became one of the best at that time. So this is what we are asking the people of Nigeria to do. I'm not asking the police authorities, because the problem is that there's a disparity between police officers and the rank and file. I'm talking about the top management. Those ones don't see all of this. They see policemen as part of the problem of society, because they're there, they're well paid, they were well remunerated. They're like politicians, most of them make up to 50 million naira per day, whichever way you want to look at it, which is from corruption. They have to provide these policemen to go and protect their friends in the political elite and the economic class. So they don't care. But we are concerned about the people who are really doing the work. And it is time for us to just be on their side, ensure that they're well paid, they are well remunerated, and then when they are no longer in service, they don't become paupers. We don't ship poverty to people who are supposed to protect us. We don't keep them in poverty. You made a very strong point about this not being a police issue. Since we started the campaign, there's been a lot of people from the civil defense and, DSS, even army people, all of them are saying, well, we're going through the same thing. So, but our point is, the police has come out at this time. Nothing stops you from coming out at the same time. We saw the problem all at once. There's no reason why we have this kind of income disparity, revenue disparity between those people the policemen are protecting and the policemen that are protecting them. I mentioned earlier that an average senator takes home 30 million naira per month. But the senator can't leave home except they're accompanied by the police. So why is it that senators are taking home 30 million per month and the policeman can't earn 500,000 naira per month? And what is 500,000 really? Maybe about $300 a month. That is what some people earn in a day, somewhere else, not in Nigeria. But the interesting thing about it is that there's a Police Pension Limited, a company that manages their pension. The pension company, an average worker there makes about $1 million naira per month. That's the least that they make. And the people whose pension they are managing are dying of poverty. Sometimes you just wake up in this country and wonder if anybody is thinking, or if it makes sense at all, that people just wake up and don't want to do anything about the most basic things about how the country is run. And for me, it's not just the police. I've talked about teachers before. This was my motivation in 2019 for proposing 100,000 naira minimum wage. Yes, policemen are carrying arms, but there's no policeman that probably can become a policeman without a teacher. So it applies to all workers, that we must radically look at how much our workers get paid. Otherwise, we'll wake up one day and discover that we have no policemen protecting us, and that would be doomsday.
Yeah, a very fair point, Mr. Shore. We've looked at the valid arguments. Now let's look at what may be the problem. Like most institutions in the country and in many countries of the world, they're intolerant to dissent. And in fact, your medium has reported in the past that the police sacked 6 officers for participating in a strike demanding fairer remuneration. And in fact, on your X handle, you're reporting that there have been arrests of about 3 inspectors from an unspecified division in Lagos State for participating or for planning to participate in this protest. So what's going to be different this time around about this protest? In spite of the obvious danger of losing their jobs, are these officers, ready for the consequences?
Quiet and silent, but effective organizing. And yes, they've arrested some policemen who mostly are group administrators of WhatsApp groups that are discussing these issues. And we're working to get them released. But the most important thing is that they are all determined to get these problems resolved. And if it's not resolved, they are also very determined to act. The mistake the police authorities are making at the highest levels is that they think this is for retired officers. No, the people that are actually agitating the most, the people who are ready to act and down tools if necessary on July 21st, followed by another group planning for August 1st, by the way. They are mostly serving policemen, and they're ready. They are very willing and ready to take the consequences. You see, most of them have said this, and I believe it, that what they are being paid now is as good as being unemployed, considering the amount of risk they take. I mean, how do you serve for 35 years and your pension is 35,000 naira at the end of the month? What do you do with it? Buy the charge card with it? How do you serve a country for 35 years and your monthly salary is highest 57,000, maybe 140,000, depending on your rank? How do you survive in a country where inflation rate is at 24%, where you have to pay school fees of your children, you have to treat yourself if you are sick, and you no longer have any of those facilities and amenities and also incentives that are there to help police. There's no police clinic where you can go take treatment. If there's one, maybe it's just an empty building. You don't have a police pharmacy where you can buy drugs. They have a police cooperative society, but it's also been hijacked by those who are powerful and connected and probably corrupt. But what is interesting about this, I should mention, is that there are already some victories. For example, the police officer whose video went viral saying that he was being paid 2-point-something million, I think it was an ASP or so, they suddenly discovered, the pension people suddenly discovered that they have 5 million naira in his account, in his RSA account. So, and they have asked him to come and collect it. So it has started, but now we're speaking directly to the policemen, rank and file, that please do not give up, do not backtrack. I know that they will threaten you that the people who did the strike or tried to plan a strike in 2003 weren't only arrested or sent, some of them were killed by the Obasanjo regime. But we live in a different era now, and people are very conscious, awake, and aware, and nobody's going to allow anybody to trample upon your rights without the public coming to your aid. And this time around, it's not just the police. We are mobilizing the Nigerian people to fight for the police, because for our entire time, we'll be fighting against the police. This is the time to fight for them. And this, by the way, doesn't stop us from fighting against them whenever we notice infractions in their actions and inactions.
Mr. Shorat, I think every Nigerian with conscience is in this with you. When we started the show, as soon as they said police welfare, I said aye, because there are so many positives to paying people who are armed better. But maybe walk us through the modalities. Is it a one-day strike? Is it a protest? Is it a 2-day protest? How many places is it going to take place? Maybe How do you want to generate critical mass, so get that level of impact? And how far-reaching? Because you mentioned something important. So besides their salaries being increased, there has to be other things that will be put in place or should be put in place to make sure that out-of-pocket spending is quite limited for them. I think they don't pay taxes. I mean, down to their health care and all of those things. We even talk about the issue of having body cam. It's both good for the policeman, so that people can lie against them, and also for citizens, so that the police cannot lie against citizens. So how long? Just the modalities.
Well, the strike is supposed to start, as I mentioned, on July 21st. The date was chosen by the police by themselves. It wasn't even my own proposal. We were just contacted because they saw that I've been involved in agitating for police welfare. And but that's a starting point. And the modalities for policemen to down tools on that day. When I say tools, we're not saying don't wear your uniform, but don't just work. And our proposal, which a lot of them are considering, is to withdraw their services, especially from the big men who are supposed to make this decision. If the IG of police finds out on July 21st that he wants to go to work and there are no policemen to drive him or carry a gun and follow him, he will think twice. He will know that these people are serious. If they go to police station, they find you there and you say you want to report something and you say we're not working today until they address our issues, they'll think twice. And for those who may not be able to participate, ask your family to participate. The retirees are expected to go to the state commands across the country and take over the place and sit in peacefully, don't molest anybody. And the ones that want to come to Abuja, they will go to the headquarters of the police force. And we expect all policemen, and those of you who are, not to act in ways that would in any way sabotage, frustrate, or thwart this, because this is about you. If you do it, you're acting against your own interests. And this is something that we expect all policemen to cooperate with and act in support of this struggle. This struggle is not just for you. It's about the future of your children. It's about the time you are retired and you no longer have the capacity to do things you are good at doing now. We want you to not have to suffer. But not just suffering during the time. We don't want you to suffer while you are actively protecting your nation and serving your nation. That is our proposal. But there will be more, and we hope the media also will get onto this. I think we should make this something we are all committed to at all levels, because when we wanted to fight the police in 2020, everybody was involved. I'm talking about NSAS. So now that we're fighting for them, I think everybody should be involved. And I'm using this opportunity to call on celebrities, the people who have influence on society, who themselves enjoy enormous police protection, not to keep quiet and not to be silent about the condition of these policemen. I know the ones that are accompanying celebrities get better pay, they get incentives, but at the end of the day, it's important that you all step out for the police. This is one moment, one in a lifetime opportunity that we have to show police appreciation. We don't need to wait until they die before we show them appreciation. And we can use this as an opportunity to renew our contract with policing. And so while we do this for you, we also want the police to be totally revamped. And, in terms of equipment, remuneration, in terms of conduct, behavior, training, at all levels. And we want the police to be purged of very terrible characters as well. But for now, it is the time for this police time.
Indeed, I think the countdown is on. You have put up a wireless message, which appears as though it's a message to thwart that protest being organized by you. Like you said, it's a peaceful protest. So we'll see how that plays out. But there's no how we'll have a conversation with you, the leader of the AAC, presidential candidate, without getting a feel of at least of your perspective on the political situation in the country. I know you've spoken about the coalition and what you think about them. You've listed the names of the members of the coalition and what you think about it. But you seem to agree, at least with the coalition, on the fact that something needs to give when it comes to governance in the country. So if you were to give a condition, set of rules to the coalition or a group of politicians who may want to work with you, maybe they've seen your pedigree and the work you've done, they say, this is a great man to have on our team. What will those conditions be, Mr. Sowore?
For me, the issue of the coalition is a personal issue, to some extent. Of course, there's also a general issue about governance and about politics. But there are just too many people in the coalition that you're mentioning that I can't even sit across the table from. I mean, personally, without being tempted to, act out of my own personal character. So that's the issue. I cannot ignore those things. I can't ignore so many of the people in the coalition who have done Nigerians dirty, who have done what is regarded as evil. People who we know have no conscience, they have no character, they have no pedigree. There's no amount of conditions you can give to them that will make them wash their ways, or change the way they have behaved or the way they used to behave. These are typically people whose way of life is doing evil, doing bad, being corrupt, changing the public, being selfish. So there's no condition that is available for them. The only conditions I have are those ones that will help me help the Nigerian people, those of us who want the country to be saved, both from the people who are ruling the country and the ruling party, and those who are planning to come and pounce on the Nigerian people. These people have all sat at one time or the other. You know their story. I've documented. What probably are different is that I have documented their lifestyles, I've documented their ways of doing things, I've documented the capacity, and come to the conclusion based on empirical evidence that any country that's living the current ruling party and hands its future into the hands of members of the coalition you are mentioning, that country or those kind of people are only moving from destruction to perdition. There's no other way to describe it. So, but like I've always stated, there are enough good people in Nigeria. When you look at the voter roll, to make a difference, there are enough people. Over 60 million people have never voted before, or have voted, their votes not been counted. There are young people, there are vibrant people, there are brilliant people. The country cannot be discussing some of its worst characters perpetually. We can't keep giving airtime to people who have demonstrated that they have nothing to give you. There's nothing to present. There's nothing to do. We can't keep giving them airtime. And these are characters that have moved from political party to political party and coalitions. At the end of the day, you are going to end up with the same people who were governors for 8 years, stole, destroyed. You are going to end up with the same people who were murderers yesterday, who were corrupt people yesterday. You know them, you see them. There's no point doing this to ourselves.
Mr. Shore, I know your position has been clear time and again, but some would say, particularly those in the group, that's character assassination. Which court has convicted me of some of these things you're saying and all of that? But I know that this is an ongoing conversation, and you do not mince words when you speak to these issues. But we have to thank you so much, Mr. Amoyele Sowore. Clearly, we'll be having you back in the coming days and weeks to speak to issues of politics, governance, and of course, human rights issues. So we're speaking with the presidential candidate of the AAC in the 2023 election and the leader of the AAC, Mr. Amoyele Sowore, who's also publisher of Sahara Reporters. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Well, he's spoken a lot about the coalition. Well, up next, we have a member of the coalition joining us on the show. Is a former leader in the APC, now in the coalition. Just wait to find out who the person is. Stay with us.
tanka bụ mmanụ agbidi daa n'anị gbapue ma ọ bụ paịpụ na-ebu mmanụ agbidi n'okpuru ana tipue wee wufuche were ọsọ gbapụ ebe ọnọdụ dị otu a dị. Ọ bụrụ oge a na-ewepụta fon apị ma ọ bụ nọlụ na-akpa nkata ma ọ bụ bulu galọn ma ọ bụ bọket wee na-ekunye bụ mmanụ agbidi. ọ bụrụ oge mmadụ na-anọ na-asị ka ya weta nke ya ga-eji wee leta ego. Ị nwere naanị otu nkeji iwere ezigbote ọsọ gbapụ. Maka gịnị? Maka na ọkụ bidoro n'ịgba anara ejikwa. Etufu na ndụ gị ebe ị na-eku mmanụ agbidi, ma ọ bụ ebe ị na-akpa nkata, ma ọ bụ ebe ị na-ese fon. Ndụ gị dị anyị ezigbote mkpa. Ya bụ wele ezigbote ọsọ gbapụ ebe ahụ. Ọ bụrụkwa ije ka eji aga, maka na eme ngwa ngwa emeghala ọdachi.
Welcome back. Let's talk about the coalition. Well, they have now been enmeshed in yet another litigation. But let's bring in our guest who is going to expand on this conversation even further. Sally Lukman is a former APC National Vice Chairman Northwest and a member of the ADC coalition. Mr. Lukman, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you. Good morning.
I think let's start off from what the 2023 presidential candidate of the AAC talked about. I mean, Omar Eleshore. He said when we asked about the fact that if he was to have a conversation with the coalition, at least to have a sit down and talk about what are the possibilities in the nearest future, immediate will be 2027. What will it be? His response was very clear and straight. And he said, look, he can hardly even sit down with those of you in the coalition. And he said, he mentioned a lot of things about you that I may not be able to repeat, but I guess you heard him as to the effect of these are not the people he wants to deal with. And that seemed to be the narrative of a couple of other people when they pick out elements in the collective to say, are these the kind of people Nigerians want to look at as an alternative? How do you respond to all of this integrity profiling of the coalition?
Well, I think it's an issue that we've been responding to. One straight answer is that the reality is that angels are not going to descend from heaven to fix the problem of this country. Nigerians have to be the ones to fix it. And all of us, we have our strengths, we have our weaknesses. One of the things we have tried to do in the coalition, in negotiating the coalition over the last 1.5 years or more, is to be quite open and engage leaders based on a strategy to recognize that we all made our mistakes and we all contributed in one way or the other to the problem of the country today. And therefore, having recognized that, we are setting ourselves up in a way that will overcome some of the mistakes that has been made in the past. And which is why, you see, most people focus more in terms of election. And the reality is that election is just the easiest component of the democracy. The most important component is the structure which is put in place that will hold elected representatives accountable. So yes, we have succeeded so far in reaching agreement that all opposition leaders will be in one place in the ADC as members of the coalition. But this is the beginning of the work, which is about building a party that will substantially depart from the past and ensure that not just when we win election, even before we win election, we are able to regulate ourselves, we are able to put rules in place which will be respected by all. This is the negotiation currently going on.
So Mr. Lukman, if you acknowledge that angels will not descend from heaven to form the coalition, do you concede that it is sinners who make up this coalition currently, and as many have said, those who have failed Nigerians in the past?
Well, the question of failing Nigerians in the past is a subjective response. I mean, yes, people have made their mistakes, no doubt about it, but like I said, our major preoccupation now is what do we do moving forward, which is why when people begin to engage us based on, for instance, who is going to emerge as the presidential candidate. I mean, look, the whole business of forming the ADC is just starting now. Yes, there is an entity recognized by the law as a political party, but the structures are yet to be put in place. This is the negotiation going on now to put the structures in place. And the other issue related to that is the whole agenda with which we are going to confront Nigerians and seek to get their mandate, to elect us in 2027. And for many of us, this is where we will really indicate whether we are going to depart from the past or not. If it is all about painting the APC and President Aswaju bad without substantially coming up to present practical proposals that will move this country forward, I think we will be setting ourselves to repeat all mistakes and disappoint Nigerians. So, related to the whole issue of angels are not going to descend from heaven, is the acknowledgement that we must endure, we must try to do the hard work of really negotiating among ourselves, which is why, for instance, when we say everybody should suspend the declaration of ambition, we are not saying people should suspend the declaration of ambition simply because we want them to swallow what they want to do. No, we are insisting that the first thing will be to now put rules in place that when you declare and promise Nigerians, you can be able to deliver what you promise. Look, we are coming from a recent past.
Well, Mr.
I was part of APC from formation.
It's inevitable that... okay, you can land on that point.
Yeah, I was part of APC from the beginning. We promised heaven, we promised all manner of things, and we end up becoming a disappointment. We don't want to repeat those kind of experiences. We don't want Nigerians to have another situation whereby governments are changed and then things get worse. This is the whole, which is why I said, yes, we have reached agreement to form the coalition with everybody inside the coalition as part of the opposition, but this is when the work begins.
So it's inevitable that we're going to discuss who gets what, because already members of the coalition are declaring their ambitions contrary to the limitations put by the leaders of the coalition on that particular action. But let's ask you, because the last time you were here, it was unclear whether you had resigned your membership of the All Progressives Congress. You were former National Vice Chairman Southwest of the ruling party. So have you turned in your resignation of the APC and have formally joined the ADC?
No, that is very clear. I've resigned my membership of APC. I'm a member of ADC now. So I think that should answer your question.
Okay, so let's go to the coalition and declaration of the interests now. We've had former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, declaring. We've had, of course, Mr. Peter Obi declaring, although he has not formally resigned his membership of the Labour Party. But of course, there's also the advancement of northern interests amid this coalition subject matter. We've had other members talking about the need to advance a northern candidate, to challenge the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, as a strategy similar to what the current president himself had pursued in the past. Is that the position of the leading figures of this coalition? Because that has also been, what was put forward by the presidential candidate of the ADC in 2023, which he said he kicked against when it was presented to him. So is that the position of the coalition, to put forward a northern candidate to challenge the APC?
Well, first, let me be very, very clear from the onset. There is no discussion about the question of presidential candidate in the coalition up to this moment. And our position is basically whoever, and that is the first test of whether we will be different from the existing parties or not. Whoever will be the candidate of the ADC must win the primary. Is the first test of whether those aspiring are in the first place Democrats or not. So, and this is the issue we are engaging all of them. And the other test which we are putting to all of them is that their ambition must go beyond their personal expectation. It has to factor the reality facing the country. They have to come ready to be able to make the needed sacrifice to move this country forward. As it is, look, we have to be very, very honest. You know, where the country is, it's not simply about presenting candidates. You know, and honestly, I will be I mean, I've been saying it, which is, I am not engaged in a popularity contest among leaders, you know. I always put forward to them that, look, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a question of trusting leaders. You know, it's not, I mean, leaders must earn their trust. So the best way leaders can earn trust is to be able to show humility, that they are ready to subordinate themselves to the wishes of members of the party. Like I was saying just a while ago, coming from APC, having a situation where we trusted leaders and they end up becoming emperors today. Look at what is happening in APC. Everywhere you hear on your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate. I'm not going to stand on anybody's mandate. I want the person to always subordinate himself to members of the party, always seeking to get clearance in terms of whether they are doing the right thing or not. That's the kind of template that we're looking for. And I think as Nigerians, we must resist the temptation of setting up leaders in a way that they become very arrogant, believing that it is either them or nothing, you know. And that is the kind of negotiation that is right now going on within the coalition. And it's a very difficult negotiation, I must confess, you know, but we are very confident that in the end, we will succeed in presenting a common candidate, because the argument we have put across, and it's not any, even coming from 2023, that is the reality. Once the opposition leaders are divided, if by 2027, out of the opposition we present more than one candidate, it's as much as granting victory to APC and President Asuwaju. So as much as possible, we must keep the opposition together. So, and in keeping the opposition together, it's not about asking anybody to step down. It's not about saying this is the preference of the coalition. It's about now putting the principle that as Democrats, everybody must seek to win the support of majority. You know, and once that is achieved, every other person must support who wins. So that's the principle.
You've acknowledged, Mr. Lukman, that it's going to be tough, and I'm glad you acknowledged that, because you can't have all of these major political players who have been in politics for decades, from number 2 citizen to number 3 citizen, number 4 citizen, former governors, ministers. Like, it's really heavy, and I imagine kind of conversations that will go on. But that's not to say we've not seen some proposals being put out, and as been said, some of the major contenders have spoken to their interest to run already, in spite of the negotiation that is going on. But Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo yesterday spoke to why he thinks, and I imagine he's speaking for a lot of people in the coalition, a northern candidate would be better to have to vie for the #1 seat against President Bola Tinubu, as opposed to a candidate, a presidential candidate from the south. I must say that hurt a lot of obedience, because for them, it has to be Peter Obi and someone from the south. So we already have an inkling as to what the thinking is, really, because it's, at the end of the day, it's about the numbers, right? You want to put out someone who will get the numbers. The north has a lot of numbers, yes, the south has as well, but you want someone who can capture majority of the north. So listen to Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo. A lot of people will say, well, it looks like we know where the coalition is headed to. So yeah, maybe working towards the answer. So what do you say about that proposal for northern candidates? Maybe that'll get you the numbers you want.
I mean, the reality is that Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo spoke his personal opinion. I don't share his opinion. And honestly speaking, I think what Nigeria needs is to strengthen the principle of democracy. I mean, look. We went through that route before under the APC. You know, although not argued in the way it is being argued now, but President Buhari had majority of his support from the North. And yet we have arguably, we have the kind of disappointment we had today. Is debatable whether the North is better off or not. So my personal position, and with due respect to everybody from the North who is aspiring to be president, my personal position is that, look, let the person justify that he is the best candidate. And so also, in this case, I have argued this before, even as recent as yesterday, that look, in the case of the Obedient, they must also avoid the mistake of 2023. They were all over this place, making all manner of argument. But one of the limitations of the Obedient is that when it gets to the crunch, at the decisive moment, they become absent, which was why Peter Obi suffered the kind of problem he had. I mean, as presidential candidate, there were many part of the limitation he had was that in many of the places he didn't have polling agents. So as APC, we are going to act to now strengthen each and every one of them, whoever emerge. And we are appealing to the Obedient to really understand that the ADC and the coalition is the home for them. And they should come and let's build ourselves together. If Peter Obi tomorrow emerge as the presidential candidate, we will support him and strengthen him to overcome the shortcoming of the past. So also any other person, if it is Atiku Abubakar that emerged, for instance, we will support him and strengthen him in such a way that he doesn't repeat the mistake of former President Buhari, for instance, that although he is from the North, ended up almost sacrificing the North. So I think these are issues which, as citizens, as Nigerians, we must be very honest and frank in engaging them if we are going to move this country forward. This is the kind of debate we want to have in ADC.
As we begin to wind down, I'm happy you landed where you did. So, a straight question. You said it in passing. So let me ask you directly. If Mr. Peter Gregory Obi emerges as a candidate of the ADC in your primaries, whenever that happens, would you be supporting him?
I've said that. I don't think I said that in parables. I said that very clearly. We will support him. You know, we will strengthen him. We will work for him and ensure that he's able to defeat President Asuwaju and the APC. So I think it's a straightforward answer.
All right, just a last one.
The challenge is that he needs to win the primary.
Okay, but that, everybody will slug it out of the primary apparently. But given what has played out, wouldn't it be fair to allow perhaps the sentiment of equity to play out in that primary, if you know what I mean?
Well, look. This is not a new thing. We went through it in APC. Some of us came out clearly and argued against the establishment under former President Buhari when they wanted APC to produce a candidate from the North. The debate within the ADC and within the coalition will factor all of this and ensure that factor of equity is properly taken care of and addressed in a way that Nigerians will see that there is a new party which respects the interests of everybody and is going to accommodate everyone.
Well, Mr. Sally Lukman, on a final note, so what's in it for you at the end of the day? Would you be running for governor under the ADC, the National Assembly, or you'll be a party man. So is that to go? Be a party man or party executive, or run for elective office?
Look, let me, I think this is the easiest question I can answer. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not interested in anything. My basic interest is for our leaders to do the right thing. I don't care. Once leaders are not doing the right thing, I will step forward and I will tell them, and I am ready to bear the consequences. I've been bearing the consequences. I know I'm not popular among political leaders, but the good thing is that many of them respect me.
Well, you've spoken well as a party man, Mr. Salihu Lukman, former vice chairman of the APC Northwest, now a member of the ADC, that's the coalition. Thank you, sir, for coming on the program. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we zoom to the southeastern part of the country, Enugu State to be precise, where the government the other day launched the Enugu Air. We'll talk about some of this infrastructure as well as the challenges of governance in that state in just a moment. Join us again.
Fuel tanker full or underground pipe when they carry fuel burst. Wetin you go do? You go carry buckets begin dey scoop fuel, or you go run far away from fire wey fit happen. You no get plenty time to think am o. You get few seconds to do wetin make sense. Waka comot? No, e no reach. Shift small? No, that one no go work. Stand there, dey gist or dey snap picture with your phone. That one na craze be that. Run! Yes, run comot, because your life dey your hand. Fire fit show suddenly, unexpected, and e no dey easy to control. Why? Fuel dey catch fire quick. Just small shikini spark fit start big fire wey go scatter everywhere. No stay there dey think am o. This life no get duplicates. Sharparly comot there, make you sef fit live. No go throw away your life for meaningless fuel scooping drama. No now, try get sense. Make you use your head o.
Welcome back to the morning brief, and we head over to the subnationals now. And just 2 days ago, Enugu State launched Enugu Air, becoming the second state to now own an airline. Of course, we know that we have Ibom Air, so we now have Enugu Air, and that has come with a lot of commendation from across Nigeria. So let's look at what went into the establishment of this airline, and of course moves to getting all other requirements for full functional operation. And joining us on the program is the Commissioner for Transportation in Enugu State, Mr. George Ozo. He joins us virtually from Enugu State, and he's also the founder of 360. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the program, Mr. Ozo. I hope I got your name correctly.
Yeah, Dr. Obi, good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, Dr. Obi, thank you for joining us. First of all, let's start, by setting the tone. Help us understand what went before we look at the other nitty-gritty? Dr. Ozo?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead. Did you get my question?
No, sorry.
And so help us understand what went into the establishment of the Enugu Air. And of course, you may also want to provide us with the cost as well, a total cost to this, before we look at, all of the aspects of the airline.
So the airline is just part of the Governor Peter Mbath-led administration grand approach to lifting the people out of poverty and growing the economy from the current $4 billion to $30 billion. We have a lot of timid, educated youths, and what we really need in the state is to create the enabling environment for them to be very productive and add to the economy. So transportation, of course, presents that key opportunity, whether you think of the buses, the electric taxis, the bus terminals, the rail, and of course the airline, which we're discussing today. The goal is to create over 20,000 jobs before the end of this decade within that transportation sector. And of course, transportation is the vein that through which economies are powered. And having air transportation, especially for this southeast region, that are predominantly business people and traders, is critical to be able to give them access, not just within the country, but also outside of country to go about their business. So turning Enugu into a hub is the key strategy behind this.
And so Enugu Air is going to be operating with XCJet as partner and operator of the new airline. So how long will this partnership, last before Enugu Air takes over full operations?
Yes, of course, the airline belongs wholly to the people of the Enugu state. We didn't lease, we did an outright purchase of these Embraer 170s and 190s, and we have our air transport license, but we're still in the process of completing the AOC process, and for now, we are being powered, and our operator is XCJet, and we hope that in the next few months, we complete that AOC requirement. However, the arrangement we have with our operator, especially since they have made their mark in aviation, not just within Nigeria, but even running Air Sierra Leone, is to support us between now and the next 2 years. That is what we've agreed on, while we build that capacity to be able to operate these important business, of course, through partnerships as well, so that it's sustainable.
Okay. So, Doctor, let's look at some of the areas. Great idea. I think there's Ibom Air, there's Cali Air. I don't know whether that's still operating. That's from Cross River State, and now there's Enugu Air. It looks like a lot of governors are now building airports across board. So tell us what exactly is going on because I'm looking at the area of business sustainability. Traffic is what drives these kinds of venture and enterprise in the broader sense. What is going on in Enugu that you think that this airline is absolutely necessary? Is this just a status symbol, or it was responding to a need?
If you have visited Enugu in the past 2 years, you notice that it will actually take you almost 3 days to find aircraft to buy a ticket, because people have been coming here since the Mbara-led administration solved insecurity to a great extent. So you've seen that we built the International Conference Center, which is hosting a lot of conferences, including the upcoming Nigerian Bar Association MBA conference in August. So we're expecting over 3 million visitors per annum in the state. And even if you were to just do a rough calculation, you will need over 80 flights landing in Enugu on a daily basis to be able to cater to those. So because of the different different things we are planning in the state, the tourism, the hospitality, opening our economy and stepping as that regional hub within the southeast and even across Nigeria. You need to be able to be proactive in ensuring that you can be able to actually support all this growth. And what we are focusing on now is even just the Golden Triangle, being able to move business people from this region to the Lagos, to Abuja, then within Abuja to Lagos, and of course, shortly cover the entire Nigeria and also take them to do their businesses across West and Central Africa and the rest of the world.
Is the state and your ministry especially also having a conversation around sub-regional transit? What I mean, intra-sub-regional transit, because I want to do a quick one from Lagos to Port Harcourt, and I want to dash to Enugu. I have to come back to either Abuja or Lagos. So this issue around the sub-regions, being able to have flight going across, I know it's not within your purview, but I'm just saying, is that also a conversation? Because that is what a lot of us have been waiting for.
Yes, of course, that is part of the real value add to this Enugu operated by our partner ExeJet. Because think about it, today, as you mentioned, somebody from the south, Port Harcourt, cannot come to Enugu directly. So we want to be able to have the appropriate aircraft that will be able to take people from Enugu to Port Harcourt and back and forth. And it's not just even in the airline, even in the land transportation, with the procurement of 200 CNG buses, which will be commissioned in a few weeks, and also, of course, the 2,000 electric cars and the regional rail, the 135.5 kilometer of regional rail that connects all the city within the southeast, of course, joining the national line that is coming from Port Harcourt, going to all the way to Maiduguri.
So, Dr. Ozo, when you look at the conditions for, certification of an airline, you would see that that is the real work, of, operating an airline, the training, the applications, all of those requirements. And this is the heart of the conversation, really, such that beyond this enthusiasm and the furore about the launch of Enugu Air, it doesn't go the way of Cali Air and Imo Air that are non-operational at this point. So why has the government did not prioritize meeting the conditions of the AOC before the full launch?
Yeah, of course, part of what you mentioned, which is key, Enugu is being piloted by an entrepreneur. The governor, of course, is the big-time player within the oil and gas space. And all the team he has assembled, most of the people are coming from an entrepreneurial space. Most of them are well-known, of course, business people. So the key thing, of course, is that we need to be able to open Enugu up quickly. And while we are running the process of the AOC, we've already secured our air transport license, which allows you to operate, but of course, under the guidance of an AOC holder. It doesn't really stop the process. Of course, how entrepreneurs think is different, right? And the key thing is that allows you to ease into that sector gradually. And that's why we started with just 3 regional aircraft. And then gradually you scale in terms of machines and also in terms of scope of service. So, but in the next few months, we'll be completing the AOC process. But there is absolutely no challenge in actually working with your ATL and with an AOC holder who can also guide you, especially since you're a government, guide you so that you don't make unnecessary mistakes that we've seen that prone the industry in the past.
Right. I want us to speak to the major issue now. So when people are trying to consider what airline to fly to their destination, primarily they think of the cost, they think of just how reliable the airline is. Are you going to leave at 7 a.m. indeed, or 7 + 2, depending on what happens? So speak to us. If I want to fly to Enugu today from Lagos. What is the average cost? And what is your assurance of reliability, punctuality, that when we say we would leave at this time, we'll leave at that time? And if we don't leave at that time, this is what you should do as a flyer or a customer, that is.
Yeah. So, of course, what you asked is the key thing, right? Because for a state and a sector that is being piloted by entrepreneurs, we understand the importance of reliability, and safety, reliability, and comfort is at the heart of what we're trying to do with Enugu Air. What you see there is that, of course, you have to have spare parts, appropriate strategy for spare parts, repairs. You have to be able to hire people and spend a lot of money in training them, and also incentivize the right culture. So do you want to incentivize a load factor, basically the revenue, or do you want to incentivize safety and reliability? And what this administration has chosen, and the promoter of Enugu Air has chosen, is to prioritize safety and reliability. And as the governor even mentioned during the launch program, that if he is 1 minute late, that they should please shut the door, and he will go back and learn his lesson and start coming on time to board the Enugu Air operated by Exigent.
In terms of cost, average now, are you looking at? Because you're coming into a market that some will say with a lot of players, and they know how to play that price game. So if I want to fly what's your cheapest ticket, let me say, and what is the range? What are you hoping to achieve with the price range?
So if you try to buy a ticket now to Enugu, the price will currently be, if you're buying within 2 days, it'll probably be around 150 to 180. If you're buying a day before, it will be about 220,000. Our price is about 110,000, because the goal for Enugu Air is not just to charge, but also to allow access, to become that regional hub, to allow businesses to go in and out, moving them early in the morning to go about their business in different parts of this nation, and also making sure that you bring them back in the evening to be able to be with their families. So, and having that reliable schedule gives the business people comfort to be able to plan accordingly.
Yeah. Well, we hope that that will indeed be the practice and standard operating procedure of Enugu Air as it begins operations, so that it's not business as usual, in line with the practice of airlines in the industry. But congratulations once again on the launch of Enugu Air, and thank you for being on the show. We've been talking with Dr. Obi Ozo, the Commissioner for Transportation in Enugu State. Thank you for coming through on this one.
Thank you very much.
And so we have more for you on what you're saying about the big stories on the front pages of social media. And there was an unusual one just yesterday, and Kadi is going to unveil that one shortly. Kadi.
Well, this one dates back to February the 8th. So an APC member in Kebbi State, is said to have brought a snake to the government house. His name is Sonny Giant, Kabir Sonny Giant, who brought a snake to the government house. So that happened on February the 8th. And people have said, well, that's his pet. So many people have a cat as a pet, a dog as a pet. What's wrong with having a snake as a pet? Anyway, fast forward to February the 20th, he was suspended because the party said he was trying to intimidate dignitaries with that snake that he brought to the government house. And people were like, let's have justice for Mr. Kabir Sonny Giant, because he just wanted to bring a snake. Anyway, that suspension has been lifted.
You shouldn't have been allowed into the gate of the government house.
Jeffrey,
this is a wild animal.
What if it's harmless? Not all snakes are harmless.
No, we don't want to know. Keep it in your house.
Come on,
you're coming to the public. We're not
justice for the snake.
No, there's no justice for anything. Justice for those of us who hate snakes. Okay.
Why do you hate snakes, Jeffrey?
No, they're just uncomfortable to look at. If I see one, I want to kill it. It's straight up what it is.
Snakes can be really, really cute.
In Nigeria, and how
sorry,
so
Bukola, just a moment.
Have a harmless snake.
Bukola, I'm even wondering.
Just to scare your enemies.
I'm even wondering how he got into the gate. How did he? What did he do? Was it inside his bag? He hid it somewhere in his pocket, Or where exactly did he pass through the gate? I have covered government houses. I know the security checks I have to go through with the DSS and the police to get into the government house. If you're not regular in the government, how did you come into the gate?
Guess what? He's a special advisor to Governor Nasir Idris on power and politics. I think this is really
on power and politics.
Yeah, I think this is really harmless from my own perspective, because people have pets, guys. So,
Kyrie,
let's interview Mr. Kabir, but here's a proviso. Please don't bring that snake. If you ever, accept our invitation.
What evidence do you then have that he has a snake?
You could show us a video.
No, we need real. You know what? I think it was a bit excessive to suspend him for that long. You could have just said,
how long was he suspended?
Since February the 20th, Jeffrey. It's March, April, May, June, July.
That sounds like a state of emergency.
I think it's a judicial overreach, sort of excessive. But, it's just a bizarre thing that
some people, perhaps the reason why some people, some people, maybe they've had experiences with snake, they were bitten by a snake, they've had traumatic experiences. And so if you've experienced trauma before, and then you just walk into a place where that's the last thing you want to see, and all of a sudden somebody shows up with a snake on his neck, like his necklace, and then you're not sure what it is. This plastic nose is alive.
I trust my people in scatter. Like, what's going on?
We're off. Okay, so what else do we have?
Just one more. As to suspend strike as federal government pays June salaries, and I guess this is changing.
Strike? I think they just said they would withdraw their services.
There was a threat.
Yeah, threat.
We're going to withdraw their services. So, I don't know. So Totti said better for them, because you can't offer scholarships to students in foreign countries and then your own teachers, their salaries. We will not accept it.
And Jafar says they should never have delayed it in the first place, but the fact that they paid this fast is commendable.
So let's quickly take some feedback from our big question of the day, and of course that had to do with the cutoff that was agreed upon yesterday. JAMB, of course, leading that. And the question basically was, do you think the new cutoff marks released encourage academic excellence? The list from 150 to 100 from universities, polytechnics, and the rest. And this first user, Sunny, says, I want to commend the process that was used to set the cutoff marks for our higher institutions, but this user says it's not good for our educational system. Our standard must be allowed to, or must not be allowed to decline. Our youths are not taking their academics seriously anymore. This user thinks it's very sad. So what would you, propose? 200? 250?
John Paul says the new cutoff mark, education is really a downturn. Next year cutoff will be 100. Maybe
100. That's trying to speak
so
pidgin.
What I try to say is that the operators or the regulators in this sense are trying to say you may bring it down, but it can't be lower. That doesn't mean if you have 150, you are going to get into any university, because universities will still set their own cutoff for their different courses. So I don't know which course in the university is going to say 150, then you come in.
Well, this one is from Benlo Biodun, who says, I think JAM is trying to justify the cutoff marks to balance their shortcomings during the exam. Well, that is an opinion and not necessarily fact. Because, of course, we've even seen the result of the highest scorer from the last UTM is from Anambra State.
There you go. Okay, so drum rolls. Let's see the final verdict. The yes and the no's. There you have it. To the new cutoff marks released by JAM encourage academic excellence. 15% said yes.
And the no's have it.
Say no.
We'll have a proper conversation with JAM so they can explain what the cutoff means. Because for a lot of people, they don't really understand what a cutoff is, okay? Schools, if you want to get into medicine, guys, you're not going to get into medicine at 150. So it's important to understand that the cutoff is a minimum. Schools have
a clearinghouse.
Benchmark.
But I think the point should also be made about the quality and maybe standard
quality is more.
Education
Quality
as well.
is more.
We need to clearly do more.
Quality should be more.
Yeah.
Standard has always been there. All right, that's it on the program.
Do more. Yeah.
That's it on the program. Thank you for your time as always and company. I'm Jeffrey Uzoma. Bye-bye.
Well, perfection may be unattainable, but if we pursue it, we may achieve excellence. That's a word for Jam, of course, and for every one of us today, and Bukola Koka.
Sunrise Daily is next. They have a bumper package for you. Right. I'm Kairo Kikilo. Have a great day ahead.
We live in an era of massive innovation, true ideas that impact every industry and society, cutting-edge technology that gives you a glimpse of the future, intuitive minds that meet the demand for the revolution of talent. The future of enterprise lies in the digital world. It's full of questions and yet solutions. Join us on Tech Trends as we bring you the finest blend of technology and the latest happenings in the tech space. Tech Trends, the tech edge you need.
mo lọ́rọ̀ pàtàkì láti bá wa sọ bí ọ̀pá tó ń gbé epo kọjá lábẹ́ ilẹ̀ bá fọ́ tàbí bí ọkọ̀ epo tí a mọ̀ sí táǹkà bá ṣubú kí ló yẹ ká ṣe lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ náà ṣé àǹfààní láti gbọ́n epo lè jẹ́ àbí kí á rìn kúrò níbi tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ti ṣẹ̀ àbí kí á mú ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ wa láti yàwòrán àbí ṣe fídíò rárá o ìgbésẹ̀ aṣiwèrè làwọn wọ̀nyí àwọn èrò yìí léwu púpọ̀ wọ́n lè já sí ìjàmbá tàbí ikú òjijì nítorí epo petrol èròjà iná ni wọ́n bí iná yìí bá sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ àfi tí ó bá mẹ́mí àti dúkìá láyìíká rẹ̀ lọ nítorí ìdí èyí eré tètè ní ká mú kúrò lágbègbè tí irú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí bá ti ṣẹ̀ o sáàsálà fẹ́mi rẹ o ńṣe ni ká jìnnà síbẹ̀ láti dáàbò bo ẹ̀mí àti dúkìá nírú agbègbè àti àyíká bẹ́ẹ̀ ojúlalá kan fi ń ṣọ́rí o ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣọ́ra ṣe ẹ̀mí ò láàárọ̀.
time for us to do business again. 55 minutes is what we have. And here's what we have prepared for you. Reactions are following that 30% tariff from President Trump to South Africa. Another area of potential for Nigeria's fisheries, and yes, the country is still importing. What can we do? We discuss that. And China and Europe are connecting to Morocco by rail. Welcome to the program. I'm Amy John Mekwa, and we start from the global space as usual. Oil prices climbed on Wednesday, maintaining their highest level since June 23, lifted by attacks on shipping in the Red Sea, along with concerns over steep U.S. tariffs on copper and a forecast for lower U.S. oil production. So look at the numbers for this afternoon. It's up 0.23%. That's for Brent, but it's still retaining the $70 level that it hit earlier today. $70.31 for Brent. For WTI, it's also up 0.25%. It's at $68.50 a barrel. After months of calm in the Red Sea, attacks in major global shipping line were renewed in the past week. And resources attribute to Yemen's Iran-allied Houthi militia. A mission was underway on Wednesday to rescue the crew from a cargo ship which sank in the Red Sea following an attack that killed at least 4 crew members. The Houthis have not claimed responsibility for the attack. Oil prices were also buoyed by an Energy Information Administration forecast that the United States will produce less oil in 2025 than previously expected, as declining oil prices have prompted U.S. producers to slow activity. On Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump said he would announce a 50% tariff on copper, aiming to boost U.S. production of a metal that's critical to electric vehicles, military hardware, and power grid, and many consumer goods. The announcement came as Trump delayed a deadline for some tariffs to August 1, providing some hope to major trade partners that deals to ease duty could still be reached. And we go to the metal space, where prices extended their fall to a more than 1 week low on Wednesday, with investors favoring the dollar after U.S. President Donald Trump's latest tariff threat raised fears of global trade war. So look at the numbers, and we see spot gold is down almost 0.5%. It's at $3,303. U.S. gold is down 0.7%, $3,293.80. Spot silver is in the green, gain 0.19% at $36.82. Platinum is down more than 1% at $1,376.90, and palladium is down more than 1% at $1,109.50. The dollar has stabilized a little bit, and bond yields have risen as well, which kind of reduces the appeal of low-yielding assets like Japanese yen and gold. And then the U.S. dollar index rose 0.2% after hitting a 2-week high in the previous session, while the yield on the benchmark 10-year U.S. Treasury notes hovered near a 3-week high, denting non-yielding billions appeal. Trump said that he would impose a 50% tariff on imported copper and introduce long-threatened levies on semiconductors as well as pharmaceuticals. And he's reiterating his threat of 10% tariff on BRICS nations on Tuesday, a day after notifying 14 countries, including Japan, South Korea, of tariff increases set to take effect from August 1. And Mr. Trump also said that trade talks have been going on well with the European Union and China, though he adds that he's only days away. And then we come to Nigeria, where the managing director of Prodigy Global Services Limited, Engineer Demola Agoro, believes that the federal government's electricity supply industry policy, which should ensure adequate metering and electricity supply in the country, is not working as expected, and it's because of lack of data. He was a guest on Business Morning earlier today.
As of today, nobody can effectively say that, oh, these are the real number, these are the authentic data in our disco, and this is the people that have been metered, and immediately the people at meter, they can be upgraded immediately. Technology can help to solve this problem. You know, unless this is solved, there's no initiative that the government is doing that we can do an effective military in Nigeria today. So that is what is actually preventing. Government has a lot of plans. PMI today, they have over 700 billion naira that have been allocated for meters. There are loans for the first phase of the World Bank, the second phase of the local, but all this initiative can never be achieved without an effective data. So government needs to invest and help the DISCO to be able to solve this problem of data. Because what we are hearing is that government has spent money before on enumeration, but those are in the old. Now, those enumerations are not, people need to know the actual data that we have of the customers, and government needs to have this data in their fingertip, not what the DISCOs are telling them.
15,400 gigawatts per hour to gas flaring. The government, both at the national and subnational levels, may need to incentivize processes of turning flared gas to electricity. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Enerplus Energy Solutions Limited, Yusuf Abubakar, is suggesting that hubs could be created for industrialization around flaring sites.
Bring private sector engagement, talk to companies that have FDI access to come in, do collaboration within the states, allow private sector to run this. States monitor as, you know, regulatory body and also as an investor. I feel within even looking at just the value chain of agriculture, bringing in, looking at urea, I think it's not just even gas as a manufacturing, it's making Nigeria a powerhouse where a state can now be exporting from its own domain. So imagine states like Katsina, Niger, and other states who may even have dry ports. You know, these are ways to generate IGI within your states. Also, power security, because we've said this time without number. Power is national security. If we really want to move forward, we need to look for new ways of doing things. We need to also explore pre-existing infrastructure and resources we have just lying idle that are not working.
Well, power security is food security and security of the country. Let's talk a little bit about food now. Nigeria is a major producer of fish on the continent. Current domestic production, however, only meets about 40% of total demand, and that means that there's still import going on in that aspect. But first of all, let's find out, connecting that power conversation with the fish value chain of fish production in the country. We're speaking to the Managing Director of Ajulo Foods Farm, Adeshewa Ajulo. Good morning, or good afternoon, Adeshewa. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. So good to be here.
Yeah. So we're talking about electricity there. For you as a business person in Nigeria, how is electricity supply, electricity costing, electricity availability to you in your business?
Electricity has been a major challenge in our business, and due to the fact that we have a lot of machines that we use and we have to power them. So we have to get big generators, and it really costs us so much to get fuel to fuel them every blessed day, because we make use of all those machines and it has to be on the run. We have to supply our customers. We can't give them an excuse that because there's no light, we cannot produce. So light has been a major challenge, and we have been trying to do our best by looking for other things to do to get our business running.
But the price of petrol is reducing in the last couple of months. Has that, affected your business one way or the other?
Is
it diesel? Is it diesel you use or petrol?
We use petrol.
You use petrol.
It has, and at a point in time, it went up again. And of course, there is no how it will not eat up our profits.
But when they reduce the price, do you reduce your price?
Nigerian businesses,
You know,
don't reflect reduction in price.
You know, we get our raw material, when we get our products, most times we'll have stock up, and when the fuel went down, the one that we've gotten, we have to sell them first. Even so, by that time, you have to incur.
But when the price increases, you will not wait to sell the cheaper one first. You will just increase your price.
No, we don't increase price immediately like that. We have to sell the one we have first. So by the time, as a business, it gets to a time before we can start increasing our price. It will be probably the cost will have really eaten deep, like into our profit. Then we don't have any choice than to. So we don't just wake up more money and say, okay, we are increasing price.
All right. So you're into fisheries. Your fish, where do you get it from?
We get them from local farmers.
Okay, it's more of catfish.
Yes. No, we do other fish. Actually, we do dried bala, other asa fish, mangala, and the rest of the fish. But we started with dried catfish, and that has been our major product. Though we have a lot of other products. We have a lot of other products that we do and we export. But catfish was a product that we started with. And we know catfish, a fish has different value chain from hatchery to production to processing to marketing. But as Ajula Foods is concerned, we are into the processing aspect of it. That's the value chain we do more.
But your production is local. You get it from
from the local farmers.
Like where? Which state?
In Lagos State. Yeah, in Lagos State.
Oh, okay. Plus the catfish, plus the other fish.
Every other, aside from all those asa, mangala, we get them not all. We get some from the north, and probably when our customers said they want fresh, we get them fresh here in Lagos State and process them.
Tell me, does fish have season? Or you can get fish, any of them at all times?
At all times, especially catfish. Catfish does not really have, catfish is affected by the price of feed. When the cost of feed goes up, of course, the price of catfish will immediately skyrocket. So we are not really affected by the fact that catfish has season. So it's catfish based on the price of feed. As a farmer, let's assume I'm a producer of catfish, and the cost of feed is something I cannot really afford. Of course, I will reduce the quantity of fish I'm producing. So
who are your customers though?
Our customers are Nigerians. We have customers in Nigeria and we have customers abroad. But most of our customers are abroad. We deal with exportation of foods.
Where do you export to?
UK, US, Canada, Australia, and every other European countries.
Interesting. So you go through the packaging and all of that, and then you go how long does it take? And what's your medium? Is it through the ports? Is it through the airports? How do you do it?
We do through the port. We do sea cargo, we do air cargo. So it depends. There are some products that can go through air cargo. There are some that can go through sea cargo. So it depends on the particular product we're exporting.
So doing business, is everything smooth?
In Nigeria, can't be possible. Of course, there's nothing that that is going to be good that comes out very smooth like that. So it's not really smooth, but as a business owner, we have been trying to at least face our challenges and look for a way to come through them.
For instance, the challenges that you've been going through.
Let me say logistics. Recently, I ordered for a particular product from Abuja, and the product did not get to us. It was lost in transit. So we could not.
Was it not a company that was supposed to be in charge of it?
Sometimes we go through PAC. Sometimes we use the private company. But when we use, as a business owner, we need to use that. The company will say, okay, 7 days, and as a business owner, I can't wait for that long. I need the particular product, so we have to use the pack for us to get it, and the product did not get to us.
Wow, that's
the loss.
And there's no insurance.
There's no insurance. So logistics is a major aspects. Like, so even for exports, it's also a challenge because sometimes we will send products to our goods to our customer and they might not get it. And we hear there is loss. So the kind of customer may not want to come back, or unless the customer that understands how exportation works, they can say, okay, I've been buying from you for a while, let me just understand, and they'll come back.
So how can we solve that problem?
Solving that is, as a business owner, we know there's some things that are out of our own capacity to do, especially for exportation. It is something that it's out of our domain. What we can only do is to make sure that we do part of our own part to make sure our food are well packaged. Export things are meant to be exported, not you carrying goods that are not. Of course, if you carry goods that are not meant to be exported, it should not get there. So our own part is to make sure that our food are well packaged. Send foods that are contraband. Yes, let me say that are meant to be exported. So when you do that, that is your own part as a business owner, and of course your customer will receive them.
All other things being equal.
Yes.
Yes. But so apart from fish, I know you are in Ogbonge women. You could do a lot of crops and all of that. What else do you people export?
We export vegetables. We export
you
vegetables.
have to process them, yeah?
Yes.
Dry them.
Dry them. We clean them. Most of our products are, because we add value to those products, we can't just send them to our customers like that. We wash them, we make sure they are hygienically processed and dehydrate them in the export. So we are not only into fish. Some are doing crops, some are doing different, like gari jebu, elubo, a lot of foods that we do.
And all of this, I mean, there was a time they were really talking about Nigerian products not being well processed, being rejected, and things like that. I hope we have gone past that.
We have. That is why we, as a business, like as a company, we ensure all our products are hygienically. Like the quality is something that we really focused on. It can never be compromised. It's something that has to be consistent. So that's what we do.
All right, thank you so much. Ogbonge women.
And of course, Ogbonge is a group. It's a group that
cooperative
well-known group for women, and they are very good in empowering women, especially women, and that's what they are known for. They help us in getting loan because we save every month. Saving the money, imagine you saving money, and at the end of the year you get that money, like you are not getting what you saved, you are getting more than what you saved, and even helping us to get loan that banks cannot give, because when you look at the interest rate of the bank, you will not even go there. You rather come back to Ogbonge Women and get the loan. So I'm so glad to be there.
Okay, congratulations to you. But thank you so much for being on the program, Adeshewa Ajulo, Managing Director of Ajulo Foods Farm. Thank you, and wish you the best in your business.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, and still talking closely related to that, let's talk about health. But now a bit sophisticated health tech innovation, and we're having this conversation with Laya Salami, joins us virtually from the UK. Hi, Laya. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Great. So we're just talking about food there, and of course, I'm sure perhaps you have eaten one or two fish from Adeshewa, because she sends to the UK also. But talking about tech in ensuring that the health factor is well taken care of, and we're looking at leapfrogging for Nigeria in tech, accelerating our movement. How much of a tech have we put in our health conversations, in our health policies and implementation?
So for the most part, we're a mobile first industry, and while there are some lapses here and there because of the way we don't have the structures, and which could be an advantage and a disadvantage at the same time. Advantage in the sense that you have the chance to shape in the system. One of the conversations that I have with people in the industry is we have the chance to digitalize system from the grassroots and up to the top. So it's either you are playing in that space fairly, or you're playing to get keep. So with a very fast-growing industry where it's people's lives that are at stake, you need to put the patients first at all times, and making sure like the innovation you're building for can communicate with each other and can also add like serious data-driven value for the Nigerian government to better the health industry and as well as better patients' life.
Yeah, I like the fact that you brought in the issue of data, because even earlier today we were talking about data in electricity and how that is deferring the efficiency of some policies. So of course, getting tech will help us get more data, but it seems to be contradictory when you place it at the grassroots, because it seems tech, innovation, and the grassroots, they don't really go well in Nigeria.
I mean, Nigeria is a perfect place to really look at like this specifically. First we have we're in a mobile first phase. Our mobile penetration is one of the highest in Africa, and which is around 90% last time I checked. And we have incredible local talents, very, very incredible local talents. One of these things I say is I look at solutions like Indigo, where we are building solutions to be patient first in the nature of how doctors are interacting with patients, and we're trying to give that same power to the patients themselves. We are working on features like the patient mobile app that allows patients to have access to their record, caregivers of patients also, to have insights. And we kind of continue giving excuses about how it's a new environment and how the data is not there. But we have to start at some point. We do have to start at some point. And there's no better time to start when things are in a bit of a chaos situation. And because of the Nigerian market, the innovation is just there. It's up for grabs. We have people that are already in that space, like Indigo. We also have in digitalization of the records itself now. Digitalization of the records. We have Indigo, we have eClerks, we have Ilium Health and stuff like that, which hospitals are already onboarding on to digitalize their records. Now it's up to the community, the health community, because the grassroots is a problem. This is a big problem. So, which is why we have to come back to the mobile first approach to solve the grassroots problem, in my own opinion, because a lot of hospitals in local areas, rural areas, can really access the phone faster than a laptop has made. So it's very important for us to be very cautious about the data and help the government as health tech startups or healthcare innovators to make sure these records can be accessed and be made used by the right bodies that need to improve and provide services.
So the patient mobile app sounds really interesting, and I know that I've read and heard talks about making patients meet doctors virtually, to close the gap of the doctor to patients and all of that. And do we expect this, for instance, to start from our primary health care? I know Nigeria, the Minister of Health, for instance, is really trying to boost and resuscitate the primary healthcare system in the country. So do we put this as part of that innovation, and now that our primary healthcare seems to be getting attention?
So to be honest, like, it's a transformation process. I have a good example. Today, when you want to buy drugs, you go to the pharmacy, right? Pharmacy Africa has digitalized half of that process, in my own opinion, which is a great startup, which they're really playing in that space. Indigo has its own setup, as its own company. We envision that there is a need to put that record in the patient's hands and their caregivers. Emphasis on their caregivers also, because sometimes when we look at chronic health management, which is something that I major in, I tell people, like, the chronic health management is not as easy without the caregiver. So when you're building this patient apps you're talking about, you really need to consider that the patient might not even be the one using the apps. It could be their caregivers. So it's an early stage development. Where we have problems is a lot of people are not building these complete systems to communicate with each other.
Who should be building it? Who should be building it?
So there is, it's a mixture of a lot of things. We need how will I put it? We need to make sure that these challenges like infrastructure gaps, for example, as you said, there's an internet connection, there's no internet connection. It's something we face as Nigerians every time, even though we have that big penetration gap, penetration in the market, right? There's still the data standardization that is not done yet. Because as of today, there is a way that if you go to General Hospital, right, you cannot go to another healthcare and access that record. They have to print it out for you. That is where we need to start from, right? Because we need to start from General Hospital Ikeja. I should speak to General Hospital in Nasarawa, even though, because maybe Nasarawa has the best of that service that I need for maybe my cancer treatments or my diabetes treatments. But will I carry my whole file from Lagos to Nasarawa? That's what we do today, right? So it's a mixture of, from the grassroots. Government needs to help us, and we need to also, as health tech innovators, we need to invest in the space and make sure we are being patients first. As I said, patients needs to access their records across hospitals. Doctors needs to educate themselves about the importance of inputting the right records, because you can now be held accountable. The moment, for example, in Inigo, we do accountability of health records, accessing health records, who did what and when, is something we don't take lightly, because there needs to be somebody that you can hold responsible when things don't work right. And without that digitalization in the best way possible, without that standardization of records, for example, someone can say, oh, I wrote my paracetamol different. Why are you writing paracetamol different? We have, in the health space, there's something called ICD codes. We use ICD codes to standardize a bunch of diagnoses and things like that, to make it easy for the next person picking it up to know what they're doing, to know what to continue. Sorry, I'll correct that. So for healthcare continuity, we use some standardized terms, some standardized ways of imputing records, some standardized, because case note is always going to be case note tomorrow, whether you go to a dentist or you go to a general practice doctor. So you're always going to have to fill in the case note. So it's one of those things like, we need to create the standards as Nigerian government needs to help us, look into that space. How can we digitalize these records in a standardized way? It's the private companies can only do that best, because in this space, it's one of those things where we are doing it we're building with the constraints in mind. So one of those constraints is there is no standardization. So we need to hold ourselves accountable to standardize things. So if the government meets us halfway and like, okay, come here pharmacy, come here Ilium, come here Indigo, come here everyone, all these records needs to be able to communicate with each other. We'll solve some of those problems.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a lot of coordination and breaking down the walls to do for us to achieve that. But I guess the best thing is the conversation has started, and we hope it will catch on very fast. Thank you so much. Product lead at Indigo EMR, Laya Salami.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's take a break. When we come back, we head to the market with Will Yvonne. Please stay with us.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser, or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Welcome back. It's still Business Incorporated. We head to the markets now with Will Yvonne. Will?
Hi, Amy. Just looking at what's happening at Intraday, as I say, yes, fantastic for, profit taking at 13, but it's still a good one. It's a win for most people and a good entry point for those who have been waiting for a pullback in the market. The market just seems to be heading up. Everyone is wondering, is it sustainable? Is it going to be a bull trap? But from what analysts are saying, the market is very healthy and there's nothing wrong with it.
The numbers are telling
the numbers are telling you, because we've got volume in the market, and so that's actually a very good thing. So but let's look at what's happening. Just we'll start off with major stock markets in Africa. We're mostly negative at intraday. Nigeria's NGX traded lower today at 0.02%. Profit taking, as I mentioned, setting First Oil Co and UBA. We saw that in those stocks, international breweries as well from the consumer goods sector. So let's look at South Africa now. JSE, it was also trading down at intraday 0.18%. Elsewhere, Egypt's EGX is open today after that fire outbreak that disrupted trading yesterday. We see it trading in the green, 0.33%. But looking at Kenya's trading for yesterday, Tuesday, in positive territory, it has been on a roll now, up 0.31%, extending that rally for the exchange. But let's move away from equities for a moment and just look at the fixed income space in Nigeria. And we have Caleb Alimi, Chief Dealer, Providence Bank, Treasury Bills. Providence Bank still talk to us about that. Okay, we don't have Caleb at the moment, but let's look at what's happening in the Middle East. We'll see that mostly mixed sentiments for the exchanges there. Dubai up 0.56%, Abu Dhabi also up 0.15%. Let's look at other stock markets in the region. We see the Tadawul down 0.31%, Qatari index also down 0.04%. Let's now look at the futures in the US and see how they performed in pre-market trading today. Investors are tracking fresh tariff moves from President Trump, who ruled out extensions from new duties set to begin August the 1st. We'll see how that plays out. Now, Dow futures added 0.16%. We see S&P futures also trading up 0.12%, and we see the Nasdaq also in green territory, 0.11%. Traders are also awaiting the Fed minutes, while global markets mostly held gains despite copper and pharma tariff threats. But let's go back quickly and talk to Caleb Alimi and see what he has to tell us about what's happening. Because today, there's going to be NTB auction, but also we have the NCB, that's the Nigerian Treasury Bills, and the bond calendars are out for the third quarter, and we have a few interesting things. Caleb is going to discuss that. Caleb, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me, Will. Good afternoon.
Caleb, if we look at very quickly the Treasury Bills calendar there, we see that, offers are a bit low for the Treasury Bills, and we think can be said for the bonds. Can you say that the government fulfilled maybe their quotas, or they, filled the deficit, the gap in the 2024 budget, and they no need to borrow more? Is that what we're saying? Because we all know we're currently running the 2024 budget, or is it for the 2025 budget?
Well, thank you. Very interesting question. Because first of all, I think they're running 3 budgets, but at least let's keep it at 2 that we're aware of. They're running 2024 and 2025 budgets concurrently, and they've said they have the power to do that. What we see here from the data that we have is that there's been front loading of the borrowing, so to say, in the first and second quarters of the year. The first quarter especially, the financial year just started. There was a lot of obligations, there was a lot of uncertainty and all of that. So they really needed to, borrow heavily in the first quarter. Also, there was a lot of liquidity in the system, and all of that needed to be taken out. That's why you could see that in the first quarter, about 5.1 trillion was released from Treasury Bills. In the second quarter, that dropped to around a half of that. And in the third quarter, they intend to borrow even lesser than that. I would say that we know what the deficit is. The deficit is supposed to be around 13 or 15 trillion, between 13 and 15 trillion. And it looks like they've raised most of that already from bonds and Treasury Bills, and perhaps other sources that we're not privy to. But what I can say for a fact is this: the Debt Management Office is showing reduced appetite, lower appetite for these auctions, and they were seeing lesser and lesser, lower and lower volumes.
Well, how is this low offer, the volumes that we are seeing here, impacting market activities, considering the yield strategy now is not so inviting maybe to some investors? Hello, Caleb, can you hear me? Caleb, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you now. I lost you for a bit. Could you take the question again, please?
I was asking that how is this low volume we're seeing in supply for NTB instruments affecting market activities as we speak?
Oh, there's a lot of demand. There's a lot of interest by the.
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here now. A bit of network problem, but can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so investors are more or less still interested in these securities. While we may not get interest from the PFAs and maybe FPIs in this NTB space, FPIs are actually, following through with the CBN. We have a lot of FPI interest, and then CBN is meeting those interests for FPIs with higher and better yields. The last CBN OMO auction, saw around a yield of about 20.5% or thereabouts for the longest maturity, which was a 260-day maturity. So FPIs are getting, very good rates from the CBN, but the locals are not getting that because the locals can only invest in NTBs. So the NTBs, the DMO is showing less appetite for it, and as a result of that, the volume on offer is lower, and once supply is lower and demand is higher, what happens is that the prices go up, which means the yields come down, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Okay, but let's just look at what's happening. The NTB, staying on that, there's an auction today. The third quarter calendar kicks off today. We see 250 billion naira on offer. Are we seeing enough investor appetite for that? And also, while I was speaking to you earlier, you mentioned there was an OMO auction that was just announced. How did that play out? 600 billion naira.
Okay, so two things. Number one, for the NTB, you could see that about 300 billion matured, but they're looking to release only 250 billion. We did see a lot of interest from investors in that space, and we're looking forward to seeing the results. We think it's going to drop from where the last one closed. The last one, which happened 3 weeks ago, closed at around 18.84. We think it's going to close lower than the 17% and or around the 17% and for this one. We expect a significant drop, given that the volume is lower. Also, given that the last time there was an auction was about 3 weeks ago, investors have been waiting for this security, and now they're seeing that the size has reduced. So we should see a significant drop in yields especially on the 1-year paper. The OMO auction, was just recently, was announced just this morning at around 11 in the morning. So we haven't got to the result of that yet. The CBN floated a total of 600 billion across two maturities, 300 billion for 263-day maturity and 300 billion for, I think, a 260-day maturity. So we will see that result when it comes out, but we think we'll see a lot of FPI interest because, the Naira has remained strong over the course of the month, and that is strictly because of FPI moves to the market. So the more the FPIs are coming to the market, the more they're getting the yield pickup from the CBN.
Okay, so when we see this yield pickup, is there any possibility that maybe these FPIs, maybe there's sudden shock, external shocks, and we have these foreign investors possibly want to take their money, pull their money out? Would that impact the market so much?
Yes, so the shocks, while the shocks do impact how the FPIs behave, what impacts them mostly is returns. Once they're able to get their returns, on investments within a short possible time, then we see them exiting. Yes, there are cyclical shocks that happen, but I think the market has sort of priced many of those shocks in. And barring any, say, nuclear war, for example, we will not see any outrageous reactions. We may not see any outrageous reactions. So, but what we're going to see is the FPIs, continue to take interest in these markets.
Okay, well, before I let you go, just one more. The DMO launched that FGM savings bonds, offering investors rates up to 16.76 per annum, but this is a decrease from what was offered in June, where rates stood at about 17.12%. Is this the same thing we are seeing for bonds, where DMO is trying, or the CBN is trying to possibly keep, well, the CBN is keeping interest rates at 27.5%. Is DMO just still trying to lower debt payment here, or it's just a trend we continue to see at the end of the year?
Yes, so it's obvious that the DMO is trying to reduce the borrowing cost of the government, and that's why they're reducing the supply that they have. And like I said, because they seem to be running 3 budgets concurrently, it appears that there isn't a lot of, and they front-loaded most of the fundraising. So the drop in rates for the FGM savings bond is consistent to what we're seeing for the bigger ticket investments, which is the major FGM bonds and the NTB instruments. For the FGM bonds, you need a 50 million, 1,000 to be a particular of that. Whereas for the savings bond, I think you can buy with as little as 500,000. So that what is happening on the big ticket ones is also happening on the retail side. It's consistent with what the DNO is showing.
Thank you so much, Caleb Alimi, Chief Dealer, Providence Bank, for sharing your perspective of Business Incorporated.
Thank you for having me.
So let's look at Asia now. Let's see, markets traded, mixed on Wednesday after President Trump said tariffs started August the 1st will not be delayed. We'll see about that. Japan's Nikkei 225 rose 0.33%, boosted by Sumitomo Pharma and Nissan Chemical, while South Korea's Kospi received up 0.6%. Hang Seng, however, in China dropped over 1%. Trump also unveiled the 50% copper tariff and threatened up to 200% duties on pharma exports. Well, let's look at mainland China. The Shanghai Index edged lower today, 0.13%, and in Nifty 50 in India also fell to close at 0.18%. Mixed reactions there to Trump's announcement that there will be no extensions to this tariff. We also Trump keeps to his word. I know you like to support Trump here, but let's hope that Trump stays with August the 1st, and let's see if he's going to have any deals in the offing for most of these countries that desperately want to broker a deal with the U.S.
Yeah, we'll certainly see in the coming days, Phil. Thank you. Well, talking about the markets, let's go over to Europe and look at what the markets are doing with Last Halter. Good afternoon, welcome to the program. How's the market looking intraday?
Yeah, hi, Ini, how you doing? But what are we looking at there? I say it's of course all about tariffs. Again, it's just this ongoing game, and yet, Ini, we don't know much more than before, because after all, we're dealing with Trump. We often talk about it. It's the same story every day, the latest chapter now. Trump saying with regards to the European Union that he's about 2 days away from sending the EU a letter. Now, with regards to some other countries, that usually meant there was no trade deal, and he just informed them of new tariffs. With regards to the EU, he now says that, quote, I want them to know that a letter is a deal. I mean, what do you want me to say? This is not policy. This is stupid. This is chaos. And it's remarkable, Ini, that in this environment, the markets are actually doing pretty good. The DAX is getting closer again to its all-time high. We're seeing it up by a little more than 1%. So the DAX in Frankfurt actually having the strongest day in more than 2 weeks now.
Yeah, since everybody's getting used to the tariff talks and all of that. But I had another good news. There's an energy sector investor in Germany. Sounds interesting.
Yes, it is indeed, Ini, because it's Norway, surprisingly. Now, Norway, one should know, runs the world's largest pension fund. They were started in 1990, and it holds a total of almost $2 trillion in assets. And that fund wants to invest massively in the net provider TenneT Germany, that is a subsidiary to the Dutch energy grid provider TenneT. And that is currently trying to raise new capital for a massive expansion of the energy grid in Germany. TenneT currently owns the biggest of 4 German grid sections, stretches from northern to southern Germany. That means from really the coastline down to the Alps. And that makes this a very special and a very interesting case, because much of Germany's wind energy is, of course, harvested in the north, where you have the opportunity to go offshore, where efficiency of wind parks is usually way higher than on land. However, even if you're onshore, you can still have a lot of wind as long as you're just staying close enough to the sea. Now, Germany's highest energy use, however, is in the south. That is where the population density is higher, but also especially where there's a lot more companies.
So, is it that difficult to connect the north and the south?
Yes, Ini, unfortunately, that has really been extremely difficult, and I would really say this is one of the more frustrating stories to come out of Germany in the age of the energy transition. You know, it sounds so easy. You have a lot of wind in the north and you need a lot of energy in the south. So what do? You run a massive underground cable from the north to the south. But that is exactly where the problems began, because you have to cross a lot of properties, including private property. Much of it, of course, is agricultural. So no farmer suddenly wanted to permit construction of this energy highway underneath, let's say, their potato field. You know, it's that very well-known NIMBY attitude, not in my backyard. Everyone agrees that we should invest in renewable energies, but nobody wants to have a wind turbine within sight, not on my mountain, not near my village, and for that cable, not underneath my wheat field. That attitude, Ini, of course, massively slows down any progress. But progress is now still being made. Just recently, 2 further parts of that very important connector got their permit finally, and by 2030, the entire thing is finally expected to be built and actually working.
Yeah, something has to give way. Something certainly has, Lars. Thank you so much for painting the picture for us.
Yeah, thank you, Ini.
And we're back to tariffs, where the U.S. President Donald Trump no longer news that he imposed 30% tariff on South African goods, and the businesses in South Africa have been reacting to this. Our correspondent Innocent Semusa put this report together to capture their perspectives.
Business leaders, policy makers, and business executives have converged here in Johannesburg, South Africa, to discuss the impact of ongoing geopolitical uncertainty on South African industries and cooperation. Now, we do know that those behind this gathering says it aims to identify the sectors most at risk and unpack the underlying reasons behind their vulnerability. Jack Wolferys, Director and Sector Head for Industrials, Trade and Manufacturing at Clive Decker Hofmeyr, says Africa must strategically position itself to navigate rising geopolitical tensions and global trade wars.
From an African perspective, I think we need to really look at where we're going. So we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and I think what needs to happen with the trade war, it's not just affecting South Africa, it's affecting a number of African countries also. But we need to actually be more intentional. So we have this agreement, but we're not intentional enough, I think, from a political perspective to ensure that we actually have the right domestic policies in place. We have the overarching AfCFTA to encourage and ensure that trade actually happens on a continental level, because that's potentially the solution.
Delegate says government policy can play a crucial role in supporting industries during times of geopolitical uncertainty.
I think it's incredibly important, but I think that more important is for companies to realize what is within their realm of control right now. I think it's something called active acceptance. You accept that right now the geopolitical landscape is a little bit of a roller coaster ride, and what is within my control as a company to kind of navigate this crazy landscape that I'm facing right at the moment. So yes, government policy, incredibly important.
I think it's extremely important, and particularly from a foreign direct investment perspective. So making Africa really a place that investors want to allocate their capital. We're seeing investors around the world a little bit hesitant now around the US, for example. That capital has to go somewhere. So I actually think it's an opportunity for African governments to say, hey, this is a really good place to invest by making it business friendly.
As Africa faces mounting global pressures, business leaders say collaboration between government and the private sector will be key to building economic resilience. From Johannesburg, South Africa, Innocent Samosa, Channels Television News.
And now to Zimbabwe, where reserves climbed to $731 million from $639 million in May and $276 million in April last year, when the nation introduced Zimbabwe gold. The currency known as the ZiG, the central bank says in a statement that its gold and foreign currency reserve backing Zimbabwe's bullion-linked monetary unit rose to a record high in June, and the reserves climbed to $731 million. And the freight train departed from the Chinese metropolis of Chengdu is on its way to Moroccan port of Tanga, Africa's largest port. This is the first time for such a service, which uses the railways from China to Spain via Germany and then sea connection to Morocco. The China-Europe Railway Express is a vital freight rail network connecting major Chinese cities with key European destinations, offering a faster and more cost-effective alternative to sea freight. It significantly reduces transit times between the two continents, typically taking 12 to 18 days compared to 30 to 45 days for sea freight. Connecting Africa, Europe, and China, and Asia, 3 continents right there. All right, now let's see what's happening in the crypto space. I know I saw some interesting stories, but first let's see what the color of the market is at this time, and it is green. Stability is coming the way of many markets, including the crypto market. So we see Bitcoin is $109,400.37. After I gained just about 0.5%, market dominance is 62.7. It's more of green today. Ethereum, XRP, HIVE, and a whole lot more. But let's see some major stories that are making the headlines in the crypto space at this time. Top on the list is a Japanese firm that is set to test Bitcoin and XRP redemption via credit card points. Japan once again seems to be at the fore of cryptocurrency adoption, a new initiative that will enable users of A+, which is a credit card service under the Shinsei Bank Group, to redeem their loyalty points for digital assets, including Bitcoin, XRP, and the development shared by prominent crypto commentator reflects a growing trend in the country to integrate crypto into mainstream financial services. That's in Japan. And then also Emirates is doing something similar, talking about integrating, cryptocurrency into transaction. Emirates Airlines signs an MOU with Crypto.com to enable crypto payments for Emirates. And they're supposed to work together to introduce crypto payments and launch promotional campaigns to boost adoption. Major international airline Emirates signed this memorandum of understanding with Crypto.com to bring this payment infrastructure with implementation expected next year. So that's another adoption into transaction or normal services. And then in New Zealand bans crypto ATMs, caps overseas transfers at $5,000. Let's talk about this and a whole lot more with Solomon Amunde. Hi, Solomon. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Ini.
So we see a lot of adoption in different ways. We see Emirates now. We also see Japan. So it looks like the future is here for cryptocurrency, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, the future is here, but the infrastructure isn't 100% ready yet. But I mean, the industry players are getting more involved. The big companies are getting more involved, and there are still lots of opportunities. But it's an exciting moment that we are in currently in the level of adoption.
I hope Nigeria is not missing out.
Well, apparently, we won't miss out this time around. We won't miss out.
But you talk of infrastructure. Are we getting our eggs in a row? Are we, putting things set so that we can also follow through? Because even if we pronounce it, if we don't have the infrastructure and the work, then we may not be able to connect.
Yeah, but the good thing with cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology is anyone can actually come up and build that infrastructure. So, for example, like in Nigeria, we have Asset Chain, which is actually built by Ogochukwu, which is actually live. It's working. The mainnet is live, and I think we have the CNG, and that's a Naira stablecoin running on the blockchain. So you can see that we are not actually taking the last position here, looking at Africa as a continent. We're actually positioning ourselves. I just hope that the government can be able to extend more support to individual developers that are pulling their strengths and resources to build some form of infrastructure for Nigeria.
All right, well, Solomon, thank you for that optimism there. Where do you see the price of Bitcoin going next?
Yeah, currently we are still struggling to create a new all-time high. We've been ranging between 107,900 and about $109,500. But what I'm expecting is a break above the previous all-time high. I'm expecting that this third quarter, Bitcoin should create a new all-time high this third quarter, which should be able to allow altcoins like Ethereum to proceed to go past $3,000. I'm very optimistic about Bitcoin hitting a new all-time high this third quarter. Yeah.
I guess so. I will look forward to that new all-time high, Solomon. Thank you so much for your time and views on the program.
Thank you very much, Amy.
And that's it on the program. Thank you so much for being a part of the third day of Business Incorporated right here on Channels Television. We have 2 more for the week. And tomorrow, 10 a.m., I'll be back, God's grace. To take you around the world of business again. It will be 55 minutes, so get ready. But remember, you can always watch our programs, on our YouTube channel, whatever you want. You don't have to wait for the live program when we come on. I'm Amy John Mekwa, wishing you the best of the rest of your day.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, has been speaking on the Tinubu and Buhari political records. Mr. Boss Mustafa has dismissed the contributions of the incumbent president to the emergence of Buhari as president in 2015. And tonight we speak with the governor of Zamfara State. There are rumors in Zamfara that he might be leaving the PDP. But why? We'll also be speaking with him on the governance of the state. Hello everyone, welcome to the program. This is Politics Today, live on Channels Television. I'm Sean Kimale here in Abuja. Let's tell you what really happened today, where Mr. Garba Shehu launched his book, some of his account of what he experienced working under Olusegun Obasanjo, Atiku Abubakar, and Muhammadu Buhari. But at that event, the keynote speaker, the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, in the President Buhari administration, Mr. Boss Mustafa, says the notions that the incumbent President Bola Tinubu was responsible for the emergence of Buhari as president is false. Speaking at the unveiling of the book, according to the President, Lessons from a Presidential Spokesperson's Experience, written by Mr. Gabriel Shehu, the former SGF says Buhari already had 12 million existing votes, and that the merger of the legacy parties merely contributed 3 million votes. Take a listen to him.
That gave us the presidency in 2015. The aggregate of the total votes were 15.4 million votes. So basically, what we brought to the table, the other parties that were in the merger, in addition to Buhari's 12.2 million votes, were 3.2 million votes.
Tonight, so much for us to crunch. I'll be speaking with the governor of Zamfara State. On the other hand, I'll be speaking with someone who believes that whatever that is going on is a gang up against President Bola Tinubu. But before we get started, we're talking with the governor of Zamfara State. Let's get to hear your political roundup stories.
The Senate has approved the Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2025 through second reading in a move to rescue the country's ailing power sector from looming collapse. The bill, sponsored by Senator Eyina Yaba-Ibe, Abia South. The amendment seeks to overhaul the 2023 Electricity Act by addressing regulatory gaps, as some lawmakers propose capital punishment for vandals. The chairman of the 13 local government areas of Nassau State have identified with the state chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, over his attempted suspension move by some members of Gayam Ward. They made the call during a solidarity visit to the chairman of the state party secretariat in Lafayette, the capital of Nassau State, where they called for an apology from the erring executives of Gayam Ward to the party. Meanwhile, the former Minister of Police Affairs and two-term governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Adamu Maina Waziri, has resigned from the People's Democratic Party and handed over his membership card to the party. Shortly after tendering his resignation letter and membership card at the Dogotubo Ward in Potiskum, the party stalwart says it was a very hard decision taken to leave the party after several years of labor. Meanwhile, the wife of former governor of Adamawa State, Zainab Boni Haruna, who hails from Yobe State, has also resigned a membership from the PDP to join the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The Okpe Ijo Kingdom in Wari Southwest local government area of Delta State has raised strong opposition against the recent ward delineation exercise by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the reallocation of electoral wards. At the press briefing, leaders in the community denounced the proposal as unfair and biased, arguing that despite Okpe Ijo's superior population size, land coverage, and number of communities, they claim the kingdom has been shortchanged and are urging the chairman of INEC to swiftly correct what they describe as an act of deliberate marginalization. In River State, the Women Wing of the All Progressives Congress have been reacting to a comment made by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Yusuf Wike, against the wife of the former governor of the state, Mrs. Judith Amechi. Mr. Wike had alleged that the Niger Delta Development Commission paid 4 billion naira money to Dame Judith Amechi to train Niger Delta women. But in a swift response, ABC Women in River State, led by their women leader, Beatrice Dapa Amobi, described the allegation as a baseless blackmail.
Thank you so much, everyone. Tonight, we take you to Guzau in Zamfara State capital, where there have been swirling rumors and political stone scheming, which are putting Governor Dauda Lawal squarely in the spotlight over in the recent weeks. Speculation has gained momentum. Whispers suggesting that the governor might jump ship and abandon the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and join either the ruling APC or the newly energized African Democratic Congress (ADC). Yet, Governor Lawal has repeatedly dispelled these claims, posting on the verified social media handle that he remains a bona fide member of the PDP and focused on his rescue mission for the state in parallel. The ADC, fresh from unveiling itself as a key opposition coalition ahead of the 2027 polls, has sought to entice him, only to have him decline explicitly at a press event last Friday. But what lies behind this tug of war that we see politically speaking? But again, this is a man who said he has his eyes on the governance of Zamfara State, a state that was bedeviled. A lot of illegal mining activities are seeing, a lot of violent activities happen. So now let's speak with Mr. Dauda Lawal, the governor of Zamfara State, who is live for us in Guzo. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much, Sharon. How are you?
I'm well. Tell us, because we're hearing from the camp of the APC, they're already preparing to welcome you back into the APC. Although there's some people who are not happy that you might be going to the APC. But it does look, the talks and the kind of conversations in the APC in Zamfara has pointed to the fact that you are on your way to the APC. When are you making that decision?
Well, Sharon, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in this platform. First of all, I'm glad you said a rumor that, APC and ADC and whatever political parties are calling on me to join the party. And I made it very clear that I'm a PDP card-carrying member, and I'm still in PDP, and I have no intention of going anywhere. So what you had is actually rumor as it was rumor, but I'm still in deep PDP, and I have no intention of going anywhere for now.
But the fear is that if you look at the history of the state, this is the first time really that a member of the PDP will be governing the state. And there are those who have described it as a very tender political hold on power. And there are those who believe that you have more forces outside trying to pull you out of power in 2027. And those who say that the safest haven for you is to go to the APC to get cover. I'm very sure that you must have heard about it.
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot about it. This is not the first time I'm hearing about this information. But the truth of the matter is, when I contested in 2023, all these forces were there. Remember the first governor of Zamfara State, Ahmed Yarima and his deputy, Mahmoud Ali and his deputy, Abdulaziz Yari and his deputy, then Governor Bello Matawalle and his deputy, and all the senators and members of the National Assembly were all in APC when I contested in 2023, and I still won. So what difference is it going to make now? There's nothing really new as far as that is concerned. You see, politics is looking, so we understand the trend, and we're on ground. So I'm not scared of anybody. It's God that has given me this position, and based on what we're doing, delivering the good aspect of democracy, I think there's no reason for me to fear anybody. It's only God that I fear. God has made it possible in 2023, and I'm sure you also do the same miracle in 2027. So I'm in PDP.
So put Sani Yarima together, put Matawalle together, put the former governor before Matawalle, who is a senator now, Yari, put all of them together. You will beat them again.
Absolutely, they were there. What has changed?
Can you repeat that feat in 2027? If all these forces are against you, they were not quite united, but if these forces come against you, are you sure you can withstand them?
They were, Sharon, like I said to you, they were there in 2023, all these forces that you mentioned, and yet I became the governor. I was elected the governor of Zamfara State. So what has changed from 2023 to 2027 that you think I'll have any doubt or fear of these people? Absolutely no fear as far as that is concerned. Like I said, first of all, I'm not a desperate politician, and I believe I'm a man of principle, and I believe in what I'm doing. And for now, in Zamfara State, based on what we're doing, I don't think there's anything to be scared of as far as any forces is concerned in 2027.
Now, what is giving you this confidence?
What is giving me the confidence? First of all, I'm a true believer of God. If God says I will be in 2027, just like He did in 2023, it will happen, no matter what. That is one. Two, Sharon, if you come to Zamfara today and see the transformation that is taking place in Zamfara State in every aspect, be it in the area of education, be it in health sector, agriculture, infrastructure, water, so many things, I believe there is nothing to be scared of. I don't think the people of Zamfara State had this good within the last 23 years to what is happening today. And we are really delivering on the dividend of democracy, and the Zamfara people are happy what we are doing. So there's no fear.
I'm understanding that former Governor Matawale, the Minister of State for Defense, is primed and ready to run again against you in 2027.
I'm waiting for him. He was here in 2023, Sharon. He was in power with federal government and everything, and yet God made it possible. What do you think will change now in 2027? Is it not the same Matawale that I took over from? I'm praying to God that it should be the one under APC, and let's see what will happen in 2027. I'm sure history will repeat itself.
If it's the one, that would be an easier victory for you. Is that what you're saying?
In fact, by 10 a.m., it will be a walkover, inshallah.
Is Matawale that a lightweight politician in Zamfara?
I don't see Matawale as a threat in any way, Sharon. I will never have sleepless night over Matawale. Like I said to you, he was in power in 2023 as the governor of Zamfara State. Yes, I defeated him. So what makes you think that I'll in 2027? That's the question. What has he done differently in the past that he's going to do now that will make a difference?
What is happening to your party, Governor?
I'm asking this question.
Under the watch of your colleagues and Bala Muhammad as the leader of the Governors Forum in the PDP, it appears things are falling apart. Your party is a shell of what it used to be. In fact, the identity and the character of the PDP it looks like a washed one, is washed away. The party is been difficult to identify. Looking at the members, the new members of the ADC, you have the David Marks of this world, you have an Atiku Abubakar of this world. All of them, they've gone into the ADC. What else is left in the PDP? And those who are asking, what are you guys still doing in that party that has become a shell of itself, of its former self?
Well, Sharon, let me say this also. There is no political party in Nigeria today that is not facing one form of crisis or the other, and which is also common in PDP. Yes, we may have internal crisis, but the issue is we are making conscious effort to make sure we're out of this crisis. It's just a matter of time. The last, I think about 2 weeks ago or thereabout, we had our NEC meeting, and we agreed to have another NEC meeting on the 23rd of this month, which is going to take place. Part of the crisis was just about the secretary of the party, and I haven't realized that it will be agreed that Anyanwu should continue to be the secretary of PDP until when we get to convention. And by the time we get to convention, I mean, whoever we decided to make the secretary of the party, so be it. So I don't see this as anything that we should worry about. How many months do we have to go to convention? It's just about 2 or 3 months. So 2-3 months, I don't think it's a long time that we cannot resolve some of these crises that PDP is facing. So we're ready, we're committed. And in fact, it's even better for some of these guys to go so that they can leave the party alone and we can have a very strong party going forward.
There are those who will say that the strength of the party at the center was responsible for some of the victories that they experienced in the state. You flipped the APC to PDP in 2023 in Zamfara. You secured over 377,000 votes. And with a weakened PDP at the center, isn't that a danger that you need to? And those who think that Daouda Lawal is a very smart, is a numbers man, a very smart person. Are you not reading the room?
It was this, Sharon, it was the same scenario that played in 2023 that led to the emergence of PDP, and I became the governor of Zamfara State with all the forces around, with everything that they had to do, and still nothing happened, and I became the governor of Zamfara State. The same scenario will play itself, and like I said, I'm not scared of anybody as far as Zamfara State is concerned.
Do you think
we're ready? No.
Do you think your party will be ready for a strong presidential competition in 2027? With what
we are ready. As a party, we are going to have a presidential candidate. It could be anybody. And one that is sorted out, we are ready to roll. You know, I mean, it's democracy, Sharon. We're ready. We're not scared of anybody. People leave party. People also join the party. While others are leaving, some are coming to the party. As we speak now in Zamfara State, I mean, you cannot imagine the number of people that are trying to join the PDP. So politics is local, and I believe there's nothing to fear about it. We're ready, and we'll face whoever squarely and make sure, you know, we get all our positions, whether it be governor or senators or whatever. I'm sure we're ready, and we're equal to task.
Quickly,
it's just a matter of time.
Quickly, because I need to take you to governance. Because I hear about the fertilizers you are giving out to farmers, the billions of naira you spent offsetting of retiree issues and all them. I'd like to come there and some of the issues relating to security, but quickly.
That is true.
Give me an understanding. And I know that a few governors who are in the opposition party are friends to President Bola Tinubu, and they are not opposed to his politics. Are you one of them?
I'm also a friend to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and you know, politics is a matter of understanding, and it has its issues here and there. But yes, I'm also a friend of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Very, very excellent relationship between the two of us. I've known him for over how many years now, so I don't have any issue with him. So it's just that we are two different political parties. He's in APC. I'm in PDP.
But that means politically, are you able to support him at some point?
Well, let's see how events will unfold, Sharon. There's still time to 2027. We're just 2 years down the line. So I don't think politics should be the main issue right now. I think we should focus on governance rather than that.
Absolutely. Politics is also a pillar of governance. Because those who are thinking that your relationship and friendship with Bola Tinubu is being impeded by Mr. Matawale. Are you worried about that scenario?
Nothing has changed between myself and Mr. President Sharon. We still maintain a very, very good and cordial relationship. He is the president, and I respect him as a president. And we work together. He is the president, I'm the governor. So I need the president in certain things, and so we work together. I don't have any issue.
Let me first and foremost ask you
whatsoever with Mr. President.
Let me take you to the governance issue now. Okay, but well,
yes.
In your own opinion, in 2027, for the balance of power and for the unity of this country, where do you think the presidency of this country should come from?
Well, Sharon, like I said, it is too early for me to make comment because things keep changing by the day. So let's see how events will unfold. But I'm not opposed to anybody. it doesn't matter. What we need is good governance. Whoever is going to provide good governance for Nigerians and for the benefit of this country, I am for it.
So let me quickly, you shared there was a free fertilizer distribution today. Let's get the numbers. Yes. You are doing a lot of investment in agriculture. But the last time, if you remember, absolutely, I asked you on this program that what would be your competitive edge as a state in terms of you cannot do all crops. All produce, it's not possible for you to put your hands in all produce. As far as agroeconomy is concerned, you've got to focus. And Zamfara, as soon as you mentioned Zamfara, you mentioned mining. I mean, you will remember mining and gold. But for the negative story about how gold is being explored in that state. But give me an understanding. What are the numbers? The free fertilizers, the investment that you are doing into agriculture. Give us the numbers. The contribution to the economy. Well, how many kind of jobs are you hoping that this will create? What are the produce that you are hoping to get out of Zamfara to the rest of the world?
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. I think we had this discussion the last time we spoke under this, this particular program. And let me also say this. Zamfara State is an agrarian economy. In fact, our motto is farming is our pride. Prior to even state creation, Zamfara State used to be the major producer of beans, sorghum, millet, and cash crops like groundnuts and cotton, to the extent that we export even to the neighboring country as far as Niger and Benin Republic is concerned. Now, having realized that our major comparative advantage is in the agriculture as well as mining, but right now we are concentrating on agriculture, and that's no reason why we're making conscious about to make sure we support our farmers by providing certain implements that will make them very, very competitive, and for them to be able to go back to farm not just for domestic consumption, but also for trading activities within the country and even export out of the country. We grow rice, we grow millet, we grow sorghum, we grow beans. I mean, name it. We have a very, very fertile land as far as agriculture is concerned. And that is why we are taking that advantage. And by the time we do that, 75% of our population are farmers. And the little that we can do is provide incentive for them to be able to farm effectively and be competitive. That is an avenue also for creating employment for our teeming youth. So that is why emphasis on agriculture is one reason why I'm sure you saw it live today that I've distributed over 100 trucks of fertilizer and it's free to all our farmers across the state. It's going to go around the 14 local government and it's going to go around to the 147 wards in Zamfara State. Not just fertilizer, there's seedling, there's pesticide, insecticide, all these issues, all this we're giving to farmers free of charge. It's a way of encouraging our farmers to go back to farm because the security situation in Zamfara State is improving by the day. Last year, a lot of farmers went to farm because there was little security, and I expect more this time around because we're experiencing some relative peace as far as that is concerned, which will enable farmers to go back to farm and farm for not just for consumption, but also for commercial purposes. And I think this will go a long way in shaping the narrative, even changing this banditry issue, engage the people, engage the community to go back to farm. And I think if we're able to sustain this, that would be a long way. And if we're able to feed ourselves, I think it will also help in some of the security challenges the state is facing.
Governor Lawa, yes, my worry is monitoring and impact of data from these efforts. How do we know the yields and what these will mean in terms of the trade from the state? And one thing that came to my mind when I saw the distribution of fertilizer is a report that came from the National Agricultural Seeds Council warning about improper and politicization of distribution of fertilizers, which they say is one of the factors that is responsible for worsening food insecurity in Nigeria, especially in the northwest of Nigeria, where food inflation has remained at over 30% year on year.
Well, how to realize some of the challenges you just mentioned as far as distribution of this fertilizer is concerned and getting to the end users? Yes, it's a factor. Data has always been an issue. But what we did ahead of time is to have for governments and 114 data, to get the actual data of the farmers so that in the process of this distribution, we make sure it gets to the target audience. And that is the reason why I had to set up a committee that includes the traditional rulers, local government chairman, the police, DSL, civil defense, and every other person that matters within the community to make sure it gets to the right person. And if we're able to do that, because we have done that in the past, like last year, this first time we're distributing this fertilizer and other farm implements. We have done that last year, in fact, twice last year, during the dry season as well as the wet season. And so far, what we did, it went round. And we realized challenges and we came up with measures to mitigate some of these challenges as far as distribution is concerned. So I have absolute confidence that it will get to the target audience. And once that is done, like I said, it will improve the yield as far as agri production is concerned in Zamfara State, because this is what we specialize in. Like I told you, some of the beans that I used to consume in Lagos all came from Karana Moda, because that is what Karana Moda specializes. And if you go to Gumi also, rice is being farmed. If you go to Maradun, we do so many crops. So it's a matter of time. And with the new implement and technology that we're bringing in place, I think that will go a lot with shaping new agri in Zamfara so that farmers can comfortably go to farm. They can put much more than they consume, even something that can sustain them commercial.
Yeah, Governor, quickly, and I don't think that there is any debate about
sure.
our conversation on the backlog of the gratuity to pensioners. It was a campaign promise. And today we understand that there's an announcement that all has been cleared. In March, you approved 4 billion naira. And now we understand that, congratulations to the people of the state anyways. But my final question is in the area of security. I wanted to know, the ban on, you lifted the ban on mining in the state, isn't it? Sometimes in December.
Federal government lifted the ban on mining. Federal government lifted the ban on mining.
But are you happy with that?
True.
Are you happy with that?
No, I'm happy.
So let me, so this is
totally happy. Haven't you seen some of the conscious effort we are putting in place to attract investors in terms of the mining sector in Zamfara State?
But what are you getting in the mining? What are you getting back? What is coming to your state in the mining? There's much of violence that are you getting any economic benefit? Because all of what is being done, the federal government
because the mining in the past was an informal sharing, and that is why we realize the importance of that. Is something that will have comparative advantage as far as Zamfara State is concerned in the area of mining, because we have the highest mineral deposit in the country, and that is why after the lifting of the ban by federal government, we made conscious effort to go and look for investors within the country and out of the country that will be able to come invest their money in Zamfara State. And if we're able to get it right and make it commercial and everything, believe me, we don't need to be waiting for FAC allocation, because we'll be very, very comfortable as far as revenue profile is concerned in the state. And that is why we are trying to formalize the sector. Let me also go back to what you said about the payment of gratuities and pension. Look, yes, it's part of my campaign promise, because when I went around, major complaint I received was then, how are we going to get our money as far as pension is concerned? And I said, look, if by any chance I become the governor of Zamfara State, the first thing I will do, I'll take care of that pension and gratuity. It is important to know, Sharon, since 2011 to date, there has not been any payment of gratuity to pensioners. And honestly, if you see, their condition, no matter how inhuman you are, you feel terrible and you feel really sorry as a responsible person. And it was what informed my decision after becoming, when I was sworn in as governor, I decided to set up a committee to look into the arrears of pensioners, pension and gratuity. And the committee sat down and did a very fantastic job, identified the actual pensioners, and we started making the
governor.
And I'm happy to tell you that yesterday I received the report after paying 13.6 billion naira from 2011 to 2023 to all the pensioners in Zamfara State. So we're not owing anybody.
Congratulations to the pensioners. But we need to go quickly.
Thank you.
If you have your way, would you make state police happen now?
In fact, if I have my way, I'll make it tomorrow. That is how ready I am. Because
I wish we can go further.
I know the effect
but I'm totally out of
community
time.
protection guard, what they're doing. Yeah, I will do that. If I have my time, I'll do it tomorrow, Sharon.
Governor Dauda Lawal, thank you so much indeed for your time tonight. I appreciate it. And all the best in your governance work in Zamfara State.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. We'll take a break, everyone. But when we return, it's about 2027 and the barrage of competition and war against the possible re-election of Bola Tinubu and the APC. But I will be joined by Mr. Reno Omokri, a former presidential aide and an author.
My name is Austin Azoko Kocha, but you all call me JJ. That's because I was so unstoppable, they named me twice. During my days as a professional footballer, I played as an attacking midfielder. No one could stop me, not even malaria, when mosquito bites. Now you too can be unstoppable if you use Lonart against malaria.
Lonart, a combination of Artemata and lumefantrine. Lonart, be unstoppable.
Mama! Oh, my darling Donna. How was your honeymoon? Hope Victor made you happy. He was lovely and strong. To keep Victor strong, you must feed him tasty, nourishing food.
Of course, Mama. Victor loves good food. Mama, see how happy you've been with Binatone all your life. I got a young powder, juicer, smoothie maker, air fryer, kettle, microwave, rice cooker, toaster, and many more.
Binatone, available nationwide.
Hey, Spark. Next on our agenda, please.
Shopping, ma'am. Now that's the glow you've longed for.
Girl, there's something special about your shine. It feels different.
Well, I connected with the one who treats me right.
In a world where beauty is a reflection of your inner shine, Cosmo ignites the spark within, offering not just care, but a journey to radiance reborn. With a wide range of personal care products, Cosmo nurtures you with the extra care you deserve.
That's the Cosmo effect.
Cosmo, for the love of beauty. Marketed and distributed by GVS Cosmetics.
When uncertainty knocks, great leaders don't wait, they rise. Our Texans July 16-17 program in Whitbaker and Koi unlocked the power of strategic governance to drive clarity, confidence, and successful transformation. For just £1,500, that's about 3,450,000 naira, learn from Rodney Jones, ex-advisor to UK ministers, how to lead boldly, build resilient boards, and inspire trust. With immersive case studies and hands-on tools, transform turbulence into triumph. This is more than a class, it's a leadership reset. Seats are limited. Register exec@texem.co.uk or +44 7425 883791.
AminoPet Forte contains 10 essential amino acids,
multivitamins, minerals enriched with zinc. Aminopep Forte from Seagrin Pharmaceuticals Limited protects you and your family.
Get ready for a revealing account of one of Nigeria's most contentious oil deals. One man was at the center of it all. Join Muhammad Bello Adoke, CFR, SAN, former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Federal Republic of Nigeria, as he shares his side of the story in his incisive memoir, OPL 245, Inside Story of the $1.3 billion Nigerian oil block under the chairmanship of His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. Special guest of honor, His Excellency, Kashim Shettima, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief Presenter, His Excellency, Sheyi Makinde, Executive Governor of Oyo State. Book Reviewer, Dr. Ruben Abati. Date, Thursday, July 10th, 2025. Venue, Sheikh Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. Don't miss this opportunity to hear the truth from the man himself. The truth fears no question. Join us.
The Duchess International Hospital opened its doors in October 2021. The mission of the hospital is to reverse medical tourism. We take particular care here at the Duchess to bring together a combination of the brightest and the best locally, as well as Nigerians in the diaspora who are interested in returning to do very good work for the benefit of our patients here in this country.
The good thing is that we have all international expertise here, all international facilities here, international people working here. Everything is coming together in a space which was considered not great in terms of the availability of healthcare.
Access Bank, of course, has been able to provide us with a robust range of products and services that has enabled us to deliver that standard and quality of healthcare that is integral to our mission as an organization.
Binatone blenders and smoothie makers makes cooking simple, easy, and tasty. Unbreakable jar. Most efficient, sturdy, and reliable with 9 great models to choose from. Get your Binatone blender and smoothie maker now. That's why professionals love Binatone.
You will get more satisfaction.
Binatone, simply better.
Everyone for staying with us. Let's now dig into issues that have trailed interviews on this program in the past few days, especially the one related to the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, the one involving the minister of the FCT, and afterwards the one with Mr. Peter Obi. Tonight I'm being joined by a supporter of Bola Tinubu government and an author on the former presidential aide, Tereno Omokri, who's live for us here. It's a pleasure having you, Climate.
Thank you, Shane.
Your usual Ashoke and Nigerian attire.
Well, that's what I do. 100% of the time, I dress in made in Nigeria.
I see that you, as soon as you saw the interview with Mr. Peter Obi, you were very uncomfortable and you thought that there were a lot of things that you don't agree with. And but it does look, there are a lot of people who think that Peter Obi riled you up. And the only reason is because you know that Peter Obi could be a winning factor in 2027. Why does Peter Obi become a problem to you whenever you hear his name?
That's not true. It doesn't rile me up. I rile him up, but it doesn't rile me up. The reason why I had to come here, I had to leave California and come here, is because I'm a patriot. Peter Obi lied. And he lied. There are foreign direct investors who are watching your program and who are making investment decisions not to come to Nigeria. There are foreign investors in Nigeria who are making investment decisions to leave Nigeria because of the lies he told. One of the lies that he told is that the president has borrowed more than the administrations of Yar'Adua, President Jonathan, and Buhari put together. And that's just a blatant lie. I have here with me from the Debt Management Office, and Nigerians who are watching, they can actually go to dmo.gov.ng, or you can go to Google and just put Debt Management Office, Nigeria State of Indebtedness 2015. As of 2015, this is a PDF document from the Debt Management Office. Nigeria was owing a total of $63 billion. That's it here. I don't know if your camera can catch it. Now, when Buhari was leaving office, this is from the Debt Management Office, this is not from me. The Debt Management Office was set up by law. We've got people who are apolitical there. They're not members of the PDP, APC, or ADC. Buhari left office, and this is how much we are owing. On the last day of Buhari leaving office, $113 billion. Now, as of today, this is from the Debt Management Office, our debt has gone from $113 billion to $97 billion, meaning that Bola Tinubu has reduced our debt by over 14 billion. We should be appreciating this man. Yet, Peter Obi came here and lied to the Nigerian people. What did he do? Very manipulatively. He took the debts and then he now translated them into Naira to make it look like the debts have increased. Because don't forget, the Naira has been floated. So today, the Naira is trading at 1,531 Naira to the dollar. So when you now multiply that by what we're owing today, which is $97 billion, it looks as if our debt has gone up in Naira value. But don't forget, these were debts that were taken in dollars, mostly Euro bonds, debts from China, France, and from the Bretton Woods institution. Peter Obi came here and lied, and he told more lies than that. He also lied concerning Nnamdi Kanu. He said,
just for a moment, let's take let's stay on the debt issue.
Yes.
Our debt as it stands in 2015, between 2015 and 2015 actually, the debt was around 12 trillion. This is the total of foreign and local debts.
Yes.
But as of end of 2024, our debt has risen to 138 trillion. Is that right?
That is right.
Do you agree with that figure?
That is correct.
So it then means that by April 2025, there are indications that Nigeria's total debt is of 162 trillion naira. Now, if you look at it, it is a fact that we added a bit of debt.
No?
From 2023 and 2025.
No, that's not accurate. We see you have to understand this. This is economics, and I have a master's in international banking and finance law from England. Let me explain it to you. I'm going to give you and the public a little education on this. When you're taking a debt, you're taking a debt from, for example, a Eurobond debt, or from China. It's in dollars. It's not in Naira. So that debt is stable. Now, you have the Naira is floated. So because the Naira is floated, the Naira is not stable because it's being driven by the laws of demand and supply. So in 2015, when our debt was 12 trillion Naira, the value of the Naira, it was pegged at 196 Naira. So when you multiply that, that's why you get 12 trillion. If you take that same amount of money and multiply it by today's value of the Naira, which is 1,531, it's not going to be 12 trillion. It's going to be something like maybe about 100 billion. Something close to that. So when you're taking General Buhari's debt when he left office, it was $113 billion. Yeah, you're not multiplying it by what it was today. You're multiplying it then to get that figure by what the value of the Naira was then, which was between 440 and eventually about close to 700. And that's how you got that amount. Today, the Naira is 1,531 Naira. So when you multiply that, the dollar amount, which is 97 billion, multiply by that, it makes it seem as if our debt has exploded.
Are you saying that Tinubu government did not borrow any money?
Tinubu government has borrowed money, but they've also repaid money. So, for example, we were owing the IMF. We are no longer owing the IMF at all. What we are actually paying to the IMF right now is what they call drawing rights. A drawing right is just like if you have a MasterCard. If you have a MasterCard, even if you pay your American Express or your MasterCard off, you're still going to be paying a yearly annual fee as a member. So our total indebtedness to the IMF has been paid, and it's actually there on the IMF's.
So the question that a lot of people will be asking is that you want to paint it as though Tinubu government is not getting any loan, but they are actually.
Yeah, they're getting loan. It's just like what the governor of Zamfara said to you. People are leaving the PDP. People are joining the PDP. Yes, this government is taking loans, and this government is also paying loans. So the government is paying more loans than they are taking. That is why our debt has reduced.
So let's ask ourselves a question. Just a moment. Okay. Let's ask ourselves a question. What currency do we produce?
What currency?
In Nigeria, in what currency do we produce?
We produce in the Naira.
In Naira.
Yeah.
So if we are going to convert and pay any debt, are we not going to take that same Naira to convert it to dollar to pay our debts?
That doesn't make sense. If you're taking a domestic debt, then that's when that happens. Because you're taking a domestic debt in Naira. naira.
But when
If
you
you're
are paying,
taking-
and with whichever currency that you take the debt, you are paying in that currency.
Yes.
But I am saying to you, your earnings is mostly in what? In your local currency. Your wealth.
If you look at our earnings, that's not quite accurate. You see, you have to understand, a lot of people don't realize this. Only 15% of Nigeria's GDP is oil and gas. However, oil and gas is more than about maybe something like 75% of our foreign exchange earnings. So we are earning in dollars. For example, even if you're going to the port, the Nigerian Ports Authority is earning in dollars. So we have a lot, we're earning in dollars. But the point I'm trying to make, Shimon, let's not complicate things for your audience. If you borrow from a Nigerian bank in Naira, you pay back in Naira. If you borrow from the Eurobond or from China or from France or from the Bretton Woods institutions in dollars, you pay back in dollars. As at today, our total indebtedness has actually reduced. It has reduced from $113 billion to $97 billion. Peter Obi came to your program and lied. That was a lie. It was an economic sabotage to Nigeria. And the man knew this. If he did not know that, that means he's ignorant, and that means that he shouldn't be running for office. He also told other lies. He told lies about Nnamdi Kanu. He was asked a question by you, and he said...
No, I don't want us to go yet away from economy.
Okay.
The economy of this country, the productivity level of this country, there are major levels of the economy that have been weakening or troubled. One is the capacity of production, which inflation and the rest, all major indices of our economy are in the negative.
That's not true.
I said major of our economy indices are in the negative.
Well, that's not true again.
Okay.
I did in fact. I don't need an opinion.
So let's look at it. What are your unemployment figures?
Well, the unemployment figures in Nigeria has actually improved. Now, please, allow me to land. Okay. But the major thing you want to talk about, you talk about production. We are not talking about, now, when you talk about production, Nigeria, we have a surplus of $14.1 billion. That has never happened before. What that means is that we can now export without importing. That is a major plus. Not just that, we had a 3.84 GDP growth rate last year. When did we have that? We had 2 recessions under Buhari. Have we had a recession now? And not just that, if you look at it now, steadily, the inflation rate has been reducing. That's because the policies put by this administration are working.
After the rebasing.
Yeah, no, the rebasing has not happened. The rebasing is going to happen. I think the rebasing is coming up next week, they said.
But what was the inflation rate when Bola Tinubu got into office and now?
Well, the inflation rate when Bola Tinubu got into office was quite high under Buhari. I think what you're trying to talk about was the inflation rate under Jonathan, which was at single digits. So let us focus on production, because you talked about production. The best factor to gauge production is your trade surplus, because that's what is that's what.
So in your own view, you think that the economy is doing better under Bola Tinubu?
It's not on my own view. I'm talking about the facts. The facts are there. We are exporting.
Where were we pre-Bola Tinubu and now?
Yeah, pre-Bola Tinubu and now, our debts have reduced, our production has increased. The all-share index of the Nigerian Stock Exchange has hit 3 times all-time high. As a matter of fact, last year we overtook Argentina as the most profitable stock market in the whole world. Right now, we are the 2nd most profitable stock market in Africa after Zimbabwe.
What do you say to our exchange rate?
Our exchange, and see, that is the thing, that is a form of the economic illiteracy of a lot of people. Our exchange rate has never been 196 or 400 naira. At that time, our exchange rate was being subsidized. People make the mistake. They forget that the subsidy on the naira was actually higher than the subsidy on fuel. We were spending about $1 billion every month on fuel, but we were spending $1.5 billion every month to subsidize the naira. And that was what was keeping the naira at that rate. It was not the real value of the naira. When Bola Tinubu came in, he said, no, that cannot happen, because we were not using that subsidized naira to do things that were going to be valuable for the economy.
Please let me land.
No, please let me land, please. We were using that, we were floating it away. So he said, this is what happens in America, this is what happens in the United Kingdom. We are going to float the currency and allow the laws of demand and supply to determine the naira rate. That is not devaluation, that is flotation. Devaluation is when, like what happened in Egypt, you peg your currency at, say, maybe 200 Egyptian pounds to $1. And then you come out and say, okay, no, I'm going to now peg it at 400. That is devaluation. What happened in Nigeria is flotation. And that is now, the market is now determining the naira's value.
So in your own analysis, you say that the economy has done better under President Bola Tinubu in the last 2 years. But what happens to the purchasing power of the average person? What happens to the livelihoods of the average person? What happens to the ability of the person to be able to feed and transport.
Well, should we continue to go into debt because we want to now start to give our people an artificial luxury? We were borrowing so much under General Buhari. Don't forget, the reason why Godwin Emefiele is in jail is because we took a loan of 28 trillion. Well, is in jail. That's why I didn't say prison. There's a difference. When you're under trial, they put you in jail. When you have been convicted, you go to prison. There is a reason why Godwin Emefiele is in jail, because he took loans of 28 trillion naira without informing the National Assembly. What are they using that money to do? They're using that money to artificially inflate the value of the naira. And so we were living in a fool's paradise. Bola Tinubu has taken that away, and now we are now living at our own means. So we cannot be borrowing because we want to give our people food. We have to produce, and that's why we are now producing now, because exports are going up. Imports are reducing. We now have, like I said before, a $14.1 billion straight.
What about the impression on the average person? That's the question I asked you.
Yeah, the thing is, the impression of the average person is this: we have to look inward. Look at me.
And continue to suffer.
No.
The person that is in pain.
Allow me answer your question. Allow me answer your question. We have to look inwards. Look at me. Everything I'm wearing from head to toe is in Nigeria. Our economy. How to do that? We are one of the largest proven oil and gas reserves. But Venezuela is a basket case. We were going that way if not for Bola Tinubu, who said, no, we cannot keep on borrowing because of police people. We have to of course, Bola Tinubu. Look, everything that Bola Tinubu is doing are the things that both Peter Obi and Waziri Atiku said they were going to do. They said they were going to remove fuel subsidy. In fact, Peter Obi, and I've got the tape, you can watch it on my social media platform. He said, I'm going to remove fuel subsidy immediately. The same thing that Waziri Atiku said. Bola Tinubu has done it. Both of them said they were going to float the naira. Bola Tinubu has done it. Both of them said they were going to devolve power from the federal to the local government. Bola Tinubu has done it.
But why does it look like Bola Tinubu is losing popularity?
Listen, that is always the case in Nigeria. The best predictor of the future is the past. In every administration, where you have the two-way mark of your first term, when people are feeling the effects of your reform, they're going to have that kind of feeling. But by the time the government gets to the three-way mark, this is history. It happened to General Obasanjo. It happened to, because Yar'Adua did not have that because of the sickness. It happened to President Jonathan. It happened to Buhari, even worse than is happening to Bola Tinubu. And we are beginning to see things are getting better. Look, your governor was talking about it. The agricultural input of Nigeria has improved. So things are going to get better. Listen, can I say this? Nigeria is not going to get to El Dorado overnight, but we're going to get there over time.
So let me ask you.
Please, I'd like to talk about the lie that Peter Obi said about Nnamdi Kanu, because it was a dangerous lie.
What upset you about
He said, no, I mean, I wasn't upset. It was the lie. He said that the trial of Nnamdi Kanu does not make sense. Listen, I played you a video which we cannot play because of the NBC. Can you testify that you heard the video? Can you tell your audience? Now, you heard him telling his supporters to kill policemen, to kill soldiers, to burn down Lagos. After he gave that video, do you know how many police and how many soldiers have died in the southeast? Over 50. As a matter of fact, there was a couple, an army couple, her name was Gloria Matthews, her husband was Linus. They were killed and beheaded in Imo. Do you know who killed Ahmed Bulak in Imo? Who killed Harira Jibril with her 4 underage children? 160 police stations were shut down in the southeast. Why? Because IPOB, UGM, unknown gunmen, and ESN, they attacked them. They killed over 24 policemen. And then you are saying that the trial of the person who ordered this does not make sense. Look, as I speak to you right now, Finland is trying Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is not even as guilty as Nnamdi Kanu. He has not done a half of what Nnamdi Kanu has done. Is Peter Obi going to tell the Finnish government that the trial...
Nnamdi Kanu is still not found guilty yet because it's facing trial?
Yes, but I can give my opinion. This is not facts. This is an opinion. Is Peter Obi going to tell the Finnish government that the trial of Simon Ekpa does not make sense? Look, Peter Obi gives an opinion on everything that happens in Nigeria, but he did not talk about the trial of Simon Ekpa. He did not condemn it. He did not condemn what Simon Ekpa did. So this man has separatist tendencies. He has never condemned the Monday sit at home. In fact, when he goes to Anambra, he obeys it. Look, if you are a policeman, if you are a soldier, is this the kind of commander-in-chief that you want to have? Somebody who says that a person who ordered the killing of your brothers in arms, his trial does not make sense? No, No. And then he lied about the convoy. He said that he'd never seen a presidential convoy with ambulances. I went on profiles. I put videos of President Trump's convoy with at least 2 ambulances, of the President Putin's convoy with at least 2 ambulances. He likes Indonesia. He went to Indonesia. I put videos of the president of Indonesia with 2 ambulances. Even Sierra Leone, that tiny country, the president moves with.
But does it make sense for us to have ambulances on the convoy?
Of course,
but there are no ambulances in the hospital where they need them?
Listen to this, sir. We are a poor country that is trying to get better. We cannot have everything at once. But listen, the only president that we had in Nigeria that did not have a conflict, his name was General Murtala Mohammed. What happened? He was killed on February 13, 1917. Now, the mistake that the people make is Bukar Singh Kadika just shot Murtala Mohammed and went, no, but he shot Murtala Mohammed. He did Murtala Mohammed. He left. And then,
we need to close now.
Okay.
So you're going to pick Atiku Abubakar over Bola Tinubu in 2027?
I'm going to pick Bola Tinubu, and I've said it there. If an election is being held today, and the candidates are Peter Obi, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, and President Bola Tinubu, not only will I vote for President Bola Tinubu, I will galvanize support. I will bring money from my own pocket, and I will campaign for Bola Tinubu because he is doing, we in the People's Democratic Party said we're going to do 4 things. Devolve power from the federal to the local government, float the naira, remove fuel subsidy, and give student loans. Bola Tinubu is a transformational leader.
Bola Tinubu loses the election in 2027, what would you do?
Yeah, but look, I have a successful business, I have a successful life. This year alone, I've traveled to how many countries? I will keep on doing what I'm doing. Look, I am a patriot. I came here from California because somebody was undermining my country. I am a man of means. I do not depend on the government. So if Bola Tinubu is no longer president, and another person is president, if the president is not doing what I believe that he ought to be doing, just as I fought Buhari, I will fight that person.
All right. Brother Mokri is an author and a former presidential aide. Thank you so much indeed. And I wish you a safe journey in all your travels.
Thank you very much for having me, Shane.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And that's our show for tonight, everyone. Many thanks for watching. I'm Sean Akimale. God bless Nigeria.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome live from Channels Television's global headquarters in Lagos, Nigeria. You're watching Newsroom Series. I'm Dominic Iwu, and today our focus will be on the South-South region. But before we get into that, let's have a look at our top stories making the rounds at the moment. Security in Oyo State will be beefed up with the immediate procurement of 2 aircrafts to curb the menace of illegal miners, kidnappers, and other forms of security threats, particularly in the vast hinterland of Oyo State. The Commissioner for Information, Dr. Oyelade, made the announcement after the weekly Executive Council meeting. He says the procurement was approved in a renewed determination by the government to secure the state further from the influx of bandits and the perpetration of their enterprise. According to him, the government cannot afford to be complacent because there are still pockets of kidnappings and banditry going on in parts of the state. We start off in River State, where the state government has urged residents of the state, particularly those in flood-prone areas, to brace up for the risk of flooding following a recent advisory by the federal government. The warning was issued in response to forecast and environmental alerts by federal authorities, which also identified several other states and the Federal Capital Territory as vulnerable to flooding in the coming months. The state government, in a statement by the Senior Special Advisor on Media to the Sole Administrator, Hector Igbokubu, said the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is deploying sensitization teams to river states and other affected areas. He expressed the state government's support for the initiative and called on residents to take the advisory seriously. In response to the advisory, the River State government has issued a strong warning against illegal land reclamation activities, which it said contribute significantly to environmental degradation and increased flood risk. According to the statement, unapproved reclamation of wetlands and ecologically sensitive zones disrupts natural drainage and increases the likelihood of flooding during heavy rains. The government vowed to crack down on individuals or organizations involved in such activities, warning that offenders would be prosecuted under existing environmental protection laws. Now, the Cross River State Governor, Mr. Basio II, has restated his commitment to judicial independence and pledged sweeping reforms in the state's justice system. He made this known while inaugurating the Cross River State Judicial Service Commission at the Executive Council chambers in Calabar, completing the structure supporting the three arms of government. Governor Otu urged the new commissioner to uphold integrity and work to transform the judiciary, noting the need for better infrastructure, welfare, and stronger institutional support. He announced plans to improve workers' welfare, adding that only through collaboration among all arms of government can good governance thrive.
Having formally constituted the State Civil Service Commission, the Civil Armed Command, the State House Assembly Commission, the legislature, it is therefore imperative to inaugurate the State Judicial Service Commission for the Judiciary Armed Command. To the members of the Judicial Service Commission sworn today, I implore you to see the event beyond an administrative process and the accompanying function. Rather, it is a solid path that we have entered with the government and the people of the states. The ball is therefore in your court to press. A holistic turnaround in the provision of the necessary incentives to enhance dispensation of justice. We are looking at moving to the next step. We will be replacing the cars that we did not finish with the exercise that we did. And we will also renovate the quarters of these judges. We will also try to look at the offices and see what can be done. But I believe that before the term of this administration, we must have been able to restructure the judiciary in a manner that in terms of making sure that the condition of service improves, we will continue to do our very best.
Residents of the coastal community of Okukpedi and its environs in Ibiono Ibom local government area of Akwa Ibom State are experiencing a new lease of life following the completion of rehabilitation work on the filled sections along the 8-kilometer Ikotekpene-Itu parallel road. The project is part of ongoing efforts by the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FERMA, to fix failed federal roads in the state.
Once in a state of disrepair, the Ikotekpene-Itu parallel road is bouncing back to life thanks to the recent rehabilitation efforts by the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FERMA. The road serves as a vital connector between Ikotekpene-Itu and the T-Junction Market, one of the largest farm produce and seafood evacuation points in the region. Produce from Akwa Ibom's inland farms and coastal communities travel through here to neighboring states like Abia, Cross River, and Imo. But for years, worsening road conditions have hampered trade and movement. That story is changing now.
Calabar to Parallel Road is a very important and strategic road in Akwa Ibom State. It's a road that links to the tomb sites of Mary Slessor, a missionary from a white missionary that was able to abolish the killing of twins. This road leads to her tomb, and the road also linked to the major Calabar Itu highway, which is presently under rehabilitation. What I would like the press to do is that they should help us to tell the host community to maintain this facility, especially the people selling on the road, so that the facility will help them, it will last, and at the end of the day, the whole people around this community and the environs will see the good dividends of democracy.
Residents say the revival of the road is already transforming their lives.
This road was very bad before now. It was difficult to come here and we hardly made sales. But now I can come here every market day and business is moving very well. May God bless the people that fix the road for us. I'm the chairperson of Fish Sellers Association in this market. The rehabilitation of this road has made business good for us again. We are grateful. The successful completion of this project will certainly aid movement of goods and services and ultimately boost economic activities in the area.
With smoother access and safer travel, the new road is not just a lifeline for rural traders, but a boost to regional commerce. The successful completion of this project is set to drive lasting economic benefits for Akwa Ibom State and beyond.
The Coalition of South-South Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture has reaffirmed its commitment to fostering inclusive economic growth and employment opportunities across the geopolitical zone. The president of the coalition at a regional job creation and economic review summit in Port Harcourt called for stronger synergy between government, private enterprise and regional stakeholders to unlock the full potential of the region's economic assets.
A wave of economic optimism is rising in the South-South as young entrepreneurs, seasoned business leaders and development experts meet in Port Harcourt for the region's Job Creation and Economic Review Summit.
There are some community chambers.
Organized by the Coalition of South-South Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, COSIMA, the summit spotlights the urgent need to unlock new opportunities and tackle youth unemployment head-on.
As the umbrella body representing business leaders from the 6 states of the South-South region, where all companies operate, we appreciate the commitment of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to international best practices and sustainable development. Its benefits include 1. Job creation across various state sectors. 2. Curbing youth restiveness through community development and employment schemes. Regional development through infrastructure upgrades and public service improvement.
Looking beyond the region's oil and gas wealth, the group is targeting growth in maritime operations and port infrastructure, with the full support for the federal government helicopter landing levy as a fresh avenue for revenue generation.
What we have come here to do is to see the opportunities that we have in the South-South, to be able to empower our youths. We believe that from what Mr. President has told us, if this opportunity creates 1,000 or 3,000 or 10,000 jobs, the issues of militancy will be a thing of the past. And there will be values that we can consistently see in growing the economy.
Another major highlight from the event is the bold proposal for a regional independent power project aimed at resolving persistent electricity issues that hamper SME growth.
For the businessmen in the region, importantly is power. If the region can as well jointly and collectively develop power and supply power to the people in the region for the oil and gas, for the basic SMEs, business factors and all that. I'm sure that will actually go a long way.
The woman is somebody small, somebody small, and the next CEO. So if we groom our women to build up their capacity, to start thinking in this dimension of taking the whole advantages and benefits and potentials we have all seen and known. And now let's move from potentials to action.
Participants welcomed the summit idea and called for urgent steps to turn conversations into concrete actions.
I got the assurance that I needed to get to go along as a youth. I am not employed at the moment, but with the training and the skill acquisition that they will be holding, I feel like if I go through it, I'm going to be able to get a job.
Grateful to them for everything they've said, and we are also praying for implementation. One of the major things in this our region is so many things come up, but implementation is always a problem.
At the end of the deliberation, they asked everyone who has converged on the city for the summit to fully tap into the region's human capital and natural resources in order to build a future that works for all.
You're watching Newsroom Series live on Channels Television. When we get back from the break, Governor Okpebholo slashed the state's debt by 30 billion naira, that and more.
Breaking news.
Again with the latest Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
In our big stories. And the conversations that matter.
We see an increase because of the economic pressure on them. People are paying more for crossing borders irregularly.
Get a glimpse of the world around you on The World Today. Weekdays at this time. It's a fast beat, unpredictable and full of surprises. The unforgettable moments, unprecedented passion. There are 1,001 ways to start your day.
Lagos, Nigeria.
In London or anywhere in the world.
Or online.
We all want a perfect start to our day, don't we?
7 a.m. Every weekday, we bring you a better way to start your day.
Welcome back. The Edo State government has reduced the state's domestic debt by 30.6 billion naira within just 3 months. This reduction was made known through the newly released data from the Debt Management Office, which reports that the state's domestic debt dropped from 113 billion naira in Q4 of 2024 to 82.4 billion naira in Q1 2025, the most substantial quarter-on-quarter debt reduction recorded among all Nigerian states within the period. Speaking at a recent policy retreat in Benin City, Governor Okpebholo emphasized his administration's commitment to sustainable growth. He says that on assumption of office, his administration focused on revamping the state's internal revenue framework, empowering the Edo Internal Revenue Service with digital tools, enhanced compliance strategies, and broader citizen engagement. These reforms, according to him, have not only boosted internally generated revenue, but have also instilled renewed public confidence in the state's financial management. The wife of the President of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has extended her grassroots empowerment initiative to Edo State, distributing agricultural support materials to women and youth across 18 local government areas. The program is part of the federal government's Renewed Hope agenda, Initiative aimed at boosting food security, promote economic inclusion, and empowering groups through sustainable agricultural practices. The exercise, which held at the new festival hall of the Government House in Benin City, the state capital, was supervised by the coordinator, Office of the First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Edisele Anana. She noted that the empowerment scheme is in line with the state government's mantra of a prospective Edo State, adding that a gardening competition has been introduced with cash rewards to the winners.
Today, we build and empowering in agriculture, youth in agriculture, women in agriculture, young farmers club, and every home a garden. The Renew Hope Initiative Women in Agriculture program aims to empower women through sustainable agricultural practices. It provides support, training, and resources to women in agriculture, focusing on economic inclusion and food security. The initiative provides agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and tools, as well as cash grants to all the beneficiaries here today. The young farmers the young youth in agriculture. The scheme is to empower youth with skills, knowledge, and opportunities to become successful entrepreneurs in agriculture and agribusiness, and show a brighter future for all youths in a good state. For the Young Farmers Club, we call them Catching Them Young. And I want to tell the young farmers that today, if you invest your time in agriculture, tomorrow you become a multi-millionaire. The club aims to introduce children to farming, providing them with opportunities to learn about agriculture, develop practical skills, as well as the love for food and agriculture as well. The essence is to promote food security, build a pipeline of young farmers, and foster an apprenticeship for agriculture amongst the young children. For the Every Home a Garden, which I call my own personal project as well, and I have said earlier, from the garden to the table. In an initiative focused on boosting food production by every household to cultivate a garden.
Security coordinators from the Urobo ethnic group have reacted against the publication by the Urobo Progress Union, UPU, which called for an end to Tantita's operations in Urobo communities. In a press briefing held in Kudeli, they expressed shock over the UPU's position and reaffirmed their support for Tantita's role in combating oil theft in the Niger Delta.
These are coordinators from the Urobo ethnic group saddled with the responsibility of protecting the nation's crude oil assets in the Niger Delta. They don't seem happy with some of the recent developments in their domain, the latest being a recent publication made by the leadership of their social cultural body, the Urobo Progress Union, in a national daily rejecting the operations of Tantita security in Urobo communities. While condemning the publication, the coordinators acknowledge the significant role the security outfit is playing alongside other traditional security agencies in the ongoing fight against crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and environmental degradation in the Niger Delta region.
Every single kilometer of pipeline traversing Urobo land is protected by Urobo Indigen 100%. Every community in Urobo land has given slots as operative and coordinators and are responsible for the safekeeping of the pipelines in their domain. Therefore, Tantita has fully complied with the provisions of the PIA.
Challenging the legitimacy of the General Assembly cited in the UPU statement, they described the publication as misleading and potentially dangerous, pledging their commitment to the continuous protection of oil and gas assets.
is doing well, and you can see what actually happened in the whole Niger Delta. He has reduced the oil buffet to the barest minimum. Valorization of pipeline, he reduced it to the barest minimum. So as for that, and he employed citizens of Robo, taking care of the youth, sons and daughters of Robo, and the traditional rulers, species. So I think the man deserves a great honor and a great respect. And what we do right now, I don't think we have seen this kind of empowerment before in the history of Delta State.
The gathering ends with the coordinators reiterating their call on the federal government and members of the public to disregard what they describe as a smear campaign.
The Ogbe Ijo Kingdom in Warri Southwest local government area of Delta State has voiced strong opposition against the recent ward delineation exercise by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the reallocation of electoral wards. In a press briefing held in their community, their leaders denounced the proposal as unfair and biased, arguing that despite Ogbe Ijo's superior population size, land coverage, and number of communities, the kingdom has been shortchanged. They insist that Ogbe Ijo rightfully merits 8 out of the 19 electoral wards based on INEC's own parameters. The group urged INEC's national chairman to swiftly correct what they describe as an act of deliberate marginalization, warning that continued neglect could lead to the shutdown of oil and gas infrastructure within their territory.
We totally reject INEC's proposal on the allocation of 19 registration area electoral wards in Warri Southwest local government area to the respective communities to kingdoms. The Ogbe Ijo Kingdom, with the highest population, landmark, and communities, deserve 8 registration areas of electoral ward out of the 19 registration areas in Warri Southwest local government area, in line with INEC's guidelines criteria for the fresh delineation. We call on chairman of INEC to address this act of gross and wicked injustice against the Ogbe Ijo people of Warri Southwest local government area of Delta State. If the injustice against us is not addressed, we will shut down oil and gas facilities in our communities if this grave injustice against us is not addressed.
The River State chapter of the National Youth Council of Nigeria has reiterated their apolitical commitment, making this known during their management meeting in Port Harcourt. The River State chapter chairman Sopuruchi Opo said the Youth Council is not an avenue to support politicians in their belligerent fight. Speaking further, Mr. Opo, however, welcomed the ongoing peace process in the state, saying it's a step in the right direction for the progress of the state.
I'm happy that by God's grace, our fathers have made peace. It was never our problem. We were never the problem. You were never the problem. But to some extent, it was political. And as a matter of fact, Youth Council is apolitical. We are not political organizations. According to our constitution, we are not permitted to use Youth Council to endorse any context of any kind. And we're very much careful about that.
And that's where we drop the anchor on this edition of Newsroom Series. I'm Dominic Kiwiru. Enjoy the rest of your day.
A duk lokacin da tanka mai ɗauke da man fetur ta kife, me ya kamata mu yi? Mu tsaya mu kwasa don siyarwa ko ko mu fece da kuɗi? Kana da lokaci kaɗan don yanke shawara. Ka tsaya kana taku a hankali? A'a, hakan ba zai wadatar ba. Ko kuwa ka ɗebi man fetur ɗin. Wannan ko babban kuskure ne. Ko ka tsaya don ɗaukar hotuna da wayarka. Rashin hankali kenan. Abin da ya dace shine ka fece a guje. Irin gudun nan na falfala, domin rayuwarka tana cikin mummunan haɗari. Wuta na iya tashi kowane lokaci ba tare da wani gargaɗi ba. Man fetur makamashi ne mai haɗari sosai. Abu kaɗan na iya jawo tashin wuta mai ƙarfi mara masaltuwa. Saboda haka kada ka yi wata ko ɓata lokaci har na sakan guda. Kada ka saka rayuwarka cikin haɗari saboda neman wani abu da ba naka ba. A kula, a kiyaye, domin lafiya ta fi dukiya.
About to be married or off the market?
Thank you, Lord, that this is a day that you have made, and we rejoice and we are glad in it. Thank you for all that you bestowed for your daughter today, for the blessings that you bestowed upon her and her husband. Lord, we are grateful that this is the beginning of newness, the beginning of favor, the beginning of blessings, the beginning of great encounters with you. That now moving forward, all she shall say is that the Lord has done this. That men will look at her and say, who is your God? Because you are favored. You are the royal diadem, a royal priesthood. The crown of the Lord is upon you. You are blessed in the city. You are blessed in the field. You are blessed in your going out and your coming in. You shall be fruitful, multiply, and you shall subdue the earth. Go in this your might. In Jesus' name, amen.
Look what you done already. Hello, brides, brides-to-be, and wifeys. Welcome to another exciting episode of Living the Life.
Wifeys, you've been married for a couple of months or years. Certainly, you
want to make sure that every moment in your home is memorable.
For the newlyweds, I'm sure by now you're still gushing over the beautiful memories of your big day, just as we watched. And for the brides-to-be, I bet you're looking forward to that big day and you're already making plans on how to look gorgeous on your wedding day. Wait. Has it occurred to you, have you ever sat down to think about the fact that brides, no matter how expensive and regal that wedding dress is, only wear it once in a lifetime, not once a year. I need to once a year. Once a lifetime. But the men, they will be able to wear their suits, like for work, depending if it's not that flashy.
Yes, and they can still wear it to church. But I think some brides have started to make dresses that you can repurpose. So it comes with a type of attachment, and then that
So you can just, remove the touch and you can still wear it. I mean, they're just wearing once.
An evening out or something.
And then sometimes we get carried away. I remember during my time, looking back, like, why did I stress myself on things?
You have to have a beautiful ceremony as long as you were focusing on the relationship. So when you don't feed the relationship,
that's the thing.
Putting all your energy on making the big day.
That's it. And that's what I'm going to. Sometimes people spend so much time trying to plan the wedding that they haven't really given that as much attention into the marriage. Like, after this, what's next? How are we building our home? What's the vision? Working together. That's just it. But hey, have fun.
Exactly. Well, we agree with you that you must look breathtaking on your once-in-a-lifetime day. That's why we will be telling you 5 things to look out for when choosing a dress. Take a look.
For years, the Christian Broadcasting Network Nigeria has spread hope, faith, and the message of God's love through premium broadcasting to all parts of Nigeria and beyond. From the airwaves to the streets and the farthest reaches of Nigeria, we have engaged in life-changing humanitarian interventions, being the hands and feet of Jesus by feeding the hungry, providing healthcare to the sick, taking care of orphans, empowering women and youth, and providing potable water to rural communities. Join us as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of Christian Broadcasting Network Nigeria. It's been 30 years of caring, 30 years of sharing the faith, and 30 years of changing lives. Join us in celebrating God's faithfulness now and for many more years to come. For more information, please send an email to 30th anniversary at cbnnigeria.org or go to www.cbnafrica.org.
Hello, my name is Grace. Welcome to another episode of LTL Weddings. I know that some brides now will be like, oh, what do I need to do? Do I have to have a lot of money? I will take you through the journey of 5 things you need to look out while choosing and shopping for a wedding dress. Number 1, your comfort. I always tell my brides, your comfort is very important. So look out for dress that you are comfortable wearing, comfortable sitting, comfortable while you walk, and it brings out your beauty and confidence. There's something about the wedding dress and the bride. If she's not feeling beautiful in it, she's not happy on that day. Secondly, we look out for your budget. Yes, budget can be ₦1,000,000 naira, can be 50,000 naira, but look out for what your pocket can afford. When people come to the store, I ask them, I said, what's your budget? Not because I'm looking down on anybody or not because I'm attaching importance to it. It helps us narrow down our choices. Sometimes we may find a dress that is within our budget or above our budget or below. It depends on the deals we are getting. Thirdly, the fabric. We have different types of fabrics for wedding dress. We have the satin, we have the lace, we have the taffeta, we have the organza. Make sure you're choosing what you like, what you love, what resonates with your personality as a bride. Some fabrics bring out a ball dress better than a mammy dress. Some fabrics is good to design them for mammy dress. So it all boils down to your consultation with a bridal stylist. Fourth, your wedding color. you choose the color that goes down with your skin tone. Some people look much finer as brides in a pure white dress. Some look finer in an ivory dress. They are all different shades of white. The fifth thing to look out for in a wedding dress is your body type. I always advise brides. Some come, hey, I'm shapy. They come with the Bible, I'm shapy, I have the figure, my hips, I want my hips to show, so I'm going for a mommy dress. Possibly, mommy dress will not go for your body type. Probably, if you are not too tall, a mommy dress will not flatter your body. Most times, out of 100, 70 end up going for ball dresses. Start shopping for your dress on time. That way, you find out all this, how to walk around your budget, the dress that fits you the most before taking your final decision. Dear bride, I hope I've been able to help you identify the 5 things to look out when choosing your wedding dress. I hope this helps, and I'll see you some other time. Bye.
The consultant has spoken. Because truly, if you don't look at your body type when choosing wedding dresses, like you just make it either your tummy, your tummy will.
Yes,
oh
you
God.
will not get that
Cannot
look.
breathe
So you can admire the dress on someone you saw, but you need to check your body type. Like you
Yes.
said, you don't have to choose that mermaid style of dress. You might go for a ball gown, a ball shaped gown. So, and then comfort is key.
I think that's it.
Because
You
it
have to be
takes a few
comfortable.
hours to have that wedding and then the reception. Comfort is very key.
True,
for me,
true.
yeah.
So-
But in all, you just have to look beautiful.
Yeah, no,
Right.
it's your big day, right? It's your big day. Dear brides to be, now you know what to look out for as you make your choice of a wedding dress. As much as you desire to have a glamorous wedding, the married life after the wedding day is one important factor you need to put into consideration when choosing a life partner. After this time out, our guest, who has been married for 19 years, will be sharing her experience with us in a bit. You would want to stay back for this. Welcome back. Marriage is a beautiful thing, even with its ups and downs. Our guest in the studio has been married for 19 years, just as we told you before the break. She'll be sharing with us some lessons she has learned for these years. She's Mrs. Buki Mbolu. Mrs. Buki Mbolu is the lead creative director at Bukai Crafts and serves with the Christian Broadcasting Network in reaching the world with the gospel of Jesus. She has 4 children. My mentor, Mazuma. No, but honestly, maybe this is an opportunity to tell you again, but I really, in terms of when I look at you and I look at your life, I'm inspired. And the fact that you've been married this number of years, and from time to time I see you mentor younger women in this organization, CBN. That is a great feat. That is something that God will bless you for.
Amen.
Yes, and so today we brought you live so that our audience will also benefit from all the wise counsel you're always giving young women in your community. All right, so 19 years is not a joke. And number one, you're not looking old. You're just enjoy your life. Enjoy your life. Yes. 28 years. 28 years old or 16 years? 28 forever. That's fine, I believe you. You look great. So this is a huge number of years, right? How has the experience been? I mean, married to one man with your 4 beautiful children.
Okay. Thank you first for having me on your show.
You're welcome.
Marriage. Yes. For me, it's been a learning process, learning who I am, learning to love, really love. It's been an experience, different things. It's not just one thing, it's a lot of things in it, And I thank God for the opportunity, to be married.
Awesome. Now, this particular episode is for brides to be. So let's just hear from you. How did you know your husband was the one?
Okay, I like that question. So this is me thinking when I meet the guy, butterflies, everything. But I think for different people, they have different experiences.
Absolutely.
But for me, let me just go back a bit. My father wanted me to marry someone from our tribe.
Okay.
So once I hear a name, Benga, Wale, I'm like looking, maybe this is him, but the relationship, of course I'll date for a while and I'll just see we're not clicking until I met this man from another tribe, and I was like, no, this can't work. But I just felt this peace. There was just this inner peace in me. I actually collected rings that I had to return because I didn't have peace after collecting these rings.
Oh my goodness.
So, but when I met my husband, there was there was a calm, there was a peace in me, and I knew this was him. It was just something from my inside.
Awesome. So, what were those things you fantasized before you got married that when you entered, you're like, okay, what's happening here? Like, were there things you thought, oh, maybe from the movies or whatever? I mean, it happens to everyone.
Yes.
Before they get married.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before I got married, I just thought, once you're married, every day you're in love. Everything is like, that's it. You're just in love. Everywhere is smooth. He's always telling you, I love you, and you're always feeling the love. After marriage, in fact, it just took like a week. I think it was the high of the preparation and everything. Then after, we go home and I was like expecting that euphoria and everything was just normal.
Yeah.
Shock you. Well, anyway, after that, it's getting to realizing that I'm not alone. That was good. I like that part of it. I had someone to worry about me.
That's like that.
Yeah, he doesn't see me, he calls.
Yeah.
Or like before, you're alone. And then something I also, a downside. Let me say a downside.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm this kind of person. I like my space. I like to put this here and come back and put this here.
Yeah.
And my husband is not that kind of person. He sees anything, he uses it and he puts it wherever his hand reaches. And I'm that kind of person. I like my thing in my space. So having to cope with that after marriage was kind of difficult for me. And I'm still trying to cope with it even till now.
90 years and counting. You will keep moving. All right, quickly, were there things you spent during your wedding, since we're advising soon-to-be brides, that you wish you didn't spend money for? I mean, just share with us a few things.
Number one was my wedding gown. I spent so much on it.
Okay.
And now it's just, I don't even know where it is. I gave it out to the bride and, she returned, and another one would ask out, I wish I didn't buy one. I wish I rented one. Because there were places, you could rent from. Then they weren't much, but I wish I had not spent that amount of money on my wedding.
Yeah.
That's one. And I wished I had a smaller wedding. Okay. I left my wedding for my parents to plan and run, and it was come one, come all kind of events, and then you spend more. And it wasn't really like a good memory in some aspects, because food will always finish because we have more mouths to feed and bagging and all that kind of stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I think
that's fine. Okay, so one quick word. Speak to the brides to be. One advice. What is one advice you want them to leave with today as they plan and prepare for the weddings and marriage?
Yes. One thing I wished I had done was to prepare better. Read, talk to people that are married. So I think with the internet and things that we have now, you should just find out more what to expect from marriage. One, and also get to know your partner well. Shocks in marriage sometimes could break it. Just get to know the person, spend more time together, ask questions, tease him or tease her and see their reaction, and just prepare yourself. Just be prepared Forget all that American novel, American movie thing. Marriage is different.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
You've got
you
a
for
sweet
having
spirit.
me.
Let me just say, I know you're my colleague, but honestly, I see that you should continue doing that mentoring. Please don't stop. I feel you should do it. Take it more, take it to the next level. Women, younger women need to learn from you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. All right, there you have it. Brides to be sure to make adequate preparation for your marriage, because the real deal begins after the wedding celebration. To the married folks, you would agree with me that it has not been a bed of roses. Perhaps you have unlearned, relearned, and learned some new things, and you have enjoyed the process. After the break, Auntie D enlightened us on how to communicate in marriage. Enjoy. Everyone, and welcome once again to Living the Life Counseling Timeout with Auntie P. You know, even I am surprised at some of the answers that I give. It has to be the wisdom of God, and it is. So, answers of peace on the way. And the topic today is about communication and marriage. Communication in marriage. My personal experience, I learned that we may host talk shows and do all the talk we do, but in marriage, you've got to learn to talk with the right spirit. It's a right spirit of humility and being able to turn wrath away with gentle answers. Getting the right temperament in place so that when you become attitudinal, the Holy Spirit is able to give you a little nudge in the right direction of making sure you don't create confusion and commotion in the family. So I've also learned that working with in-laws, communicating with in-laws means you're walking in love. Yes, the love of Christ and love with them. What else to do? Let's answer the questions. And here we go with your questions. 1, 2, 3. And number 1 from Mrs. O. Is it everything I should tell my spouse? Aren't there some sensitive things I should keep from him? Don't keep it from him. Just find the right time for sensitive talk. Because the truth is the only thing that makes you free. If there's stuff that you have in you that needs to come out, pray to the Holy Spirit and find the right time to bring it up in the right way. Make sure you're not accusing, make sure you're not abusing, and make sure you're not blaming it on someone else. We've got to make sure that we have the words right to share. So, is it okay to have a secret account that your spouse isn't aware of, especially if he's a spender? Now, this question has come from Mr. T. Mr. T, this sounds like you're trying to set me up. In the first place, you have said your spouse is a spender. I don't know how you've qualified that person as a spender. Maybe the two of you just haven't sat down to interpret and understand expenditure at home. Or you haven't sat down to understand what the need is for your spouse, so that what looks like an expense is actually a need being spent on. Having said that, I would like to say that no, secret accounts don't work. Secret things belong to God, not to us. Secret stuff messes up marriages. It makes you look like you want to do something deliberately and intentionally against the covenant of marriage. Don't keep it secret. Work with something that will always transparently present you in a way that you cannot be taken advantage of or framed by, stuff happens. People can frame you up with stuff you didn't really mean to look the way you look like. And third question, how do you communicate hurt to your in-laws, especially parent-in-laws? Let me repeat this question. How do I communicate the fact that I'm offended, right, with my mom-in-law or with my father or my brother-in-law? Listen to me, see me pulling my ear. You don't. Some people will say, oh, you're not being real. See, I'm being real. This is reality. I'm talking to you real. The words you speak are words that will always be used against you. What is the only one I can go to when I'm offended with anybody? In-law or my husband I'm in love with.
I don't tell him directly, but you better believe that I report him. And anyone for that matter who offends me or who I have offended. The most amazing thing when you go to God with the offense is God, first of all, helps you to understand and interpret where you missed it. He always shows me where I missed it. And then he shows me where I need to make up for it with the right kind of attitude. It works. It must work. It will work. Honestly speaking, this is the reality talk. You can take it somewhere else and people will say, oh, she's not being true. I am being as truthful as it gets. Coming from Africa, Nigeria, from Kentucky, I'm married to Ogbomoso, I am telling you, keep your tongue where you keep your tongue and go to God with it at the altar. You'll get an answer of it. So, having given you those answers, remember, I'm still available for more talk, more chat, more response on this, but living the life, marriage and communication, and I'll tell you the top 3 things to do as I close out. Talk, talk, and talk. Keep it sweet, keep it short, keep it simple, but keep it true. Keep talking.
Communication and marriage is very important. Yeah, it's not. It shouldn't be all about bottling up. Earlier in my marriage, I just bottled it up. Okay. Are you fine? Yes. Are you fine? Later, I found out you didn't even ask me when I said, "Am I fine?" Why didn't you still ask me?
And they say, scare women when they say everything is okay.
Everything is okay.
Are you?
I'm fine. No. Try and
Very afraid.
I'm What is important is to open our hearts and communicate.
Yeah.
Even if it's like I have a way I sometimes just joke about something.
Yeah.
About that the way you were saying that you were talking to me that day, I didn't like it too. Instead of having that serious, you are always doing this thing. I heard that is always that causes problem. And so you are always like kind of trying to separate the person from the situation so you can make headway.
The interview was also really interesting. I
Yes,
love the part where she talked about fantasies and expectations before marriage, and when she got to the house and she expected that euphoria to still be there like a week after the wedding. And it reminded me of one of my friends.
Okay.
She told us a very hilarious story. We laughed so hard that day. It was after a fellowship. She told us that like a week and a half after her wedding, she had gone to her auntie's place with her husband, and then her aunties were packing food for her, and the husband was like, I need to go now, we need to leave. And she was like, I'm coming. He said like a few times, and then she went out and saw that he was dreaming.
What is that? 1 week after marriage.
In shock. She was like, what is going on? And she was looking at her aunties, would anybody say anything? And they got married last
tie me together. Go
but
forward.
it was just one of the shockers. But I mean, they have a beautiful marriage. Like last week, they celebrated 15 years wedding anniversary.
Big ups to them.
It was just one of those things.
It's one of those things, actually. Yeah.
What's an interesting ride we have today? Why things communicate more in your marriage? Brides to be, prepare adequately before marriage. Newlyweds, be sure to enjoy your marriage. Build your marriage on the solid rock. Thank you for staying with us on today's episode of Living the Life.
Yes, and a special thank you to you, our partners, who keep being a blessing to millions of lives around the world with your monthly donations. If you're not yet a part of the 700 Club family, you can sign up by calling us using the details on your screen.
With as little as 2,500 naira or more, you can change a life and be a blessing to many.
Yes.
We look forward to receiving your donations and channeling them to those in need.
Yes. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles showing on your screen. See you on our next episode. Bye.
There are places you would like to go. There are faces you would like to see.
My palm is bruised. It's not a scar, but it's very painful.
Too many exciting things happening all at once. But you can't be everywhere. Guess what? Yes, we can. Your favorite lifestyle content lives here. Let us be your eyes and ears here on Entertainment News on Channels Television.
Hello and welcome. This is Entertainment News on Channels Television. My name is Abide Midairo, and today on the program, Davido descends into the ex-Banta Arena, locks on with some trolls and critics ahead of his Afro Nation opening night performance in Portugal. Emerging Nigerian fashion designer Amazino's Muse takes the 3D route as she presents her collection at the Epic Show 2025. Plus highlights from Iris Van Herpen's show as she blends laser from Living Algae with fashion at the Paris Fashion Week. We have details and many more on the program today, so don't go anywhere. We will be right now. Afrobeat singer Davido, who at this time is getting set for his performance at the 5th anniversary of the Afro Nation in Portugal, started the day on a bit of a controversial note. The singer, who is in the middle of his 5 tour, was drawn into social media banter on X with rival fans who had been trolling him. In a series of posts, Davido took time to respond to some of the negative posts directed at him, matching the tone, energy, and aura with similar vibes. This is, of course, completely out of character for the singer who has been praised for his good heart and open generosity, and has divided followers of the event. While some are quick to criticize his retort, others have shown more understanding, stating that he is also human and may have to stand up to bullies and online trolls. Regardless of all of that online shenanigans, Davido is expected to have a great show in Portugal as the opening night headliner for the Afro Nation Festival. Other headliners are Thames, who is scheduled for Thursday, July 10th, and Burna Boy, who will control the festival the following day.
All I have to say is thank you. I say thank you, Lord. I say thank you, Lord. All I have to say is thank you. We exalt your name. God is bigger than them.
In the meantime, despite the rancor within the P-Square Space, singer Peter Okoye has paid a surprise visit to the twin kids of his brother, Paul, in America as they celebrate their birthdays. The singer, who had always been posting images and videos of his visit to the children of his twin brother, again showed up at the kids swimming session on their birthday, and of course got the kids super excited.
How are you doing, my dad? How are you?
The P-Square family is presently embroiled in legal and creative disputes that has thwarted all efforts to reunite the P-Square band and delays the promised new album back in 2023. Let's talk some fashion now, shall we? As we shine our spotlight on the collection of Amazino's Muse presented in 3D at the recently concluded Fashion Finest Africa Epic Show. Who am I?
Live models make way for virtual characters on the Fashion Finest Africa Epic Show runway as Amazino Muse introduces a striking collection using 3D avatars dressed in entirely virtual fabrics. It is an immersive presentation that pushes the boundaries of fashion and technology, and a statement on the evolution of how fashion can be seen, felt, and experienced. The collection includes graphic tees, traditional lace designs, regal head pieces, and dinner dresses, fully leveraging their freedom to create without fabric restrictions. Creative director Amazino Uguti shares her motivation behind the innovative shift. She points to the fashion industry's ongoing sustainability issues and mountain textile waste as the driving forces behind a shift to the digital realm.
The fashion industry is known for waste, so I was thinking about how I could come in and how can that be reduced. That was when I learned about 3D fashion and how sustainable 3D fashion can be. So 3D fashion is not meant to replace physical fashion, because there are some people thinking that 3D fashion is going to replace, but no, it's actually here to aid the process. It's taking 2D illustration a step further. So with 3D fashion, like 3D illustration and animation, you get to see the visualization and you get to put out work before you actually make the outfit. That way you can see if your audience is going to like it before you actually produce it, hence reducing waste. And also you can be creative as much as you want without wasting physical fabrics, having to do prototypes. All of that can be done digitally. And this is not AI, because I've gotten a lot of AI allegations lately. So this is not AI, this is actually 3D animation. And people have been making use of 3D animation without even knowing, 3D fashion without even knowing. Even to Snapchat filters, their avatars, they're wearing animated clothes. People that play video games, their video game characters are wearing digital fashion as well. So it is actually everywhere. And even during the lockdown in 2020, when people could not meet physically, some designers abroad made use of digital fashion, and they actually held digital fashion shows, and the pieces that they held and the pieces that they showcased sold out. Yeah, so digital fashion is something that is really big abroad, but it's not so known here in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole. And I mean, as Nigeria is the giant of Africa, we have to take it a step further. There were 2 designs that I showcased that I actually collaborated with with 2D illustrators to let them know that it's an entire ecosystem. We're not leaving anybody behind. 3D animation does not take away from 2D illustration. It's like a step further. 3D animation is also not taken away from physical designers. We all work together.
For aspiring 3D fashion designers, she doesn't just inspire, she equips. Amazino lays out a guide for getting started in the digital fashion space.
Step number 1, you need to have a very good laptop. Like, that's very, very important. I'd recommend a gaming laptop. You need a gaming laptop, it's very important. Secondly, do not give up. Because like that's like one of like the hardest parts of like you have to like be up there mentally. Number 3, watch YouTube videos. People undermine YouTube videos a lot. Like there's so much that you want to learn that has already been put out there for free. That's what people don't know. Like before you rush to want to pay someone, I teach as well. But there are some people that come to meet me and I'm like, you know what, just go to YouTube. Like despite the fact that okay, I know I can make my friends personal, sometimes just go to YouTube. Most of the information you need is already out there and provided for you.
As fashion continues to evolve, Amazino's muse shows with her collection that the future of African fashion isn't just on the runway, it can also be on the screen.
And in Nollywood, the hush conversation around marital challenges, endurance, and sometimes excesses that women sometimes face in their marriages is getting mainstream attention as the new faith-based series produced by the Elevation Church, The Wives, premieres in Lagos, Southwest Nigeria. The cast and the crew, including Patrick Diabwa, Dr. Tedela, and Tomio Joe, joined congregants at an opening day screening and premiere event.
It's a packed screening hall, and the reaction and emotional expressions at various intervals tells the story of how much fun the viewers are getting at this premiere day screening of the series, The Wives. The Orire-directed faith-based series stars top Nollywood names including Tope Tedela, Patrick Diabwa, Tomi Ojo, and a host of others as they chronicle some of the challenges married women go through behind closed doors.
Down, down below, just remember God never let you go.
At the end of the evening, the cast and crew rose to a curtain call in the auditorium. Patrick played the character known as Harrison, a self-conceited, controlling husband who went into marriage. According to him, the role gave him the power of expression in a different manner.
Okay, so you're going to ignore me now, eh?
It's not fair. Should I ignore because they can keep chatting with me? Hello, Mafia. Oh, yes, I did. Please don't talk to my husband.
Hey, Matthew, we this our conversation, no. Hello?
I tell you, I think it's always the same thing. It's always the same process, and as artists, we try very hard to stay as faithful as we can to the character. There's something they say about being truthful to the character, and that's whatever the character feels. I try to feel that and not, let go of myself and let the character take control. And I've been doing this for quite a while now, and every day it gets, easier. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. But this particular one, I really enjoyed it because I love the flavor of the character Harrison himself. Yes, a very sort of a disturbed individual on a certain level, but fun to play, actually.
Actress Sharon Rotimi is earning her first major role on screen with her character as she portrays a professional woman dealing with camouflaged emotional abuse without paying much mind to it. For her, she feels extra fulfilled taking up a role in such a significant production.
How did I rubbish it? I barely started. I haven't even started anything. I just...
You beat up more than you can chew, Lima, and if it chokes you now,
Me, I'll be fine.
Where are you going now?
So shower and rest. It's been a long day.
But I know you too.
Even when during the auditions, the chemistry read, where the first day on set, of course I had butterflies. I was nervous. I didn't know what to expect, but the cast were wonderful. The crew members were welcoming. It was just a very wholesome set. And I'm so grateful that was my first experience. You hear many stories about many people's first experience on set, and it wasn't the same for me. I was just blessed. I was just lucky. First of all, it was fulfilling. I think it's great that you asked that question because I didn't think that it was a coincidence that because I'm a believer, I'm a Christian. It wasn't a coincidence that for my first project was like a faith-based project. It was something that I really think of great substance. So I feel very fulfilled for that. And so what I want people to take away is that nothing is ever as it seems. So you think you have the grand picture where you just see a few things. Let people prove themselves. Let time, do its thing. Just nothing is ever as it seems at first glance, maybe.
I thought you were asleep.
You lied to me about being with Enito.
How do you mean with Enito?
Matthew, did you even love me? Do you even love me at all?
Executively produced by Pastor Goodman and Bola Akinlabi, The Wives is aimed to serve as a timely transformative series for singles, intending couples, and families.
Thank you. I think, first of all, when you read a story, the first thing you're looking out for is relatability. Can you see either yourself or people that are close, dear to you in the script? And how lost do you get in the storyline? It was easy to see people that you know and love reflected in the stories, and that I think was a really good clue that this is a story that needs to be told and it would speak to people.
Matthew, because it's true. That's why you want it true.
Money, just hold on.
Because it's very relatable and it's about what people go through in their relationships, and it cuts across whether people of faith or people agnostics or whatever. We believe that everyone should warm up to the movie, the series, and that the message will, get into their heart once they're enjoying the humor and the angers and all that. that's the effect that we feel it. Our mission as a church and a faith community is to be able to, just impact culture. So rather than being subculture, we want to be in the main culture, and that is impacting the culture of our society with biblical truths that can give them a life of peace. And what's the best way to do that is to get into what you're used to, which is watching movies and just having fun, and then the learning principles that will bring them into a life of peace.
You think of cheating with anything.
3 times tonight.
How even dignified is your response?
Of course you did.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Entertainment News on Channels Television, and it's time for the regular look into Afrobeat for a roundup of the top new music videos.
Zlatan's Happy Day is an unapologetic toast to life and survival. Blending his signature Yoruba rap and street hop styles, he flips personal wins into a full-blown anthem. Directed by 22 Jumpstart, the visuals ooze celebration, luxury, and flair, all dialed to the max. Ice Prince strips down on Shakur, teaming up with music producer Chopsticks. The song captures the duality of Lagos and the grind of daily survival, highlighting themes of legacy, pressure, and self-awareness. The minimalist visuals mirror introspection, matching the songs.
Nigerian gangster, wrist with a big bezel, and I'm on the streets all day like a weed pedal. 99 pro-clamp, so I go, so I come, but I spit it shoot dance, oh, so I know the fun. I ain't even trying to speak, I'm just here to have fun, and I'm rocking to the basic times, but the bars got me on a different level. My lyrics covered with bullets and steel medals. Already bid on my dues, the bill settled. I could never pin them onto the rumors, the pedal, and the rose that grew on pebbles. Spirit of a G. Walking to the club in the 100-gram bling, neck full of stones, looking like I'm David with a snake.
Ayamath links up with Chike on the new track Realness, a sleek no-nonsense demand for authenticity in friendships. Chike's smooth hook lifts Ayo's gritty verses, while Oluwase's video direction brings the song's message to life.
To save the universe in you, to save the universe, to save the universe in you, to save the universe. If I think I get preaching, I'm backing up on them. I need to know for me. See how you see this coming. If I think I get preaching, I'm backing up on them. I think I know before you. I need to pass on them. I only saw, I give you all, no need to go. No one come on, not so good.
Anna Shakir brings a distinct Nigerian vibe to J Hus's UK rap style in gold. His chorus, delivered in a blend of Yoruba and English, anchors the track with melodic richness and cultural texture.
Every ring I'm wearing is gold. They're calling me Gaddafi. Don't bend, don't break, don't fall.
Produced by Bruno Loureiro, the beat fuses Afropop and UK grind, allowing both artists to maintain their identity while complementing each other.
mentally I'm on cranky. Already my pussy, mentally I'm in 2060. No pressure, you know my beat, and it's everything you can move. Every day now I want to know, and no life cause I'm too late. Psycho man, you shocking, cause no one like me. No water, no food they can't eat. No bread, no yam, no meat. All opposition getting the lead. Make them drop and make them deceased. When this war they wanna scream peace. King on the throne, I'm taking my seat. Hustle hard, we hardly go sleep. Wake up, go get paper, repeat. LV, nothing on me is cheap. Count my paper till it's complete. Give me brain, don't even want teeth. If you love me, you get on your knees.
Gracie Dawood delivers soul in the acoustic version of Covenant Keeping God. Soft vocals and instrumentals turn the worship track into an intimate reflection on unwavering faithfulness, a gentle but firm declaration of trust in God.
You are not a man. Only Majemutom, Ileri said, covenant keeping God. You are not a man. You will never lie. Oh, covenant keeping God. You are not a man. You never lie. Oh.
And to close the show today, we are back into the fashion conversation for another trailblazing showcase, this time from the ongoing Paris Food Couture Week, where Dutch designer Iris van Herpen makes her return with a collection that fuses art, innovation, and technology. Take a look.
Reactive bioluminescent algae lights up in the Haute Couture collection and show of Iris van Herpen in Paris. Co-crafted by biodesigner Christopher Bellamy of BioCrafted, there are 125 million bioluminescent algae embedded into the dress, showcased by the Maison during the Paris Haute Couture Week on July the 7th, 2025. The biomaterial is reactive too. As the wearer moves, the dress glows gently, emitting a bluish glow that lights up in the dark. The Maison and biodesigners say that the bioluminescent algae are placed in seawater and then encapsulated inside a nutrient gel that keeps them alive for a long time. The dress with bioluminescent algae forms part of the collection Symbiosis, the recent series from Iris van Herpen. designer combined all that science with good artistry, also taking inspiration from Louis Fuller, a pioneer of modern dance, and equipping the performer with winged appendages that interacted with the laser beams of Nick Verstaan in mesmerizing ways. Van Herpen called that show opener a metaphor for how we have drained the light out of our oceans.
Well, that's the show for today. Remember, you can get more by following the social media handles showing on your screen and also by checking out our YouTube page. Many thanks again for watching. My name is Abide Midairu. Bye for now.
Coming up on TPI.
Now, the producers have said you have to show us the big God dance, right?
Okay.
So, if you don't mind, we're gonna snap.
Magic is about to happen. All right, Dr. Tim, let's do this thing. You ready?
welcome to TPI. I'm your host, Muyiwa Olariwaju. Can you believe it's only our second show in our Virginia Beach studios since 2019? Man, it's great to be back home with the family. Hey, listen, today's show is going to be one for the books. We have a very special guest joining us, a man whose songs captivated our heart for years, Dr. Tim Godfrey, whose Big God Dance Challenge is all over social media, is with us. And I might pull out my dancing shoes just to show you how big my God is. You'll have to stay tuned for that one. But first, you might be familiar with the verse from Proverbs 3 that says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding." Many of us, trusting God can be a challenge, especially when life hits hard. TPI producer Melissa Rene shares how she learned to remain anchored in her faith despite the uncertainties she faces. Take a look.
As a child, I had the privilege of spending a lot of time at the ocean. I've always felt very close to God here. When I was a little girl, I remember this time when my father and I went swimming. It was at a natural tidal pool, and that day there was no one else in the water, and the water was pretty rough. It's like these deep ocean waves that come crashing into these natural rocks and then they flood out again. And I was standing at the ledge looking at him, and he opened his arms and told me to jump. And when my father tells me to jump, I jump. He didn't actually think I would. I jumped in and that water was rough. He fought to get both of us out of that water, but he did, and it all was fine. And the other day I was standing there getting ready to swim again, but the water was really cold, and I started thinking of all the waves and the cold, and I was overthinking it so much that it took me a really long time to jump in and swim. And when I was younger, I didn't have all of these thoughts in my mind. There's been times when God told me to jump and to take big steps of faith, and I took them without any fear, without really thinking about it, because I trusted him and I knew that his heart for me was good and that he had big plans and purposes for my life. And I've gone through seasons where there's been a lot of uncertainty and change, and what I thought my life would look like is nothing what it looks like today. And it really disconnected me from being present in the season that I'm in. I became disconnected from God and from the people that I love, and in my mind I was always in the future. There's this prophecy in Hosea where God says, "Behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness. I will betroth you to me forever. Yes, I will betroth you to me. In righteousness and justice, in loving kindness and mercy, I will betroth you to me in faithfulness, and you shall know the Lord." When God led the Israelites out of Egypt into the desert, they were headed for the promised land, but he led them to the desert to draw them nearer to him. And they were so focused on what they didn't have and of just being in the desert that they didn't realize God's provision for them in that season. He gave them a cloud to cover the sun in the heat of the day. He gave them fire in the cold of the night. He gave them food. He gave them water. He gave them everything they needed so that they could connect with him. And when the time came for the Israelites to actually enter into the promised land, they heard of the giants and they heard of the obstacles that they had to overcome. And they forgot what God has already done for them. They forgot that he protected them from the plagues and the pestilences in Egypt. They forgot that God opened the Red Sea for them. They forgot to trust. You know, as I realized this, it's like in a moment a light went on in my head. That sense of trust that I had when I was a child and my father said jump, I need to get back to that place where I trust my father again. I can so clearly see his faithfulness. I realized I can still trust God, even though I don't know what my promised land looks like or what the future holds. I know that I can trust God. And when he says jump, I can jump. If you feel like you're in a desert season and you just can't see the promised land and you can't see the promises that God has for you, I pray that he will open your eyes to show you the blessings that you do have. And you don't have to wait to enter into those promises, to walk in everything that God has for you. He has joy for you. He has provision for you. He is with you. He loves you. He delights himself in you. He says, trust me. I pray that you will fully comprehend and know the love that God has for you. Because when you fully know that love, you can fully trust. And when you can fully trust, you can live that life that he has planned for you.
What Melissa said is so true. We must fully trust. And as the saying goes, trust God's heart when you can't see his hand. Now don't go anywhere, because after the break, the man behind one of the biggest anthems to come out of Africa in recent times is here, Dr. Tim Godfrey, who gave us songs like Nara, Agidigba, and much more, joins us live on set. Stay with us.
This year is making 20 years I released my first single. Right now, I have 6 albums not released. I have over 30 videos unreleased. So the drive is even crazier now. I just feel like there's a generation out there that needs to be spoken to, especially young people.
Your Turning Point experience doesn't have to end when the program is over. Follow us on your favorite social media. Welcome back. His energy on stage is boundless. His songs, as young people say, fire. Songs like Nara, God Turned It Around, Olaga, and Big God, just to name a few, have become gospel anthems all over the world. Yet, behind all of the hit songs lies the story of a man who's come from extremely humble beginnings and joins us on TPI to talk about music, life, and his road to success. Dr. Timothy Godfrey. Thank you, Tim, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Finally.
Indeed, Tim, it's taken us all of 14 years to get here.
I don't even know what happened then.
You know, our time is short and there's so much to talk about. You know, I know that typically some people will say Tim doesn't have 9 lives. Tim has hundreds of lives because of the things you've been through. But you are one of 7 siblings. I mean, you talk about the whole family living in a room. You talk about your dad being a bus driver, you being a conductor. You talk about the first time you were in a major city, which you lived under a bridge.
Yes.
For the people who now see the Big God moment, they see Whoopi Goldberg, they see Bishop Jakes dancing and all these. Tell us about the early years of Tim Godfrey and paint a picture for us of what that was like.
Whew. Okay, so when I was born, growing up, there was no electricity in the place I was born. There was no third road in the place I was born. And so we grew up with, I mean, I'm sure Africans will be familiar with this, you know, where you put kerosene in a bottle and put that thread kind of rope and squeeze it into the cover, and that's what we use as our light and lantern. It brings out those black smoke that will cover your whole ceiling. That's what I saw. We slept on a mat. Barely had 2 meals a day. Hawk, my mom was a petty trader and hawked all sorts, banana, nuts, garlic eggs, just around the street selling, survive. That's how bad it was. Yeah.
So what was the first moment of you seeing the future that you have now? Where did you first experience music? Where did you first experience some of these incredible things that you're going through?
I think there's something weird about me growing up. I knew there was something different. I could see what people couldn't see. As a child, I had dreams. And then I was in children's organization as a water in Nigeria, and then there's adult choir. And every now and then, children would practice for something. The adult choir wanted me. I was probably like 8 or 9. And I I remember the first time I went to a recording studio in Zaria, I couldn't stay with everyone because they put the stool for me to stand on to sing to the recording. That was my first experience, but I've always loved music passionately. I remember using plates and cups instead of drums set up in my house, and I'll play so much that only me, I get the feeling, I see the audience, I just keep playing drums. One day, I was trying to do something, I don't know what it was, and music was so loud in this one room, and I tried to unplug something, the socket is open, and everything was a mess in the house, but so I plugged it, my hand went into and it took me up, plugged me straight to the door, yeah, and by the time I landed, I don't know where I was for, I don't know how long. I woke up, I was looking around, where? Nobody, you know how you want people to gather and feel, what? And nobody was there.
So here you are as a young man, a love for music. Where did that come from? Who were you listening to? Can you remember any names, any sounds that informed your love for music?
Interestingly, nobody in my family has ever been a musician or artist. I'm the first ever to be able to do it. But from Nigeria, one of the first I listened to a lot was Panampas Paul. And he was like the first to do contemporary. I wanted to do something different. Meanwhile, in the church I was born, there was no musical equipment. It was just Ogene, Ekwe, Udu. That's what we played that time. I would play this so well.
And those were instruments?
Those were the local African instruments, shekere and all of those things. We play. If you hear us play, it was so powerful. And my exposure to music other than that was me when I was doing houseboy, when I became a houseboy.
And that's another thing in your journey. You at one point were a house help.
We'll call it houseboy in Nigeria.
but the Jesus moment for you, I mean, your family are Christians, your parents have a faith. Where did the Jesus thing happen for you personally?
It was, I mean, I was born into a Christian family. You know, that's a given. But me having an experience with Jesus myself, I remember I wanted to leave the country when I got to Lagos. It was tough. I'd tried to get visa, I was due. Second one I was due. Third one I got the visa, but guess where? South Korea. I didn't mind, I just wanted to go anywhere. And then I got this 3 months visa to go to South Korea just to escape Nigeria. And I started going to different uncles and people. I don't know how to beg. I just got to tell them, look, it's not maybe they'll give me something, but they'll just say, make sure you're careful, don't do anything naughty. And nobody gave me anything, and the visa expired. That was it. And I went home, locked myself up, was depressed and prayed, and then that was the moment I had that Jesus moment, and I had him tell me clearly, you have everything inside of you. Just spend more time with me, and I'm going to open everything. It wasn't like in a program or an event, it was just between me and him in a room, in a place where I was my lowest moment.
Tim, there's so much to talk about, as I said. I mean, everyone at the moment is singing Big God, but, you go back as far as Agidigba, and even beyond that. And I want to talk some more about that, so if you don't mind, stay with us. Well, after the break, Tim Godfrey will be showing us some of his Big God dance moves. You don't want to miss this. We're still here with Dr. Tim Godfrey. Tim, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We've spoken briefly about your early years, your journey to now. And as I said, one of the big things the whole world knows about you is Big God. But prior to that, there's a whole library of songs. Do you ever have moments of what we now call imposter syndrome? When you're qualified to be in a space, you have every right to be there. But because of your experiences and looking at others, you think, should I really be there? Because you've talked about living under a bridge, talked about being a house help, but for the last 10 years that I can speak intelligently of, you have been with heads of states,
you have been with A-list artists, you've been with celebrities. I mean, recently you were with Whoopi Goldberg and many of the others. Do you ever stop and think, am I supposed to be here?
I mean, I think right now, it's my everyday life. Like, how did this, because I literally saw all of these things as dreams before. I mean, it was things that I thought, for instance, having to host Kirk. Kirk is one of the people, a role model. I listened to his music, I learned a lot from his music. And having to host him and both of us be on the same stage to do stuff together in my own event was special. Like,
and speaking of that, it's not just Kurt.
Yeah,
you've had Martin Sapp, you've had
Israel,
Israel,
all of them. So it's beautiful to see those things happen. And I always would ask myself, how did we get here? I mean, and there's so many moments where I look back and say, is this really happening? Is this really... it sort of humbles me a lot to know that God can pick anybody from anywhere and just turn things around.
So here we are. You're flying the world. I don't know how your wife copes with your traveling schedule. What would you say in your quiet moments keeps you for someone who's watching you who has a dream to be where you are? What keeps you grounded, and what should they focus on? Because many people will call you, Tim, I know, and say, oh, how can I make this beat? How can I write the song like Nara? How can I do these things? But from everything I know about you, it's not music first. There's something else that's the foundation. What would you say to that young man, that young woman who has a dream to be where you are now, as to what they should be doing, what they should focus on?
I mean, we've always said this, that you never, if you're looking for a big song, if you're looking for a hit and all of those things, you are going to struggle. Music, I see, like a woman, she has to gain trust from you. That's number one. You can't just jump into it. I say it's marathon, it's not a sprint. I was saying to you yesterday that if it's a sprint, then you come up quickly and do well quickly and then finish quickly. So, but for me, it is just your passion and love for God. How much I actually prefer to stay in a space where I can spend time with God. I mean, I don't go to God as a provider. I know He's a healer, but I don't go to Him as a healer. I just want Him to be my Father. I want to spend time with Him as between a child and a father. And in those moments, everything happens. That's one key thing. And then the drive I've had from day one, every year it increases. Anybody that's thought I was very driven when I was starting 20 years ago, I mean, this year is making 20 years I released my first single. Right now, I have 6 albums not released. I have over 30 videos unreleased. So the drive is even crazier now. I just feel like there's a generation out there that needs to be spoken to, especially the young people.
Tim, you have a twin brother, Travis Green. One of the big introductions for Travis to many people in Africa was a song called Nara, which you wrote, which wasn't even on the schedule. You actually told him about the song on your way from the airport, and he learned it overnight. Tell us about that story.
I mean, interestingly, we're going to do another song called Greater. It was all English, had all the contemporary gospel vibe, and I just said, there's this other song that I have, but I don't know, are you comfortable speaking in my language? And then he said yes. So I started to him how to pronounce Chukuna Bomoria. It was difficult. Then I did a voice note. We kept going on. And in fact, when we finished it, because where Travis got into starting the song with the stems was the wrong place. So on stage that time, people see the video and enjoy it, but it was a disaster. I looked at my music director, turned off the stems immediately, turned it off. There was a second verse that I never did. But because I was even frustrated, I just said, you know what, let him just sing the verse, because I'd done before sharing the testimony, just wrap up the song and just get away, leave the song alone. We finished it. There was other dramatic songs that we did that we were going to release that was so big in our eyes. And I told my guys, this song that didn't do well, even the coverage wasn't okay, everything about it didn't sound well, let's just put it out first. And so that when we start putting out the big songs, I And guess what? We released that song, and I just started seeing everybody post. I said, "What's going on?" And every time God reminds me that it is our thoughts are different from His.
As we speak, Nara is over 30 languages.
Yes, over 30
easily over 100 million.
Over 110 million views, and have been done everywhere you can think about it. India, China, different languages.
And also to think that the song was written out of a moment of frustration that you had.
This is for somebody watching. If you're going through stuff that you feel like this is the end of the world, that was where I was. I was frustrated. I was depressed. I've been going through depression for about 4 years. That's not up on that time. And then suddenly, God reminded me where I started from. I mean, look at you right now. Look at where you're coming from. Look at the things that has happened to you. And that's how the song happened. And I'm thankful for the whole world to say.
Wow. Listen, you absolutely have to come back so we can talk some more. We need like a couple of hours just to talk through your story. Now, the producers have said you have to show us the big God dance, right?
Okay.
So if you don't mind, we're gonna do this thing. Now everyone knows I can't dance, so I'm gonna try.
Okay. So, magic is about to happen. All right, Dr. Tim, let's do this thing. Ready? Big God, we love to praise you. You say. So let me do that right. You got 1, 2, 3, and go. There. Let's go.
Your Turning Point experience doesn't have to end when the program is over. Follow us on your favorite social media. so exciting to watch. I know I was supposed to dance, but my ministry lays elsewhere. We've reached the end of the program, but before we go, please take a moment to follow us on our social media accounts, where you'll find daily encouragement and intriguing conversations. We leave you with music from our distinguished guest, Dr. Tim Godfrey, singing Big God. From all of us here at TPI, goodbye, and God bless you.
Thursday, July the 10th. Good morning and a warm welcome to your perfect day starter, the morning brief. I'm Kayode Okikulu.
And I'm Jeff Rose, and as always, we're right here with you one day before the final day of the week, weekdays, before you enjoy your weekend. We'll bring through the big highlights and bring you all the big stories right here. Of course, we have Bukola right here with us.
Of course, it's a Thursday.
In yellow, that had to turn in yellow, by the way.
Well, Jeffrey, where's that coming from?
I don't know, I just look at you on the background on the screen.
I quite understand. It's a compelling color, just like the day is compelling. It comes with a lot of challenge as far as what's happening is concerned. But we're always prepared, helping you make sense of it all. Good morning. Welcome to the Morning Brief. I'm Bukola Koka.
So let's get right into it. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has been responding to all of the allegations that he worked for former head of state, late General Sani Abacha. In fact, in a post on X, Mr. Peter Obi released a document from before 2000 to debunk the allegation that he worked for the military leader who ruled Nigeria from 1993 until his death in 1998. Now, this document, titled Appointment as Co-opted Members of the Task Force on Ports Decongestion, was dated April the 24th, 1996, and appears to have been signed by the then Minister of State for Finance, Abu Gidedo. Now, in the post, Mr. Obi said, "In consonance with my established principles of defending everything I'm involved in, and in the interest of all men and women of goodwill, especially those committed to the pursuit of truth, I hereby attach a letter which documents my co-opting along with others into the task force on the decongestion of the port," and the statement goes on X. According to him, this engagement was rather a civic response to inefficiencies plaguing port operations at the time. Well, the ruling party and others have picked holes in that document, looked at spellings of tax, looked at the date, the document, the way it looks, almost coming under forensic analysis. But we just put to rest talk about
relationship in alliance, loyalty has been tested and allegiances continues to shift, and this is what we see here in the personality of the person of Mr. Reno Omokri. Just yesterday, people, or millions of people, I would say, who watch and follow Arise TV and channels, watch as Reno appeared on Arise and Channels Television, where he unleashed a spirited reporter of Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. His recent claim that Tinubu's administration has borrowed more money in 1 year than all 4 previous administrations combined. Mokri didn't hold back, backed by figures from the World Bank and the Debt Management Office. He argued that the real story is more complicated. Much of the debt, he said, came from inherited commitment or infrastructure. Commitment or infrastructural projects approved before Tinubu took office. But Peter Obi is either misinformed or deliberately misleading Nigerians. That's Omokri's position. He declared that this administration is managing a fragile economy this administration did not actually create. And yet, it is making progress. That is his position, from stabilizing the naira to rebuilding investors' confidence. Omokri was just trying to rebrand this administration, in his own words, to ensure that Nigerians get the message clear.
And the recounting of those events, then by all means they can come up with the evidence to counter Mr. Peter. But evidence is being in recent times, especially as we approach the 2027 presidential election. So it is necessary a threat to that's the question we should be asking this morning.
But I get that point. Well, at the end of the day, he said what he said. For me, it's an interesting time for me as a journalist, where I'm sad.
Separatists sympathy and turning a dangerous blind eye to the activities of the IPOP. I mean, Omokri just keep going on and on and on. He said, according to him, he said Obi has always spoken in
That we're already at that time. The conversation we should be having now is better us to have it sometime around December this year into January next year, because that will be exactly like a year to the election. So there's something called political hot air.
About how Peter Obi is always speaking in code when it comes to national unity, and also argued that Peter Obi is coming in to be a divider of Nigeria and also renegotiate the Southeast independence as it were.
The man has presented his case as far as these issues are concerned. But this is what happens with politics: a lot of hot hair, a lot of blame game, a lot of cherry picking. When it's good on this side, things can be good and bad, but some will pick the good side, some will pick the bad side, depending on how it works for you. So I don't want to over-comment on this. The man has provided his evidence. If you have your counter evidence, it's up to you.
Let's just put this to rest. If you're called to national service, I mean to serve the nation, I don't know if it's under any government, but if you're called to serve your nation, I think you should. Yes, I think that's what should happen. Even if the Tinubu government or any other future government calls you to serve your nation, at that point, you're actually not serving a government or a person, you're serving your nation. So I think we should maybe put this to rest across board.
It's just like Taiwo Udele is serving this country with these brilliant tax reforms. And though there are gray areas, but the document he's been able to put together with his team has a lot of future if it's properly implemented and to the letter. In that sense, you can move some levers in the future. So tomorrow you can't come and say he was one thing or the other. He just provided the service.
As a technocrat.
Yeah, as a technocrat. But this is even way lesser. This particular Peter Obi's case is even way lesser.
I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
let's leave that conversation. Serve your nation and let's move forward.
If anything, and if his accounts of the events of that time were true, he was called to provide a solution to a particular challenge at the port. And in fact, his representation of businessmen at the port singled him out, and he was asked to lead that particular exercise to bring sanity to the port. So his account, if not countered by any other, witness of events at the time, actually works in his favor because his representation was found to be distinguished. But again, if anyone has any counter evidence to the account that Mr. Peter Obi has, explained as what seems to be his engagement with the Abacha government, then they can come up with it. And of course, yeah, we can also do our own diligence as well. Speaking of what's next, as far as big talking point is concerned, is trouble seems to be brewing between the CPC and ACN bloc in the ruling APC, and it would seem as if the immediate past secretary to the government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, has dismissed claims that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made former President Muhammadu Buhari Nigeria's president in 2015. Mr. Mustafa made the statement at the unveiling of the book, according to the president, Lessons from a Presidential Spokesperson's Experience, written by former presidential spokesperson, Mr. Garba Shehu. Listen to this.
Sum up the total votes that gave us the presidency in 2015. The aggregate of the total votes were 15.4 million votes. So basically, what we brought to the table, the other parties that were in the matter, in addition to Buhari's 12.2 million votes, were 3.
Now, if you understand the mood of the times, Jeffrey calls it political hot air, but in line with the, realignments and repositioning ahead of 2027, a lot of political pundits, particularly those in the ruling party, have been pointing to President Bola Tinubu's statesmanship, political acumen in 2013, and his role specifically now in bringing the, merger that saw the APC's birthing to light ahead of the 2015 presidential election. Perhaps this is what is responsible for this response from the CPC bloc in the All Progressives Congress. Now, the big question is, does this reflect the mood of the Northern Bloc, of not just the APC, but the politicians in the North, particularly when you consider also the sentiments being expressed by members of the new ADC coalition when they say, when some of them, not all of them now, because we're aggregating the thoughts of all of them, when they say that, you know, they must counter the presidential candidacy of Bola Tinubu in 2027 with a northern candidate. Are these the right questions to ask, Jeffrey and Kayode?
As far as that issue is concerned, so let me just help that. So he's saying he has facts and he has his points, according to what he said. Before that election, Buhari, in the previous election, had 12 million votes, but he won the election by 15 million votes. So if you do the math, it feels that Buhari came onto the table, which is also very important. But I think both men contributed one way or the other. If there was no merger, perhaps there wouldn't have been a victory for Muhammadu Buhari. You can't also discard 13 million votes. The reason I'm saying that is to the fact that, and let's help Nigerians to say, the way Nigerians process leadership is different from the way politicians process leadership in terms of victory. So me and you, we think of competence, character, and all the things we look at, credibility and all of the things. But the politicians are looking at who can win. Who can win this election? It doesn't matter competence, character, because all your competence and character and all of that, if you don't win election, you're not going to lead anybody. So Nigerians want to look for a way to bring in what we expect in terms of competence, character, and capacity, and meet with the politicians who can win and find a middle ground, because the politicians will never change. As a matter of fact, Atiku is coming to the table with 6.9, but Obi is coming with 6.1. The reason why Kwankwaso is being quoted, perhaps 1.4 million votes, so they work with the numbers, so they have a point. Whether it reflects the sentiment of the North is a different kettle of fish. I just needed to bring the mathematics together. Politicians look at numbers, we look at other things, but we must look for a point to marry, because we're not going to...
Notre équipe travaillait comme des pièces de puzzle séparées. Et Monday.com nous a simplement réunis pour nous permettre de ne rien perdre de vue. Avant Monday.com, nos équipes travaillaient sur différentes plateformes. On trouvait rien, on perdait des choses. Monday.com a résolu ces problèmes en nous réunissant tous sur un seul espace. Chaque partie de notre travail a maintenant sa place sur une plateforme qui est simple à utiliser. C'est-à-dire que chacun dans le service peut suivre les processus ou les projets. Et à tout moment, je peux compter sur Monday.com pour m'informer de ce que fait l'équipe et comment chaque partie progresse. Ça a rendu notre équipe plus rapide, plus agile. Nous sommes tout simplement plus efficaces.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
But again, this is but unfortunately, that is how the numbers are always looked at. That is why there's a contention in the coalition right now. I'm not saying practically, as from what we look at, is the question of numbers. I remember vividly, before the 2023 presidential election, former governor of Sokoto State, what's his name again? Dogara. No, it wasn't Tambuwal. Yeah. Said, let us win first before we talk of who gets what. That is the thinking. Some people are accusing Nasser El-Rufai that he didn't want to support Bola Tinubu, but when he saw how the levels were tilting in terms of the numbers, he naturally went to support Bola Tinubu, because you don't want to be in the wrong team, you want to be in the winning team. So you have also raised a very valid point. How do we isolate the numbers? But we cannot discard the fact that Buhari has called for followership.
Oh, the sentiment was high. It's closer to 6 million than the 12 million. Yes. I think it's quite closer to the 6 million because there are a lot of factors that come to play. It's not to put down what any other place, because when you talk about the PDP, do you know what the PDP?
Yeah, 5 governors. Five governors were the game changers. I don't think I may be wrong, but if those 5 governors did not leave the PDP, perhaps we won't have APC today.
Speaking of the factors, they may have changed since 2023, since 2015, if you consider what played out in 2023.
Exactly.
And you've made the point that Atiku brought 6.9 million votes to the table. Peter Obi brought 6.1 million votes.
Won with 8.7.
So that is breaking the voting block of the aggregation of the Buhari votes. And that is if Buhari can repeat that feat in 2027. And the question again is, if the people consider competence, character, and vision above who is bringing what to the table, then perhaps collectively they can tip that balance against the politicians and come up with candidates that will take up all of those votes. But again, that will be a miracle as far as electioneering is concerned.
Yeah, because why that is tricky. The people only come to the table when the food has been served. I'll say that again. The people only come to the table when the food has been served. The food is served on the primaries, or whatever is left of the primaries is what we have to deal with. And the people that serve on the table at the primaries are the politicians who think numbers first. So we must look for a way to encourage young people, everybody, join a political party, APC, PDP, ADC, go join, infiltrate them, and make sure you get that competence, character, and whatever you want. Because they will decide.
And speaking of food being served, that choice may have also been filtered at the primary level. So who emerges at the primary? That's another thing to consider. Will it be a popular choice across Nigeria, regardless of the political parties?
When you have a strong machinery of a political party, they will make you popular. But maybe you don't have time for my take.
We have to take your take.
Oh,
we have to take your take.
Okay. A few days ago, something happened that I think Nigerians should not gloss over. 2 very prominent politicians in Nigeria, former governors of Rivers State, made allegations against one another. And we just thought to ourselves, are we just going to gloss over what was said? So let's take it was on Shemu's show, Politics Today. The first shot was fired by Rotimi Amechi, who accused or alleged that people like Nyesom Wike are buying houses and spending money and taking over things. Let's take a listen to him.
We don't listen to who is Wike, who is Fura. They're not my age mate. I'm older. I was governor before them. I hardly stole any money. I didn't steal any money from government. I don't have houses the way they have houses. I did not take civil servants quarters. I don't drive Rolls Royce, even though Johnny Bata gave me one. Johnny Bata gave me one Rolls Royce in 2014. Today I'm not driving it. Till today. In fact, it's so bad. It's gone so bad. I think they can sell it if they see it back.
So that was a shot that was fired. I don't buy houses like them. I don't take over property and all of that, referring to Wike and Fubara. Now, this is what Wike had to say in response.
Amechi's wife was not an industrialist. I never been. If that's I know. And that's why I call on Mr. President to release a forensic audit of NDC. Through Amechi's wife company, every month 4 billion naira to train Nigeria Delta women for 1 year, 48 billion naira. And the forensic report audit is there. Who killed it was Malami, the Attorney General then. The Attorney General then. Let them release the document. If what I'm saying is not in the document, I will resign as the Minister of LCT. I said I will resign. I don't worship office. What I'm saying, let them release the forensic audit of the NDC. I didn't say the forensic audit was right, but I said release the report of the forensic audit. ESI, that's how the wife became an industrialist. 4 billion now every month to train Nigeria Delta women. Amechi's wife was not an industrialist.
So, Karadam Kola, you see what played out? Rotimi Amechi came and said, Nyesom Wike is tremendously wealthy, buying houses and taking property. And even when the Cho asked him about the question of, how do you make your money? He said his wife is an industrialist, a trader, almost an industrialist. So on one hand, there's allegation of the fact that there is illegitimate means of accumulating wealth from both men. That is what both of them are saying. So then in response, you heard Nyesom Wike say, he even put his office on the line, said, if the forensic audit of the NDDC is released, and it's not showing that 48 billion was transferred from the NDDC to a company owned by Rotimi Amechi's wife, which he says how she became an industrialist, man like siphoning the money, allegedly. Then he will resign as a minister. We're saying this to the fact that if after the confession, let's not use the word confession, statements of these two gentlemen, who were political leaders, very serious political leaders, who perhaps would have been presidents of Nigeria if they had won the primaries of their party, if nothing is done about statements like this in terms of investigation, in terms of release of those statements, this is how public confidence is killed in the system. Betta Edu was suspended over certain allegation. Till today, we do not know whether she stole the money or she didn't steal the money as alleged. He just allowed it to fizzle out. This is why Nigerians continue to lose confidence in the system and they don't want to turn out to vote. I just need to bring that to the fore at the end of this.
And that's a very valid question. So certainly the report needs to be put out there. Let us lay all the cards on the table.
Investigations have to be done.
And I think at this point, we all know already that when you dig deeper, you realize that all of the politicians that you think are against each other are benefiting from the system one way or the other. Either they themselves, their companies, their children, their family members are benefiting from that same system that you think they're fighting against. So on the one hand, we have to take this seriously and ensure that these allegations are really investigated and we bring the truth to the fore. But on the other hand, do not be fooled. Out there are daggers drawn, but behind the scenes, they're all sucking from the system.
Well, just to add to that, Serap has also been speaking and asking that the Attorney General of the Federation does due diligence to investigate, determine who are those who killed that report according to the allegations raised by the Minister of the FCT, and name and shame those who may be indicted in the audit report of the Niger Delta Development Commission, I believe from 2010 to 2019 or till date. I'm going to clarify the period. But it's more important that the investigations are done as well, apart from naming and shaming those indicted, such that they are jailed and there's greater accountability of public funds. As far as the interviews are concerned, it's rather disappointing because it was more an all-time low in interview engagement because it was more like a character assassination of both politicians of Rivers State. We are yearning for a time where we get to the point where politicians engage in a contest of ideas, not in a superiority, contest of who is a more senior politician or who did better at what while they were in service. What about engagement in contest of ideas, of good governance, of who did better as far as investment in human capital development, in the education sector, in tackling problems? That was evidently absent in both interviews. And, it's just symptomatic of the kind of politicking that obtains in Nigeria.
Just to add to that, so we're saying on one hand, the reports, we want to plead with the president to release that report so that we get to see. On the other hand, the EFCC should also investigate Nyesom Wike for the allegations leveled against him and every other person, because he's saying he's buying houses. Is it true that Nyesom Wike has many houses in Rivers State and around the country? They also have to find that out. This is where the code of conduct also is two-way. One hand the EFCC, the other hand the president. Because the reason why we are dwelling on this and using this as a case study, if we don't do this, the people will continue to lose faith in our country. And it will feel like when it comes to the people that have watchers, the law suddenly becomes complicated and is no longer strong. That's it. That's
simple as that. We have quite a show for you today. We'll stay with all of these issues. But what do we have for you on the program today? Well, the economy is big because we're talking to the issues, right? While there's a lot of talk around the coalition, who's going to be the presidential candidate, there's still a present challenge with the economy, which we have to fix and make sure it works for everyday Nigerians. So 2 years down the line plus, the economic policies of the Tinubu administration seem to be hitting Nigerians hard still. Well, the government says we're on the path to recovery, but for how long? Do they have long-term benefits that require patience, or are they not the right policies? We'll be joined by an economist, Paul Alaje, as he breaks down the numbers for us.
And that's not all. We'll touch on the health sector today. Last week, the Nigeria Medical Association issued a 21-day ultimatum to the federal government to meet its demand, after which a strike will be carried out. But how close is the government to meeting those demands? The president of the NMA joins us to provide some insight into the issues raised.
And of course, we'll talk about the traditional institution of Olubadan, the monarch that passed, and his replacement, the person who will take over, is also up for conversation. So that is going to be part of the conversation we'll be having on the program today.
So there's been no official confirmation there. Of course, people have looked at the succession line and said, this may be the person, but it's been no official confirmation. There's still a mourning period. And that's why we're having this conversation, so we know the whole process. So there you have it, a look at what we have for you on the show today. But we're starting off with the front pages. We'll take a moment now, and when we return, we'll show you how the front pages are reporting the big stories in Nigeria today. Stay with us. We're starting off with the Nigerian News Direct, which leads with OPEC. Oh yes, oil is big in any conversation we have. FG calls for investments to boost production, energy security. You see this one as Lokobiri laments unfair financing structure for African countries. We're not going to be doing this alone. We're joined on the program this morning by Mr. Fetayo Adeni, public affairs analyst, joins us virtually on the program. Mr. Fetayo, good morning. It's good to see you again.
Good morning. From London. I'm good to join the program once again.
Absolutely, Mr. Fetayo. But take a look at the big story. We know that oil is the cash cow. Some say it's a distraction, because there are other things going on in the extractive industry with gold and all of that. But hey, we still talk about oil. But clearly, we're still under this mountain of oil, boosting production. Our budget assumptions are high up there in terms of the production, the output, and then the price. But when the reality hits, it is not as it is. So we're trying to ramp up in that sense. Are you tired maybe of this always backing at this tree of oil when we've said time and again that we have other options that we could explore? Is it that we're just stuck in this oil matter?
Hello? Come again, I missed the last part.
I'm asking if you think, are we stuck? Because we've been talking about diversifying for decades now, but we're still here somehow.
Yeah, I think based on the newspaper that you just showed, because I barely hear what you're saying, but talking about our production, just like I've always said on this forum, that you can't continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. And what are the things that the money that have been realized, what are they being used for? All this why we heard that we produce thousands of barrels every day, and there's the issue of crude oil theft, and I don't think that has been addressed properly. And NNPC came out for the first time that they have 100% production last month. So I think it is high time government needs to be transparent and accountable for whatever that have been realized, what have been used for, who got what, the percentage of utilization of the fund. So calling for investment to boost production and energy security. What are you doing with what you have before people can believe on it or can make more investment? I'll save our investment. The issue of oil theft, I'm sure you are here when the vessel was arrested. We don't know who was behind it, who has been prosecuted. So we just allow it to pursue.
Vibe code any tool for your business today with DataButton.
With DataButton's AI, you can build any business tool you need. Sales and CRM apps, marketing dashboards, project management tools, anything you can imagine. To learn more, join thousands of other businesses, head over to databutton.com.
Bienvenue sur Fiverr, la plateforme qui vous met en relation avec des freelances en France et à l'international. Les freelances français sur Fiverr sont notés 4,9 sur 5. Rejoignez-nous maintenant, Fiverr.
Later. There's also a visa restriction coming from the UAE. How are you processing, this concerns arising from this visa restriction from the U.S. government and indeed from, other parts of the world, Mr. Fetayo?
Yeah, first and foremost, if you don't project your country, if you don't have anything to offer, it's very easy for international community to just pass you here and there. Talking about giving us Nigeria, we're applying for US, for example, there's going to be single entry of a 3-month visa. I think there's what they call reciprocity, that just like you pat me at the back, I pat you at the back. I'm sure this is high time the government need to put the ambassador of those countries on their toes, that what's going on, this is what we offer you, and we've been enjoying this relationship, making it difficult for our people, in exchange of education, visiting their loved one and all of that, that is a thing that I think they need to look at and review. And if, just like I remember, the U.S. government said one time, I think about 3 or 4 years ago, I stand to be corrected, when they said the amount of money that the Nigerian government charged their citizens to obtain Nigerian visa, that's why they are increasing it. And I think they tend to review it. This is a diplomatic issue. And I think in a few days, they should be able to review it, whatever it is. The benefit they felt that the U.S. government, or citizen rather, and the UAE citizens are enjoying in Nigeria, if they cannot reciprocate that, I think the federal government should retaliate as well. You can't say that we enjoy a cordial relationship, bilateral relationship, and you stand to take more advantage than what my people can get from your country.
All right, Mr. Fetayo, let's go to the Vanguard newspaper, leading with politics. 2027, don't underestimate Tinubu. Ribadu warns opposition. You can see that sort of on the page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. The writers, ADC slams presidency over alleged plot to overthrow Tinubu, says it's ploy to repress opposition. Governors, APC leaders secretly supporting coalition. Babache, that's the former SGF. LP can't win election, will contest on ADC tickets. That's Ireti Kingibe, according to the Vanguard. Don't write us off yet, PDP. It's not losing ground to ADC. So everybody's speaking, Mr. Fetayo. What do you make of this?
Yeah, of course. They are all speaking based on their own interests. Of course, who pays the piper dictate the tune. You don't expect Ribadu to say otherwise, because he is working in this administration and saying that, look, whatever it is that you are doing, I don't think you know what's up, what is going on, because the president, you can underestimate him as you are planning your own, doing your coalition. And of course, the ADC claim that whatever the president is alleging that they are trying to overthrow this administration is a false cry, and I believe so, because if you are doing well and you have a track record, I'm sure that people will be conversant, who will even be happy with your administration. Of course, PDP saying they are losing ground, they need to hold tight if they can put their house in order. And if coalition, of course, can address or put their ego aside and forge, ahead to produce a sellable candidate, not that they want to promote their individual ambitions, I think they can do the magic. And of course, not just to seize power or to wrest power from this current administration, but to give Nigeria a better alternative, good governance, where the healthcare system works and education, etc., and infrastructure. And of course, the issue of corruption. You are just saying in the studio, this former minister or former governor accusing this of owing this, accusing that of owing that. And we didn't see what our anti-graft agency are doing, no. So if they are coming with a better alternative, I see them, and they should share their individual ambitions just for collective progress. I see them pulling up strong in 2027.
Very good. Let's quickly take a look at this Nigeria, Mr. Fetayo. And it's also something we spoke to earlier on. And you see, no single individual made Buhari president. Ex-SGF Mustafa says Buhari brought 12.2 million votes, while Tinubu and others only came with 3.2 million to the merger. Well, the extra information was put. He didn't mention anybody's name. He just talked about the others, but it's implied, absolutely. But what do you think about this debate around who brought what? Someone brought 12.2 million. You only brought 3.2 million votes. Mr. Fatayo, does this math?
Yes.
Does it work for you?
Yes, before what he was trying to say that before Buhari came to AC then, or what is known as APC now, that I think he came as a first runner-up in the previous CPC election, and CPC, yes, when he contested under the platform of CPC, 12.2 million votes, and where AC then has a measure of 3.2 million, has been stated. But just like they said, election is a game of number. If you have it in that side and don't have it in this region, you can still not become the president. You don't have 50+ % of the total cast vote. So we know that the role of president administration play when it comes to Madam putting in front. That was what I said earlier, that if they can share their personal ambitions and say, okay, let's support an individual, I think they can pull a stunt. But this one said he wants to become president, that one said he wants to become president. That's going to affect the ADC or the coalition. But if they can share their individual ambition and say that, okay, let's put up one credible candidate, yes, of course. But just like we said, election is a game of number. If you are short of some number, you might not become president. But we all know that this present administration or president play a huge role when the former president came into power. So that's Nigeria, no, even though he did not mention a name, just like we said, a tree does not make a forest. It takes, from that zone, from this zone, coming together.
But Mr. Fetayo, let's dig deeper. Because this is a sign of something deeper. It's not just the numbers now. For him to have come out to give that clarification, clearly there's something wrong in-house, particularly with the APC, with the blocks of the CPC and the ACN. What do you sense is at play here, and what does this mean, or maybe mean, for the next election, particularly for who will become the APC presidential candidate, whom we almost know already?
I'm sure the former Attorney General was trying to say that Tinubu is not Tinubu that make an individual does not make a president, does not make Tinubu. Of course, he's referring to Tinubu, and yes, we might want to say anything we want to say, but we know then he put his ambition aside and said, let's bring out a credible somebody who has the vote, who has the value, who has the number to come and play. But I'm sure, just like everybody said, that we should not be underestimated. It's seeing what they are doing. I'm sure
what I mean, pardon me, Mr. Fetayo, is this. Should President Tinubu be scared that he may not get that 12.2 million votes that Buhari brought to the table in quote now? Because it looks like the CPC block is pulling back and saying we are not doing it again.
CPC scored 12 million. ACN scored 2 million.
That's Ribadu, when
yes,
Ribadu was a candidate.
Ribadu. Yes, it should be. It should be because just like the pillar thing that even some Northerners, they are not happy, and CPC, apart from then in Imo State where they also, that in most of the North, CPC or AMPP and all of that, they are all from Buhari axis. Well, if he's saying that, of course, why not? He should be scared and begin to plot his own graph as well, because the election is a game of number. I know it's a game of number.
All right. It seems like there's more election discussions to come in the coming days. Let's go to the New Telegraph now, Mr. Ifetayo. And the New Telegraph, of course, is leading with that, visa restriction concern coming from the U.S. and now the United Arab Emirates. UAE stops transit visas, imposes stricter entry rules on Nigerians. And there are a few insights as nation grapples with Canada's 17 million POF for immigrants, cut in U.S. visa stay, traffic to deep, student numbers to fall, U.S. reciprocates Nigeria's visa policy. So it seems as if it's a reciprocal diplomatic action. Experts ask Nigeria to engage U.S. and UAE, and according to some reports, those discussions may have commenced. Of course, you've already spoken to this. I just wanted to capture the fact that this is a reciprocal diplomatic action. But let's go to the top corner of the New Telegraph, which is above the big story. And the former vice president is speaking here, and he says, ADC report of my rejection of Southern candidate diversionary tactic, as ascribed to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Is it truly diversionary, or is it an acknowledgement of indeed his intention to contest? And he's saying, hey, people just want to whip up sentiments, tribal sentiments in this away from what's important. How are you processing the former vice president's comment here?
In business, you only get one chance to make a great first impression. Observe the panic in his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. He's about to bolt. Watch. And there he goes. You're not getting that customer back. Your website is your waiting room. Make a great first impression with CookieBot's customizable cookie banners and start building trust through privacy-led marketing. Get started for free at cookiebot.com.
Chez Poltron et Sofa, la collection Super Affaires est remisée de 65%. Trébilio avec mouvement relax électrique à 1029 €. Sant'Arcangelo en cuir à 779 €. Dernier jour lundi.
Poltron et Sofa, 30 anni di qualità. Et voilà.
And the Nigerians to know this is where we are going, this is who the presidential, where we are zoning into, or if it's going to be open so people that want to stay will stay. And don't forget too, I just pray that even the APC, they don't have their men there, to cause some kind of distraction and all of that, a legal suit here and there. But of course, if Atiku want to play another statesman's role, I think he said, well, let us come together. Since it's all about Nigerians, what they are going through, let's produce a candidate, let's support or whoever emerges, let them show that they care more about Nigeria than their personal ambitions. If they can get their personal ambitions away from it. Yeah.
Beyond personal ambition, when you turn here, some members of the ADC are saying we need a northern candidate to upset the 2027 presidential election result. When you turn the other way, the former SGF to the Federation is saying Tinubu didn't make Buhari president. We brought 12.1 million votes to the table. When you turn the other way, the former vice president is saying, my comment against a southern candidate is diversionary. Is this pointing to the thinking of the Northern Bloc that indeed they want to present a Northern candidate? Is this a power grab? And what are your permutations about what could happen if the Obedience do not have their way in presenting a Southern candidate?
Wait, I lost the last part. Can you come again?
What are
your concluding part?
Yes, what are your permutations about what could happen if the Obedience do not have their way in presenting a Southern candidate?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if the ADC can present a certain candidate, and based on the resentment from the northern part that we have the vote block, imagine it and backing a credible candidate, they can swing surprises, just like when APT came into power in 2015. You know, all forces merging together and they produced one candidate to go against the incumbent then, and they achieved their aim. But it's just that, like they said, maybe some of them they didn't prepare for power. What they are after is just how to wrestle power from the present administration. But let's see as the day unfolds. If the APC can put their house in order, if APC can do it 2015, I'm sure they can do it in 2027.
All right, Mr. Fatai Adeli, thank you so much for coming on the program. I appreciate you, our analyst joining us from London. Of course, we'll take a break now. When we come back, we will be dealing with the issues that matter to us. While the politicking is going on, our lived-in experience is what counts. And that's why we're talking the economy with SPM professional chief economist Paul Alaje joins us in just a moment. Welcome back. We've been joined in the program by the chief economist at SPM Professional, Dr. Paul Alaje. Dr. Alaje, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so very much for having me. A beautiful morning to you.
I don't want to drag you into politics. Let's stay with what matters as far as the people are concerned. We're expecting the GDP to be rebased. We're expecting the numbers tomorrow. We've also seen the rebasing of the CPI, which we know where the numbers are. We haven't seen the National Living Standards Survey from the NBS, and we've been trying to say to the Budget Office, let's get this out so that we really know the quality of lives Nigerians are living. We raised the question the other day as to whether this economic policy is working for Nigerians, and the data was displayed right here. Well,
Dr. Fashua, who is the advisor to the president of the economy, wasn't quite comfortable with the question line. But I would say no. The people are the employers of the government, and so they have a responsibility to always question how well whatever you're serving them is affecting their well-being. So I want you to maybe start with an overview of your assessment so far on this issue around debt and no debt issue. We're going to get to that in just a moment.
Okay, thank you so very much. I must say that when we speak the performance of economy or review of economy, economics, we have parameters that we use or indicators. So first of all, it's important to observe those indicators. Number one will be what is happening to GDP. And the GDP in itself is a limited way of measuring any economic performance. That is why we must stay with that. So it's important to measure it alongside with development. But we are looking at a snap view of the economy. We look at what is happening to GDP. Nigeria's GDP is positive, is currently above 3%. What that means is that, yes, we have seen economic growth rate, but like I mentioned, it is not sufficient to know whether the economy is completely healthy or not. So you look at what is happening to inflation. Inflation is above 20%. In fact, it's above 23%. And what I'm saying does not mean that this administration is the reason why the inflation is 23% or is less. I want people and viewers to see this purely as educational conversation and not political. Please, it's important. If not, it will make economists not to be comfortable to have public discourse and public debate. So inflation is over 23%. What Nigeria should have is between 6 to 9%. What the president hoped he has is about 15% when he made his budget presentation and when he discussed with the nation on Nigeria's budget. So we are still some points, we are still around 8% away from what he projected. And of course, we know that one of the major reasons why we had that reduction in inflation was because we rebased the number. So we have 8% to go to 15% of his vision, but in the real sense, we have 13% to go or 14% to go to what the goal of Nigerian economy should be, single-digit inflation. So when you look at unemployment, well, unemployment, depending on parameter you want to use, if you are saying using 20 hours parameter, we are still doing over 30%. But when you are using the parameter of who can get job only for 1 hour in a whole week, then I can tell you that we are doing around 4%. So it depends on the number. And if you are looking at 1 hour a week, you should not have less than 2%. If you are looking at 40 hours, you should not have less than 5%. Then when you look at our exchange rate seems to have stabilized. Now, the goal of exchange rate is stability. The stability has been confirmed when Nigerian bank now says that you can do international transaction with your debit card. What that means is that perhaps there are some votes, that there are some availability of FX that can help in responding to Nigeria's essential demand, which I think is encouraging. What we need to work on, however, what I expect the president should do in the 2 years that remains in office is how do we boost export? Honestly, less is spoken about export. We cannot have this economy in isolation if we are not so energetic about export. The low-hanging fruit here is oil. And I know a lot of people want to sound really very political. No, let's look for non-oil exports. Nothing is wrong if you wrap up with your oil output and you increase investment in the same. Apart from that, you boost what you're doing for. It will really go. We cannot be doing 1.4 million barrels a day or 1.6 million barrels a day, whichever number. We must do not less than 2 million barrels a day. We saw what happened to oil prices shortly before Israel-Iran war. We saw what happened to the prices. Now the prices are back relatively up. No, but with that, what is our output? Because for you to have revenue, you must combine your quantity and your pricing together to have substantial revenue. So for that, we are still not getting to the point where we should be. Then you now look at what is happening to I look at the two monetary policy, of course, which is inflation and what we call it now. What is happening to inflation and what is happening to exchange rates. When you look at what is exchange rate, I've mentioned the position of that. Then the trade authority is your trade. The fiscal authority, you might want to look at other parameters. For instance, education wants to look at, we want to look at what is happening to health. There are a few other parameters.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
Investis dans des actions et des ETF, sans la moindre commission. Trade à tout moment grâce à l'accès au marché américain 24 heures sur 24. Gagne 2,4% d'intérêt sur tes fonds en euros. Procure-toi l'appli Trading 212 et commence à t'enrichir dès aujourd'hui.
Will be as much as you are getting this revenue, your recurrent expenditure must remain the same. What must improve or grow marginally by what you need to pay, maybe civil service? What must grow significantly, I beg your pardon, it's your capital expenditure. But is this what we are seeing? Are we seeing sporadic improvement in capital expenditure? In the 37 subnational, maybe 7 of them. For the 7 of the subnational out of the 37, which means I'm including the FCT, I've seen sporadic improvement. For 30, part of this money is going into debt service. That is why you are not seeing them borrow money. And I said we need to be very wary of the issue of debt because of money illusion. We are earning more money, but ask states and the federal government that are borrowed in the dollar, convert what they are borrowed in the dollar in years before, 5, 10, 15 years. That money, those monies they borrow are now really huge. The more you devalue your currency, yes, you get more in revenue. But your debt will be huge. Your debt will be intimidating. That is what we are saying. And I want to tell you that between now, 2025, to before election in 2027, I can almost bet it, except there are economic intervention here and there. Our national debt may surpass 200 trillion naira. Our national debt may surpass 200 trillion naira. Are we able to finance it? Are we not going to come back to where we were at the time where we have huge debt? Are we not going to be forced to say when debt is increasing and inflation remains double digit, will there be no need for us to devalue our currency? This is where economic thinking, beyond shallow, basic thinking, needs to come to the fore, so that the effort of monetary authority that is combating inflation with policies and those in fiscal authority that is trying to wrap up with revenue, we see how we combine. So by and large, 3 policies have been made now. One is subsidy removal. The second one is exchange rate. What do we call it now? Exchange, the devaluation of exchange rate, which some people would say that what was done really is not to devalue exchange rate, is to float the exchange rate. Bottom line, right now, we are no longer doing pure floating, which is what I advocated for. What we are doing is managed float, and I've said that Nigeria, not just Nigeria, indeed, all African countries cannot sustain pure, flotation. So if you check report, over 50% of all African countries were affected between 2022 to 2024 because of flotation of currency. More than half were affected. And I have said the solution to all African countries is to come together under a single currency. After, I expect that by now the impact of after will rub off for many African countries. But because we have different languages, we have different control masters from different countries who have colonized us, even though we had the independence, but our mind is still basically in the hands of these colonial masters. And I don't know when exactly Africa will be free from the finger of those that claim have given them independence over 50 years ago. So, right. But where is the real conversation? If we must see economic.
Yeah, I know if we left you could go on. And I'm glad that at some point you began to talk about the debt. And, that came up in conversation yesterday on our sister political program with an arch supporter of the president, Mr. Reno Mokri, putting it out there that it is not true that our debt is to the tune of 170 trillion naira. He's in fact saying that Nigerians should be grateful to President Tinubu for reducing the country's debt by about $14 billion to $92 billion. And his argument is the current value of the naira against the dollar, which has now found its true value following the floating of the currency. From your calculation of what has been put out by the Debt Management Office, putting external debt at about $45 billion and domestic debt at about $42 billion. What exactly is the current the country's external debt stock and current debt stock? We know that the administration has paid off $3.2 billion IMF loan, but that's what we know. We do not know of any other reduction. So in line with the current realities of the debt to revenue ratio, what is Nigeria's exact debt?
Okay, well, I think Debt Management Office will be able to give us some numbers clearly. But what I know is that for the debt profile, it will be based on the way with which we are retiring and we are collecting new loans. By 2027, it's almost certain we will cross the band of 200 trillion naira. Now the question is, should we be looking at it in the dollar or we should be looking at it in the naira? The question again is, how are we paying back? Which economy is giving us revenue that we use to service and we use to retire these debts? The economy is Nigeria economy. The currency in Nigeria economy is the naira. So when you look at that, you now compare it again with the dollar. Now, if you look at why do we have so much in the naira, and according to your guests, you say that, we might have even reduced some of the debt profile that we have. It might not be totally wrong, but it may not be completely correct. This is because when you compare, you look at two sides. What makes us have huge debts is because, in naira terms, is because we devalue the exchange rate. If they are not devalued, we might not even have enough money, according to the argument that is coming from that side, to give to the state, to do a number of things that we ought to have done. So it becomes very imperative to balance it. Yes, we have done this much, but the question is, when you look at 2025 budget, how much is debt service in that budget? And when you are seeing 2026 budget, the debt service the shortfall in the budget between between revenue and expenditure might even be larger. Why? Because we need to figure out exactly how to make more revenue, how to make this economy become more productive. So until we are able to reduce that gap, which I believe we can, which I hope we do, then we can say that our economy could be better for it. So yes, capital is, what's it called now? The debt profile is huge, and external debt is huge, and it's even more dangerous, especially when we live in a volatile economy, that is susceptible to devaluation and fluctuation of currency. Collecting external debt is worse off. Now we have retired some debt, and I must say that it is good that we borrowed money and from international community, even from domestic markets, in the name of bond and bills. When we promise we will pay, we should pay, and that is what we have done. But please mark you, as much as we pay that debt, this next day, if it was even in your on your TV screen that I saw this, the next day, and I went to read about it, we started seeing line scrolling, Nigerian raising bonds and treasury. It means that we are in the market to play. Collecting debt is in that we are in the market to play, to borrow new funds and so on and so forth. So don't make it's not anything political. It is what it is. We borrow money to run some economy, and when the revenue comes back, either from crude or from taxes or from charges, gets back to government will use the same to pay back. We're saying, what is the balance? The balance now, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, is huge. It's over 150. It's going to 100. I think 170, if I'm very correct with the numbers now, trillion naira. We're saying that for us to sustain this, we have to be very clear as to where the monies will come from. We have to be very clear as to working with the federation, because the money is not just from federal government, even though federal government has the significant part of the money is accountable to the federal government. And I must also give credit here, because the rate at which state borrowed money has significantly reduced. State borrowing has significantly reduced. Whether we are able to sustain that in the next 3 to 4 years is another conversation entirely.
Mr. Laje, it's almost like they pick and choose when it comes to different issues. So when you want to defend this, you use the old dollar rate and say, no, if you use the old, come on, when you go to the market, they don't give you prices at the old dollar rate. They give you prices at the current dollar rate. Everything is at the current dollar rate. So it's almost very funny when you see people picking and choosing. So does that mean then that the money is being given to the governors is also reduced in that sense? Because it's basically saying the value has actually reduced. But let's put that aside and talk about what really concerns Nigerians, because there's an existential threat now. A lot of people cannot afford the basic things, and these are things that should really not be a problem, right? Things like food, transport, basic. Those are the things that shouldn't be a headache. I mean, in other climes you have transportation free to a large extent, subsidized. Food, at least you're sure that you'll get some food, even if you're at the lowest rung of the ladder. But even with the classification that Nigeria is now lower middle income, you realize that a lot of people, the majority, are struggling to even afford the basics. And this is, I mean, if you look at it politically, which you can't help but look at it from that perspective, 2 years plus into this government, 10 plus years into the APC government, but primarily this is a government that is meant to deliver on those basics. Let's look at the dashboard for a moment and look at this as an emergency situation. A patient is dying. What needs to be done now to at least stabilize the patient to ensure that you can afford the basics for the average Nigerian, that is?
Our economic miracle, especially when it comes to food, lies in food producing zone. Plateau, Benue, and a few other producing zones. The truth is that we must make a decision whether we want to stamp out insecurity in our nation, especially for the purpose of food. I know Bureau of Statistics is telling us that our food inflation number is improving. I must tell you, as a researcher, we are going to the field and there are real concerns, things to be bothered about regarding insecurity and how that is affecting food. I must give kudos to the Nigerian military for what they've done, because it could even get worse. But I am saying that we need to change our strategy. Whether the strategy will be to create special producing zones in those same environment, maybe not in so part in the internal where there are insecurity, but to provide some kind of covers and create special producing zones. I said this before President Tinubu was to office, that create farm ops because of possible evil that we are seeing. I'm using just these two states as example. It's not different from some other states. And I've seen reports from my Dukuri and so on and so forth. And also let me put a caveat. I'm not saying security started today because people start coming and say we did not start today. I know, I'm aware. When we say we want to get to office, we are saying we want to solve the problem. So to solve the problem, we have a responsibility to ensure that food outputs are consistent, food outputs are humongous, food outputs are sufficient. Now to do this, to our mind, we feel that what we need to do is to create food special zones, maybe in some local governments where we provide some security cover and send those who have no work. A lot of Nigerians say, so we are unemployed, we are underemployed. But if government can arrange this, and let me say this is not the first place in the world that arrangement will hold. So let me also say that this administration will not be the first to do it. Chief Obafemi Awolowo practice the same thing, and you see the kind of food output the Western region had. Then it was repeated in the north, it was repeated in the eastern Nigeria of the early time when we first had our independence. But over time, because of military intervention, we did away with those. We feel that we want to form a federal system of government that people will come with begging bowls. Unfortunately, the begging bowl leads. So now we said that we want to have some level of federalization where all the states should have their money, they should invest, but we can't even have control. There's nothing the president can do. If a governor says, what I want to spend my money on is to spend my people on religious trip to Jerusalem or to Mecca, if that is what he wants to do, what will the president do? Constitution does not give him the power. But he has made policies to say that we want money to be available. So we must also know that what we need to do in the short term is to protect our farmers. If not, even though inflation number is raising 15 or 1%, prices of food will remain generally high until supply is guaranteed. So my advice to Mr. President, your solution in terms of economy, because the politics everybody is talking about is economy. When the economy becomes fairer, no matter what your opponent says, people will say we are living better and quality life. But start with food, Mr. President. Food inflation must go down to the barest minimum. Beyond the numbers, output is what you can work with. That is food supply. How would you get supply? And supply of many things. Supply side economics is what I want you and those that are helping you to manage the economy to work on. And there are several examples from South Korea to China to Japan to Indonesia and even in recent times to Pakistan. You need to look at this example. Look at what works for you, then adopt it in the economy. And this is my advocacy because there are insecurity in different parts of the world. How come those places with high insecurity, they are still able to do some kind of output production, manufacturing, and so on? So for me, what we need to think about is how do we come together to boost food supply? That is why those who are saying we have not eaten, and I saw a report, I think a couple of days back, that says that Nigeria is faced with some risk of malnutrition because of food and also because of climate condition. For us to not be faced with some level of drought or hunger and deprivation, it's important for us to consider food supply right now. But beyond that, there's something I mentioned in all my media presentation. It has been that, one, we must do everything to ensure that as an economy, we move from economy that is dependent on other nations to the one that can sell to other nations. And what does that mean? We need to wrap up with power production, a generation, distribution, or even where states now have rights to have their own gencos. We need to look at how do we make all of this work. And the truth is that we need investment. If those who have the right under previous administrations to distribute power to us or to generate power to us, they are not capable, please let us humble ourselves. Organization, nobody that are able to generate this power and make it available for Nigeria, especially in our farming, especially in our industries, for our manufacturer, so that the vision of President Nigerian Force, I saw it. How will it materialize?
Can you hear me, Dr. Alaje?
Our shortages. Thank you so much.
Okay. I wish we had more time, Dr. Alaje. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time. But just to put it out there, that the big conversation is how we can actually expand or diversify our earnings, export earnings, because, of course, for people who are familiar with numbers and economy know that the trade surplus, it doesn't necessarily mean productivity in that sense. It's just a J-curve effect to the devaluation. So naturally consumption pattern will change. And when you look at the aggregation, whatever we're earning before by our exchange rate today is just going to keep the numbers going up. So that's, I call it the illusion of numbers. And that's one of the things I wanted us to talk about in terms of our export earnings and diversification again. But we don't have any more time. Dr. Paul Alaje is the chief economist at SPM Professionals. Thank you so much for coming on the program. We appreciate it.
Thank you so very much for having me.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back to talk about the medical sector in just a moment. Join us again.
Well, let's talk about one very vital sector in the life of the nation. That's the medical sector. I mean, we can't do without health and the health and medical workers. But it looks like there's some trouble brewing in the medical sector if the right things are not done. Now, we're joined on the program by the president of the Nigerian Medical Association, Professor Bala Audu, joins us virtually on the program this morning. Professor Audu, good morning. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's good to have you.
Good morning, viewers.
It's been 1 year, thereabouts, of your tenure. And so far, so good, some would say. But it looks like there's a major issue coming up now. You've had to give the federal government a 21-day ultimatum. Else, there will be disruption of services. Now, this concerns the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission. Circular was put out, but it's not sitting down well with you. We do not want any industrial action on our hands because, I mean, we have a lot to deal with already. But maybe some background for people who do not understand what exactly is at play here and what is at stake. So maybe you can provide that clarification. Why the 21-day ultimatum?
Basically, the Nigerian Medical Association has come in with a very good strategy for advocacy for all issues around the health sector, particularly to improve the quality of healthcare to all Nigerians and make it more accessible. And throughout our tenure, we have been principal advocates of these issues. In addition, it is very critical also to understand that healthcare delivery is manpower intensive. It is physician driven. And therefore, the health workforce needs to be taken care of to enable it rededicate itself to delivering quality health care to Nigerians. Over this 1 year, we've had reasons to do various advocacies at various levels with government, at federal, state, and even at local government level. And our advocacy is mainly to push for the retention of the health workforce to deliver quality, best care practices of medicine and all healthcare components to Nigerians. However, we had a number of challenges for which we still went on to advocacy, lobbying, so that we are able to provide Nigeria's health sector with that stability that is critical to improve our health population indices. Along with this, government, particularly in the Federal Ministry of Health, were also quite cooperative with us in ensuring that this stability is preserved. And this very rigid stability between all health sector workers and the Federal Ministry of Health was actually yielding very positive results with very good policies coming out from the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Health. Amongst the challenges we have been playing advocacy for instance, is the arrears on the 25%, 30% increase in the consolidated medical salary structure, which has been approved by Mr. President, and the implementation started in January 2003, 2004, but there was a 7 months arrears. For the last 18 months, we have been very patient across the medical profession, across all healthcare providers, playing advocacy and being patient to ensure that government delivers on its promises. While this was going on, the consequential adjustment on salary scale, including the consequential adjustment on the consolidated medical salary structure. When the National Wages, Incomes and Salaries Commission brought out its circular indicating the consequential adjustment on the consolidated medical salary structure, the Nigerian Medical Association noticed that the commission did not apply certain CBA agreements, central collective bargaining agreements of 2001, 2009, and 2014 on the allowances, because these allowances are a product of a percentage of the basic salary. However, this was not applied. In line with our principles of advocacy, we wrote to the Commission through the Ministry of Health, calling their attention to make this correction. We kept playing advocacy, going from pillar to post to ensure that these issues are addressed. However, by the first of this month, a circular was issued by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. This circular was issued unilaterally, and it completely ignored the observations that were raised. In fact, it even refused to involve the Federal Ministry of Health in developing this circular. There were no inputs or dialogues with us who presented the complaints to them, so that if there are any issues to negotiate, we could have mutually negotiated them. But beyond that, the circular did two very critical, unacceptable things. The first it did was to erode the already existing relativity between the pay packages across the health professions. In addition, it introduced new allowances partially to different aspects and different sectors of the health workforce, with negotiation without any discussion. And in so doing, it further eroded the existing relativity to the advantage, to the disadvantage of the medical professionals. Having done that, it did not stop there. The circular actually went ahead to reduce some of the allowances of the very senior consultants, whom we know many are already leaving this country. And we have a situation where we have great challenges with the health workforce, particularly at the very senior medical level, but also at other levels. This is the key issue that has to do with the circular from the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, in addition to other issues that we raise that are pending.
Yeah, your explanation is quite, telling, and it's disappointing as well, particularly when you cite 2001 and 2009 agreements. One would have thought that the relative stability experienced in the medical health sector in the last couple of years is, due to some form of agreements being reached and these issues being addressed between government and the union. And you have also, in fact, said that there was no discussion. Now, since the issuing of your 21-day ultimatum, to government to resolve these issues identified in the circular released by the National Salaries and Wages Commission, has there been any engagement, deliberate engagement from the Ministry of Health to the NMA or relevant, health unions to try to resolve these issues?
Yes, we have had relevant engagements. We have not had one yet from the Federal Ministry of Health, at least not at their own direct invitation, even though we have had a direct engagement with the Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako, and the engagement was mutually respectful, beneficial, and it points to a direction that we are likely to have solutions before the end of the ultimatum. Tomorrow, we have another engagement with the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Earlier on, we have also had engagement with the Department of State Security, who have tried to meticulously and very professionally identify where the key infractions are, with the sole focus and target of ensuring that stability within the health sector is ensured, with the sole focus of ensuring that all the legitimate demands that we have requested for are fulfilled, and critically also to ensure that any industrial disharmony is resolved and stability is maintained, not just within the health sector, but nationally as well.
So in your view, what can further help now? Because the issues about industrial action is not novel to our environment. It's happened, but ours is quite repetitive when it comes to essential service, and we're happy that it slowed down a bit. What can be done to further ensure that we don't even have to come to a table to begin to talk about averting crisis, such as downing tools by essential workers like yours and your colleague?
Our demands are very simple, they are very straightforward. We don't have a single demand that is new. All our demands are already approved demands. The only demand that is unilateral is the product of the circular by the National Salaries, Wages and Incomes Commission. And our single demand is that the circular from the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission should first and foremost be withdrawn so that all stakeholders can come to the negotiating table and discuss. Our second demand is to ensure all the arrears that have accrued over the last 18 months are also settled immediately. That is also not far-fetched, because the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has actually given an approval for the payment of those allowances. And we wonder really who along the line is refusing to implement. Our other demand is to set up a collective bargaining agreement process, which has been due for review for over the last 10 years. All these are processes that are very easy to comply with. When we are talking about retaining the health workforce, when we are talking about doubling the carrying capacity for our health institutions to produce more healthcare professionals, particularly doctors, dentists, nurses, in order to replace our dwindling population of healthcare workers as a result of the Tagba syndrome, the demand on the healthcare workforce is to such an extent that each and every day we have burnout, which makes delivery of healthcare very difficult. And all we are asking for is a collective bargaining agreement that will address some of these critical issues. And we don't think we are asking for is too much. But while that is going on, very good measures were taken by the federal government, but we await implementation, and this includes increasing the retirement age for critical healthcare workers who are involved in direct care of patients to 70 years of age. But this is yet to be implemented because it is still awaiting the National Council of Establishments approval. But we strongly believe that since Mr. President has already given this approval, an anticipated approval can be given before the National Council of Establishment meets, because it has not met for ages.
So two things now, as we begin to wind down. On the one hand, who is meant to make the decision? On whose table does this approval, or is this approval pending? So we're able to isolate it. Is it the Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission? Is it the Ministry of Health? Is it the Ministry of Finance? On the one hand. Secondly, where are we now on this 21-day ultimatum? Are we at day 5, day 6? And if your demands are not met, what do we risk happening here? So 3 questions in one. Is kind of a bumper package, but I trust you can handle that.
Yeah, depending on the component we're looking at, the setting up of the CPA is domiciled the Ministry of Health. The withdrawal and correction of the circular is domiciled with the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. And also the immediate withdrawal of the obnoxious circular is also domiciled with them. If they had done that, because today we are at about 14 days and 10 days into ultimatum. If they had done that, we could have saved maybe 30% of the problem solved. And it is also their responsibility to engage stakeholders to resolve the issues that were raised. The issues of all the areas that have been processed and approved is domiciled directly on the desk of the Minister of Finance. All the other issues, all the other remaining issues, like the retirement age, the formation of the board, and so on and so forth, domicile in the Ministry of Health, because the Ministry of Health has the prerogative to request the National Council of Establishment to give an accelerated approval. It also has the mandate to reconstitute the boards, and so on and so forth.
So what's at stake here? What do we risk having on our hands if it's not met in 11 days now, because we're at day 10?
What is at stake is that we risk the whole healthcare system of this country being shut down, which the Nigeria Medical Association does not in any way want to see that happen. And the Nigeria Medical Association, and indeed every Nigerian doctor, is working to ensure that that does not happen, as long as government is responsive. And it has clearly been shown that each and every component of our request is something, in fact, all our components are low-hanging fruits. In fact, none of these components needed to have come to the public at all.
And there are other issues, Professor Audu. There are some policies of government on health workforce retention, increase in age, retirement, and you can increase in recruitment that your sister agency was, advocating for in 2023 ahead of the coming of this administration. How far with the implementation of these issues, because they're critical to the stability of the health sector? What is the Ministry of Health, in line with the Ministry of Finance, saying about the implementation of these issues?
Is where the enemy has been very great advocacy. You see, with the Japa syndrome, we're losing very critical health workforce. In addition, we are doubling the carrying capacity of our tertiary institutions to train more healthcare providers. All this has put a great strain on those of us who have been patriotic to remain whole in order to have these problems and challenges addressed. Now, the policies are in place. The president has given a waiver to the health sector to recruit the critical clinical workforce that will ensure that best quality health care that is patient-centered is provided. However, that policy is not being fully implemented because the health institutions that should do the recruitment have not received these waivers from which they have been accepted. So this is a responsibility between the Federal Ministry of Health and each tertiary health institution. Now, if the boards of the tertiary health institutions were in place, then it would simply have been a function of the board and each tertiary health institution, and all these problems.
Avec Carrefour, goûtons au meilleur de la musique. Fiston, j'ai une playlist pour la voiture. 6 heures avec ta musique, heureusement que j'ai mon casque. Casque sans fil JBL. Carrefour, on a tous droit au meilleur.
And also to ensure that more young doctors go into the residency training program, so that down the line, as the years go down, we are not hit by even a worse situation. Because what we have at the moment is a situation where less and less number of young medical graduates are going for postgraduate medical training in order to become specialists. Most of them are opting out to go to other parts of the world to receive this training. And they represent one of the most critical workforce that makes our hospitals function. But you must also provide for funding for that. Very good, the government has provided the medical residency training fund, but the implementation is rather very, very poor, in the sense that, yes, while the funds get released, but often they get released after they are needed. They are not released at the critical time when these postgraduate medical professionals require it to do what is critical for them to advance in their training progress, specialize time, and take the responsibility of delivering high quality care to Nigerians. And it is amongst the issues that we have raised. And government is in a very good position to be able to solve it without any challenge. It is just a simple matter of commitment. Nigerian doctors have been committed, continue to be recommitted and dedicated to providing quality healthcare for all Nigerians, and we have been doing vigorously for this. However, who is doing advocacy for Nigerian doctors to be able to deliver the responsibilities that have been bestowed upon them? For example,
Prof, just a very quick follow-up. Prof. Can you tell us if the budgeting for the recruitment of additional workforce to augment what currently obtains in the health sector, either at the federal level, was it prioritized in the 2025 budget or in the 2024 budget? Was it prioritized?
Yes, we believe it's prioritized, but more than just that. Remember, most of what we are talking about is not even a new health workforce. What we are talking about is replacing those that have left. So there are enough vacancies. The fund is already there. In fact, I believe the funds are not even adequately utilized.
Professor Aldu, we could have this conversation all day because it's an important
I guess you understand what I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
If you have a hospital where 10 consultants have left, 20 resident doctors have left, and you have not replaced them, and you already have their salaries in your budget, all you need to, you don't need any additional salary. All you need to do is to replace them.
And that's a fair point, Professor Aldu. Just final note, it's a very important conversation. Can you paint a picture of just how much deficiency we have in terms of manpower in Nigeria's health sector? If you have a percentage or on a scale of 1 to 10, just how deficient are we, particularly with doctors now, when it comes to manpower in Nigeria?
It's very difficult to get reliable data, as you know, but the Medical and Dental Consultants Association have very robust data that has indicated that up to 30% of our consultant workforce has been depleted at a time that our population is increasing. The demand for services are increasing. There is a need to train more and more people. In the same vein, the registration for postgraduate examination and the uptake of new young medical professionals who should go into training, specialize, and take up the positions of consultants that are either leaving the country, going into retirement, or who are just even leaving healthcare delivery to go and do other things, has also fallen by at least 40%.
I mean, those are very huge numbers. And I really hope that the government and those in the position take this with every sense of seriousness and urgency. 11 days to go on that your ultimatum. We do not want to see any form of disruption. But we have to thank you so much for your time, your service. We'll be speaking with the president of the Nigerian Medical Association, Professor Bala Audu. We wish and hope that these issues are resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm sure with engagement like this, and with you also engaging the relevant stakeholders, we'll be able to resolve this problem in a very short time.
Certainly. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, there's no option we have. We have to fix that sector. So 11 days to go. The enemy has given that ultimatum, and we do not want to see any further disruption to the health sector. But let's go now to some of the other issues making the rounds, particularly what you've been saying online. And I think we can start off, guys, with this picture that made the rounds yesterday. Mr. Garba Shehu, that's former spokesperson to former president Muhammadu Buhari, released that book. I did the launch of the book, and it had dignitaries present, as you would expect. And there's this picture that has gotten a lot of people talking. Picture of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai and a member of the coalition, and of course Mr. Bayo Ononuga, spokesperson to President Bola Tinubu. I don't know if this is, but it's just something about this picture. I imagine they're listening to a speaker who's making a very important point. But I think it's good to see both of them seated together. But this picture clearly is one that has got a lot of people talking. What do you guys see in this picture?
Well, it means well, no matter what politicians do or say, they will always come together. It's political enmity, perhaps not a personal enmity, though we know that some people take this enmity beyond, politics. But this clearly shows that, look, we disagree in direction and all of that, but we're still Nigerians, and that's the way we should look at politics. We have the same purpose, but we want to approach it differently. So I don't know whether there was a point. I wish it was a video so that we'll get to see whether there was a point they camaraderie, smiled together, shook hands. But this picture just felt day your day,
Make I day my day. that should be the caption at this point.
There's a lot of tension in between, that you can almost cut with a knife, and this comes off of the back of statements that have been issued, by the presidency, of course, and the author of that statement is seated right beside the man that he has had to respond to. So a picture is equivalent to 1,000 words. So
just mind your business. This is what this picture is saying.
So there's the ADC tension there. There's the APC. We're in power there. So well, Jeffrey, I like your expression. Day or day.
Day or day, make I do my day. For those of you who don't understand it, just ask a Nigerian around you. It will help. Okay, where do we go from here?
Well, the Senate president, we had that conversation with the presidential candidate of the AAC yesterday about how AAC, yes, how much police earn, and he was saying, well, an average policeman should not earn below 300 or 500,000 naira because the people they protect. And we give an example of a senator, for example, they earn a lot. But the president of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has been speaking about the earnings of senators, saying lawmakers in general now don't earn a lot of money, and most of them struggle financially after exiting office. Take a listen to what he said.
I was impressed when you were contributing to the discussion on the demise of dismissed Senator Khalid. And you pointed out your personal contribution during his illness. So for this, the Senate appreciates you. But you made a profound statement that out there, Nigerians think that senators, a lot of money is spent on National Assembly, that once you step out of the National Assembly, you are looking for money to even treat yourself, which shows the fallacy of all the insinuations and innuendos thrown at the legislators. So I think it was an eye-opener for a lot of people. Because some people think that we come here to make money. They don't know that we come here to sacrifice for the growth of the nation so we can leave a better country for future generations. Thank you.
That statement came off the back of a sad event, and we need to acknowledge that. But you can't take away the fact that, Nigerians see politicians. I can tell you, the average politician today has at least maybe 10 people waiting to see him or her. That's on a slow day. On a proper day, you have scores of them, hundreds waiting to see them. I've heard politicians say they have to cook like they're having a party every day. And it begs the question, where does the money come from? Right? Is it part of a constituency project? Senator Natasha Akpoti-Addo, for example, yesterday did some, projects for her people. So naturally, when people see those things, they naturally would think that there's money here. So you can't blame people for thinking that because they see evidence. But what happens after they leave office is another ball game entirely, and that's a conversation certainly that needs to be had. But that's the Senate President speaking. Do you agree with him or not? Let us know.
Well, I know that Senator Kawu was magnanimous enough. Suleiman Kawu was to tell us that what comes through to them every month is about 21 million naira. But I think their salary is about 1.something million or so. Now, when you look at all the other things they look at, because I remember Senator Shehu Sani, who is not afraid to speak, he said when he spoke about, he was one of the first persons that spoke about how much they earned. I almost got him a suspension. When I did ask Senator Kawu, and they were able to, the revenue mobilization, you can see all of the details there. So Senator Kawu was the first that broke the news, I think, to another media and said 21 million, because I know that Senator Diamond himself came and was debating all of that. But I can also understand where it's coming from. So what people are saying is that your standard, the one that is captured in the budget or in the system, maybe 21 million, if you will, according to Senator Kawu. But there's a lot of other perks that come with that office. In fact, Nigeria is almost like perks. It's a thing here. A lot of other perks that runs into God knows how much. Because the kind of lives they live, the good life and some of the reckless ones, you can imagine whatever that is for yourself. But there's also demand on them by their constituents to say, school fees here, hospital bill here, this, that, that. So there's a balance of, if you don't have capacity, there's no way you'll be able to meet the needs of these people. So everybody's right. The senators and the lawmakers are under pressure to always spend money on constituents one way or the other. It is also true that they're also exposed to money. Because if you're not exposed to money, how much is your salary that you're able to do some of the things you do? So then you'll be able to explain to us how you got those kind of monies. So I think everybody has their own side to the coin, but we can't dismiss anybody's side. But Nigerians believe that we should literally cut down. So let's maybe begin by cutting down the expectation of Nigerians in terms of demanding money from lawmakers, and then cut down the salaries of lawmakers to the point where that office becomes unattractive. Because the Nigerian politicians, we know, if there's nothing inside, they ain't going there. Maybe not all of them, for context.
Yeah, well, you know, Jeffrey, you're right on the money there. And just to add to some of the things that you have said, and this is not to even diminish the solemnity of the occasion that the Senate President was speaking to. Of course, we condole with the Senate President. But in addition to that, we might want to also ask that the legislators should publish their assets after they leave office. Yes,
Before and after.
Yes, of course, indeed, there is an increasing call for public officers to publish before, but also after they leave office. We know the argument comes time and again at the beginning of every legislative session about the approval of funds for the purchase of, exotic cars, and the insistence of legislators, to import the purchase rather than buy locally. So if there is no attraction to that office, why the contention? In fact, why the expenditure of so much funds to litigations to determine, true winners of, these elective offices at the courts, after the battle has been fought in the first hand during electioneering campaigns? So we're going to take the Senate President's word with a pinch rather than a pack of salt, because of the perks that are around these offices, either the ranking offices or even just to get into the National Assembly in the first place. So, Mr. Senate President, of course, we acknowledge that indeed the elected legislators have a lot of commitments once they become elected representatives of their constituents. But then again, we know that if these offices are not attractive, then there will be no contention in the route to get into these offices.
Absolutely. Just before we, and I'm glad you've reduced your salt intake. A pinch of salt is good, not a pack of it.
To lower your blood pressure.
You get it. Just before we get to what the former national chairman of the APC has been up to, let's take one reaction on the Senate President's statement. And it's from this user, Olamigoke TY, who says they should just reduce their salaries to 500,000 naira. Some of them wouldn't bother to rerun. They'll focus on their business.
I can tell the person that they will run because of the perks. What is important is the perks.
The position itself.
Yeah, because it gives you a lot of access to a lot of things. Power itself is a lot of things. Power, first of all.
Because after you get money, the next thing is power.
When they now get into that level of influence, there's a way you can get this money going. For those who know how to get it going.
There you go.
Be like, make it salary-less.
So let's talk about Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, the former national chairman of the APC, who resigned. Well, he's now been inaugurated as the chairman board of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. Some said he was appointed. No, it was announced while he was still chairman. You may have recalled that announcement. And people were thinking, you're already the national chairman of the APC, now you get appointments and all of that. He wasn't the only one. Even the national youth leader of the APC also got an appointment. So here he is, back in circulation.
Chairman of
FAN.
In fact,
so now it's not Festus Keyamo.
I like the very
let's put it in context. So he answers to Festus Keyamo.
Well, there's always that controversy about the board and the ministry.
The minister of that is the minister in that ministry, right? There are ministries, agencies, and department. This is an agency in that ministry, right? So he answers. I just wanted to put it in context.
Okay.
Put it that way. Absolutely.
A former governor
Somehow.
at that.
Somehow.
That's a very important question. But I like the first reaction to this, which is coming from Dakom Damon, who says, if he retired to take care of his health, why engage him with more work? More so, We can consider a vibrant younger person for this role who can travel all airports to ensure standards are met. But more importantly, if he retired to take care of his health, why engaging with more
There is
responsibility?
From the APC statement, I don't think there's anything that said health. They say personal concerns. I think I remember that statement. Nowhere the word health was used. So, but people are saying health. So maybe you will tell us. I just wanted to put the record straight.
Yeah.
I think people got to before we wrap up. Donald Trump. Yeah. Donald Trump. How could we not go there?
This has been quite controversial. The statement he made after listening to the president of Liberia speak. And you know what? Take a listen to this, and then we'll come down to wind down the show. I'll come back rather.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Well, thank you. It's such good English, such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully? Where were you educated? Where? In Liberia. Yes, sir. Well, that's very interesting. That's beautiful English. Sure. I have people at this table can't speak nearly as well, and they come from.
So was President Trump just being President Trump, but it was just being honest? Because I mean, you'll have heard that a lot. People ask you outside, where did you school? Because the mentality they have of the average African is first you speak Urdu and all of that. So I imagine he was shocked, and I think it speaks to his exposure. Yeah, on the one hand, but also it felt a bit insulting. For me, some people, some said he was just candid and being honest, a happy child.
I think it also speaks to a greater sense of respect to Donald Trump. I like him for some things. First, if he says he wants to do something, no matter how ridiculous that thing is, he does it. I like people who stand by with their word. But it speaks to his lack of understanding of history, and that ignorance is not acceptable. That is the only quote-unquote colony of America in Africa.
Have you seen their flag? It's almost like
an American flag. The official language is English. It's not like you're speaking to the president of Congo or Benin or somewhere whose official language is French. This is the only place where America can claim. This is where the slaves were brought back first. This is where America can say, if we want to say we also had a piece of the pie on the continent of Africa, Liberia is a piece of the pie. And an American president doesn't know that?
Well, for me, it looks quite condescending. And when you look at even the disposition with which the president of the United States was speaking to the president of Liberia, and it's a product of post-imperialism,
neo-colonialism. There you go.
It's expressed in other parts of the world.
We gotta run, guys.
Okay. From Mr. President.
We gotta run, guys.
The extent of speaking English is the Europeans are forgiving for it, but Africans are
We're
not.
totally out of time. No, we're totally
speak to it.
We're totally out of time. Yes, you look yellow. The background is yellow. Mark is yellow. She's coming up next. Jeffrey Zoma. Bye-bye.
I'm Bukola Goka. This conversation continues tomorrow.
Because this is after the show, actually. But stay with us right here on Channels Television. Sunrise Daily is next. I'm Kyle. You can have a great day. In fact, have a yellow day.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Well, if you've been watching since Morning Brief, I'm sure you already got a hint of what I was wearing today. Just in case the sun is not outside where you are, as it's the rainy season, it's a lovely cool 23 degrees here in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, and it is the show you like to watch, Sunrise Daily. I'm Maukwe Ogunyusuf. Welcome.
And I'm Ayo Makinde. Today is July 10, 2025, and it's a cool weather here as well in Lagos. You know, the weather in Lagos and Abuja is usually not so different. So 26 degrees here in the city. Welcome to the show.
Ayo, who told you that? He who feels it knows it. I mean, when you come to Abuja, you know that it's really cool without any of the humidity, that goes along with it in Lagos. But hey, we're not here to shade one another's weather. We're here to present a program. But guess what else is being presented in the Federal Capital Territory, in the last couple of days? Well, first we've been having young lawyers being called to bar. We've been seeing that over the last few days in the Federal Capital Territory. It seems they have to do it in batches these days, given the number of people. But that's not the only thing that's been happening. We've also been seeing book launches. So yesterday was one of those book launches, this time around by a presidential spokesperson, a former presidential spokesperson, Mr. Garba Shehu, yesterday launched his own account, or his own account of his stewardship while he served with President Muhammadu Buhari. We'll be bringing you that report and what transpired shortly, because some statements made there seem to be quite controversial. While a number of people, a lot of the administrators or a lot of the officials of that particular administration showed up to, show support to one of their own. They were led by former Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, who was there, as well as the SGF, and a number of other officials, including the Chief of Staff to the President, Ibrahim Gambari. Mr. Boss Mustafa said something which the headlines have run with, including us. We ran with that particular headline yesterday, because even though he didn't quite say it like that, if you look at what he was saying, this essentially was what it seemed to mean. So we'll be, as I did say, we'll be delving much later into what he said. But today, there is another book launch, and this time around, this from Mohammed Adoke, who served as the Attorney General to former President Goodluck Jonathan, and he's writing on OPL 245, that particular controversial oil operating license. This morning, my daughter was asking, Mommy, what's OP? She thought it was OPI, and I said no, it was OPL. I think all prospecting license, I think that's what I told her. OPL 245. So we'll be getting something much later on Channels Television if you stay tuned. We hope you do stay tuned, because we're bringing you pictures from that book launch live. It does appear that the former Attorney General wants to be able to lay to rest whatever controversy was hanging around that, and he is taking great pains to write that particular book. But Ayo, before I take us through the list of things we're looking at this morning, quite a number of things to look at. There was also at the National Assembly yesterday some conversation that started over Ponzi schemes. The National Assembly, one of the suggestions that even came was that with the advent of these Ponzi schemes, and given just how many they are and just how they scam and scheme Nigerians of their money, some people were suggesting the capital punishment. Some lawmakers thought that people should hang for defrauding people. And I'm sure that, the jury will still be out as to what people have to say about that. But just in case you missed the recap of what transpired yesterday at the country's National Assembly, here is what happened.
That out there, Nigerians think that senators, a lot of money is spent on National Assembly. But once you step out of the National Assembly, you are looking for money to even treat yourself, which shows the fallacy of all the insinuations and innuendos thrown at the legislators. So I think it was an eye-opener for a lot of people. Because some people think that we come here to make money. They don't know that we come here to sacrifice for the growth of the nation so we can leave a better country for future generations.
Well, we didn't bring you the exact recap of what transpired around that conversation on CBEX, but that statement you heard, which caused a bit of stir amongst Nigerians, that of the Senate President saying that, you know, National Assembly members go there to make sacrifices, not to make money. You know, some people are raising their brows as to really, I mean, how come it is? Well, there'll be questions on that. But Ayo, these are some of the things that went down, and very soon we'll be introducing our guest who will be taking us through some of the developing issues that we have noticed. We'll also be talking about U.S. Reciprocity issue. But you heard the Senate President there yesterday talking about not prayers to their mailboxes this time, but how much sacrifice legislators actually make. Ayo, I hope you're appreciative of the sacrifice that your legislator is making on your behalf.
Well, let's first of all be clear that the legislators know their jobs. I'm sorry, I hope they do, because one of the things that we have discussed on this program, where you would also recall, is that when the constituents, their various constituents, are asking them to build boreholes or maintain their highways or build, repair their roads and all those things, they should be able to educate the people, their people, and tell them that's not really my job. My job is to facilitate those things and not to do it. So when we hear stuff like constituency projects, we should be able to educate the people and say, this is not my job, this is my job, and all of those things. But I guess that part of their jobs it also depends on how they're able to pass it on. But there is no doubt, Mark, that the legislators are doing a lot of work on their own. A good number of times we invite so many of them, but we are told that they can't really come out as early because they probably spent too late a time into the night, so waking up very early is usually a problem. But that's not really one of the things that bothers me much this morning. One of the things that I would love to speak to, remember that the chairman of the APC is no longer chairman in that place. He's now been moved from one chairmanship to another chairmanship, which is the chairmanship of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN. Now, why is that relevant, Mark? A few days ago, a friend of mine was asking me what exactly is happening to airfare costs and all those things. And I'm wondering, what do you mean? That two people in his home, one his spouse and the other his son, bought return tickets. I don't know which airline, and I don't think it matters much, that they had to pay to worry 900,000 naira. Now, the first question you're asking is, you don't even know the words, how to put the words together. And so one of the things a number of people will be wondering is, wait, is this an international flight? So if the naira is gaining grounds and things are still this expensive, is it because it is taxed? All these things that we're hearing about taxation or tax reforms being beneficial, are we going to wait until January next year before we start to get the benefits of these tax reforms? What exactly is happening? Can someone make it make sense to Nigerians? So it's one of those questions, Mark, and I hope we're ready for the next conversation.
Indeed, we are. Our guest is seated. But yes, Ayok, let's not even get started on airfares. I think that we need to call the attention of the FCCPC, Consumer Protection, to take a look at what is happening in that sector. It's holiday season. A lot of people, yes, students are currently writing their exams as we speak. And, it's a long holiday. So people want to make plans. Unfortunately, we do not still have rail linking most parts of Nigeria together. For instance, one would have thought that by now we should have a rail line linking Abuja and Lagos. But if you were to go and check the air prices now, you'd be asking, where are we going to precisely? How come, as you have said, I thought dollar was reducing against the naira was gaining ground. But let me not get ahead of myself. Our guest is currently seated, Mr. Laolu Akonde, who is the anchor of Channels Television's Inside Sources, and also a former presidential aide, is seated right here with us. Thank you so much for coming to the program this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Malcolm. Good to see you.
I couldn't wait to get started on this very first issue, which is this question of who installed who, that came out at the book launch of Mr. Garba Shehu. I want to imagine you were there yesterday. Were you able to make it?
Yes,
it was quite an interesting event from, and was very well attended, all of the dignitaries, yes. Yeah. However, some controversial statements from the keynote speaker, former SGF of the Buhari administration. How did the hall feel when that statement came out?
Well, so I was sitting right beside Mr. Sunday Dari, the special advisor to the President of Communication, and Mr. Adib Baye, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Buhari. And the moment Boss Mustafa said that, he doesn't want to, he opened up and said that, well, I don't want to stir up a controversy.
So he knew it had the potential
exactly
to be controversial.
And then he went ahead to say that. I just don't understand why that point is necessary at this time. And I've not been able to talk to Mr. Boss Mustafa afterward. It's completely unnecessary. The truth of the matter is that there was no way former President Muhammadu Buhari would have made it to the presidency without the significant support that he then had from the South. So, I don't really understand why, like I said, Boss Mustafa had to bring up the issue. It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, because I'm looking at how the papers are reporting. It depends on which paper you look at. You look at The Nation, for instance, and they have a pretty tame take on it. It says Tinubu's reforms building on Buhari's legacy. His picture is right there. It says ex-SGF finds nexus in two leaders' programs. So, as I said, depends on who you speak to. But Daily Trust is pulling up punches. It says Tinubu didn't make Buhari president, Boss Mustafa. That's basically what he said. Isn't that what he said?
Well, I'm not sure that he meant it that way, but that is how it turned out, because like I said, it was saying that I'm not trying to cause a stir here, which is why I said that, it's important for people to understand, how what you say is going to be reported. I would be surprised if it goes about trying to take it back or try to make some clarification, because you cannot really justify the essence of that claim. Nobody can be president, whether it's Buhari or Tinubu, without some kind of
Chez Maxiso, chouchouter vos animaux, c'est notre boulot. Jusqu'au 9 juillet, ne manquez pas notre offre rafraîchissante. La fontaine à eau 1,8 litre Swirl One est à seulement 14,99 € au lieu de 24,99 €. Une remise de 10 € pour offrir à votre chien ou votre chat une eau toujours fraîche et filtrée. Et ce n'est pas tout, chez Maxiso, retrouvez nos 500 produits à prix bas qui sont et restent à prix bas. Maxiso, tout pour vos animaux.
Without the support that you got from the South, which was what President Tinubu and his own people made happen, which was what the APC party made happen. So for Boss Mustafa to try to come and diminish that, I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well, talk about diminishing now. There's this issue of U.S. visa reciprocity, the time being allotted or given to Nigerians who apply for U.S. visa. It does appear that is diminishing too by the minute. Initially, Nigerians were getting 2 years, then later on there was some controversy somewhere. I think it was made 1 year, then they reviewed it and increased it to 5 years if you've been to the U.S. before. And now they say, you know what, we're visiting this issue of reciprocity. You give us, how many months do you give us? So we give you 3 months. Yeah. If, that's what our citizens get. I understand that the Nigerian government seems to be pushing back, but this is the current reality that Nigerians will have to face who will be applying for the U.S. visa. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it's something that is, quite a bit of a concern because the Americans are claiming that they have done this in reciprocating to what it is the Nigerian government have done. And the statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they didn't quite own up to that claim. So one is still trying to have some kind of clarity as to exactly what happened. The Americans will seem to say that, look, you guys withdrew this kind of action. You reduce the numbers of the validity of the visa, and it was a one entry, and so we are also doing that back. So the Nigerian government in its own reaction did not really say that this was what happened. So we have to find out a bit more clarity. You try to actually interrogate the Foreign Affairs Ministry to tell us exactly, is it true, like the Americans are claiming, that they are reciprocating what we have done? Because I'm not very clear, where the situation is. But the fact of the matter is that it's not serving the Nigerian people well, especially for people who have, legitimate business, back and forth, family issues, back and forth, students, a lot of who are used to the double entry, and a longer validity of the visa. So now suddenly have to go back every 3 months, it doesn't serve our people very well at all, and I imagine that there are less Americans coming to Nigeria compared to Nigerians going to America. So it's something that the government should sit up to take a good look at. I think it's good that the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly also issued a statement that they are reviewing the situation. But we want to know, is it true the claim that the Americans are making that this is just a reciprocal action from them, responding to what we have done?
It's a big question, which we will not know because we don't apply for Nigerian visas now, do we? But it'll be interesting to know, because Nigeria too has also had quite a season, with visas, trying to attract foreign direct investment, saying, we'll give you visa on entry, visa on arrival. Now we have e-visa, etc., etc. So when we measure reciprocity, should things like ease of even being able to get that visa, should it also matter? And then the amount of money paid, for instance, people know that to get an American visa, maybe because it's for 5 years, they don't mind how much they pay. But if they have to pay the same amount to get a 3-month visa, a number of people will say that certainly cannot be reciprocity.
Well, so reciprocity will mean that even the sum, the amount of money is almost the same.
It should be, right?
That will be what will be reciprocal, So that's why I said that we need a little bit more clarity from the Nigerian government. They need to come forward, they need to come forward much to say that, look, this is exactly what happened. The insinuation out there is that during the past administration, that was when the 5-year validity and the double entry stuff was done from our side, and the Americans also kept the plan. The insinuation is that was changed sometimes later, and then the Americans gave observed that this is what had happened, waited a little bit of time for reciprocal, to restore it. It wasn't restored, and they had to come out and say, well, look, this is how you're going to do it, then this is how we're going to do it. So I think it behooves on the federal government to give us a little bit more clarity and try to sort this thing out, in the interest of Nigerians.
Indeed. And let's quickly tie that to the president's bilateral visits now, and also, well, I say multilateral visits, because the visit to Brazil, much as it's got a bilateral tone, I think is also multilateral in dimension, given the fact that we're going to the BRICS. And we're saying what is happening with the extra tariff being slammed on BRICS nations. People have asked whether it will affect us. I listened to the president's one of his aides the other day, who was saying that, well, we are just observers. We're not yet exactly a BRIC nation. And I'm saying, come on. You were talking about partner the other day. Wouldn't we be affected by this extra, is it 1% or 10% tariff being slammed on the BRIC nations?
Well, I think that clearly the Americans are a bit panicky about what BRICS represents, especially with the Trump, emphasis on America first. And there are also undertones about what it is that BRICS people are trying to achieve in terms of trying to take away the dominance of the dollar and such other things. So clearly, there will be some undertones that, undercurrents about whether Nigeria is part of that or not. Now, Nigeria ought to be, in my view, we ought to be a substantial member of BRICS. It should actually be BRICS or BRICS, but we haven't conducted ourselves in such a way that we now have to be, coming on the periphery. Now, but what has to happen now is that we need to understand that we don't have, and this is very serious, Margaret, we don't have ambassadors. For about 2 years of the Tinubu administration, Nigeria has no substantive ambassadors in the capitals. So a lot of things that we ought to be putting on the front burner will not get there because we don't have, full ambassadors who are considered to be personal representatives of the president. We don't have an ambassador in Washington, D.C. We don't have one even in Brazil.
Why is it taking so long?
It's curious. It's curious. This is the first time in a long time that in 2 years, it's almost going to be 2 years now, but because I think they were withdrawn sometimes in November 2023. No ambassadors. Who does that? It's completely correct. There are no experts who say, oh, there's no money, it's going to take a lot of money. Hey, we have a minister for foreign affairs now. We have 2 of them. It is incredible that they are not going to the president's office every day to sort this matter out. Because why are you a foreign minister if you don't have ambassadors who are representatives of the president to get the job done properly? There are meetings that only ambassadors, the ranking ambassadors, that's what they call them, ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary. They are seen as the president. There are meetings where only them can go to. If you have somebody who is an active egg, they put it we've got a deal with anybody who comes forward to call a deal, but we don't have an ambassador in Washington. This, if it is money, why don't you say, okay, look, let's identify some 10 important countries where we need to put some ambassadors, some of our neighbors, and then maybe AU, and then New York, London, Paris, Russia, and those places. But not to have substantive ambassadors going on to 2 years. I think Mr. President needs to really, really call his ministers of foreign affairs and sort this matter out.
Well, while we wait for that to happen, we saw something positive, I would say, happen during the week as well. While the U.S. might be reducing the time for visas and reciprocity, in the spirit of reciprocity. Right. The UK decided that I think about 3,000 items coming into their country, can come duty-free from Nigeria, and that's certainly something to cheer. What do you think will happen, given the fact that the UK has always been our traditional partners and allies in that regard? Do you see us being able to utilize this particular development, given just how we didn't quite, leverage the AGOA that was done by the United States?
Well, I think that, with the Brexit and the way it panned out, the Brits, it was natural for them to open their borders to people who really want to do business with them, including Africans, and Nigeria is quite on top of that. So it's a good thing, and I think Nigerians will take good advantage of it. There are places in London, I'm sure you probably know this, where you will think that you are in Nigeria in terms of what is served, even some of the produce, some of them open in the middle of the night. It's all there. So I think Nigerians are already attuned to this, to doing business and doing it properly at that level with the Brits. So I expect that this new policy is going to enlarge the space, and we're going to see an improvement of that going forward. It's a very good thing, and it can help even our foreign earnings, if we do it properly.
Should we be doing something locally, to leverage? Do you think that some ministries should be directly involved to leverage this?
So there will be several more opportunities for us to trade, even in things that we are not currently trading in. And I think that's the point. We got to sit down and see how we can maximize what it is a good opportunity between us and the English people.
Well, Mr. Laolu Akonde, there are so many more things I wanted to take you up on, but I guess that there'll be time enough for that. We have to thank you for coming on this morning. Mr. Laolu Akonde is a former presidential aide and also the anchor of Channels Television's Inside Sources. And I think the program will be airing tomorrow, right? Yes, indeed. So we're airing tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming once again. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we have another guest waiting in the wings, and this time around we'll be talking politics. Please don't miss it.
Our tradition may differ, but true respect isn't just in gestures. It's in understanding, in making space for others, and in embracing our differences with warmth. It's true respect and tolerance that will build a united, stronger nation where everyone has a place. This is the real Nigeria.
In a land where every dreamer seeks security. Hello, one name stands strong. With Power Pensions, your wealth is preserved, securing a future for your family. With Power Pensions, every contribution grows your future.
This power pension people are really doing it well. That's why I'm encouraging you folks to go and register with them.
Turn today's work into tomorrow's security. For 2 decades, Power Pensions has been trusted to grow, establish, and secure a brighter future. Secure your tomorrow by starting today. Power Pensions, your path for life.
When uncertainty knocks, great leaders don't wait, they rise. Our Texans July 16-17 program in Whitbaker Ikoyi unlocked the power of strategic governance to drive clarity, confidence, and successful transformation. For just £1,500, that's about 3,450,000 naira, learn from Rodney Jones, ex-advisor to UK ministers, how to lead boldly, build resilient boards, and inspire trust. With immersive case studies and hands-on tools, transform turbulence into triumph. This is more than a class, it's a leadership reset. Seats are limited. Register exec@texem.co.uk or +44 7425 883791.
Yes, indeed. I did tell you that we're switching gears to politics now, and this time around we're taking a look at recent developments around the polity. In recent times, the National Assembly has undertaken a constitutional amendment process, and they've taken that to different parts of the country, to different zones in the country, to try and get a feel of what the people want. In some cases, they've asked for new states to be created, but in some other cases, like in the South zone, when they went to Akwa Ibom State, that was firmly rejected. We're happy in the state that we are in, and those Western states are not seeking for us. So we've had situations like that. But what else should be the priority of this constitutional amendment, even as we take on other issues that the Grand Coalition is also bringing on board? This morning, we have joining us Dr. Chima Naji, who is a public affairs analyst. Dr. Naji, we have missed you on this program. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mwakwe. I'm glad to be here. And good morning to Nigerians and their viewers in diaspora.
Well, I'm sure that you have been watching very keenly developments in the polity. We've spoken about constitutional amendment process several times, and of course we know that this is, one recurring decimal with every assembly that has come on board. What do you think should be the priorities of this particular assembly, even as they consider this matter of constitutional amendment?
Thank you very much. To start with, the opportunity to amend the Constitution is informed by the desire to adjust to emerging realities that were probably not considered, foreseeable, or maybe forgotten by way of one interest or the other suppressing us at that particular time. It's an opportunity to redress such situation and address new developments in the polity or within the political system. Having said this, the question is, even the ones that have been done before, what were they able to achieve? And the purpose of amendment has always been to make sure that we improve our federalism. A lot of arguments have been put forward that our federalism is highly lopsided, not only in favor of the federal government that carries a lot of the powers, but also that in terms of relationship between states or among the states, there are problems. So citizens themselves are not getting the best that they could, but by way of their own citizenship rights and their personal development. So we would want to see a situation where in this particular instance, especially given the fact that APC seem to have all the muscles to engineer that change by way of this amendment, to be critically focused on development and patriotic zeal to make this country a more habitable estate. For example, the federal government should be able to cede some of its powers under the exclusive list and be concentrating on more issues of national development rather than all the drudgeries of, for example, they want to get involved in education, primary education, secondary education, or issues concerning local governments and what have you. Those things will be dragging the federal government. It should be interested in things like citizenship, defense, and what have you. Security, everybody have been insisting that we should have state police or local police. Local, it should be state, it could be local government, and so on and so forth. It doesn't have to be state. But the important thing is that it has the force to maintain law and order. And the mechanism to work it out is there. Everybody knows. But because of interest of certain groups, or as you say, some powerful groups, we have not had the opportunity to test it. People will start by saying that the state governors will abuse. Is federal government not abusing police in some administrations? So what is the fear about? The issue is that by the time we practice, we become more perfect. So, some clauses can be inserted to make sure that nobody has the opportunity to abuse the process. It is doable. But to say outrightly you throw the baby with the bathwater is not right. There are issues that have to do with local government. I have always advocated, yes, the Supreme Court has made a statement on the issue of local government funding and what have you. But I believe that local government should be an affair of the states, and they should not take from the federation account. They should be subjected to the states. If a state wants to create 100 local governments, it will be done, maybe as an administrative means of reaching the people. But this idea of insisting that local governments can no longer be created, see what has happened to Lagos for a long time. All the LCDAs are still hanging there. Then because they fear that if they allow them to become local governments, they will begin to share from the federation account. Let us disabuse a situation where people use those top tier. In a federation, it's usually two tier. states are the federating units. And so whatever you do at the local government will be your own shame if you don't want to develop your own people. Your people will agitate against you. But not to use it as a conduit to siphon the federation account to the discomfiture of other people who are not equally opportune. It was an opportunity for them to be created then under the military government. But now the door is closed and almost foreclosed. So that issue should be revisited under this constitutional amendment arrangement. There are a lot of issues in the legislative list where federal government should offload and leave the states. And of course, the states should leave the local governments being appendages to them to execute. It makes efficiency very, very possible. So the whole issue is to ensure that you don't have a burgeoning federal government against an emasculated state government and the other local government in the line.
So essentially you're saying that we should have more local government administrations as opposed to creating more states. Is that what you're saying essentially? Dr. Naji, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. That the network suspended the talk.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to get. I hope you can hear me now, Dr. Naji.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Awesome. So you're saying essentially, because if I can just, one of the things I can sift from what you just said now, that it's better for us to have more local government administrations as opposed to the clamor for more states.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the reason is this: governance is local. All they do at the state level sometimes is just egotistic. But when you take the governance to the local level and you have a local government chairman who lives ostentatiously, he is not likely to live in that local government because he can't survive it. They know him. They know him or her, even to the family level. They know how he started. Like he always just say that nobody in a village does not know the farm of the man who claims to be the greatest farmer. You cannot claim to be a greatest farmer without having a big barn, of yam. So in the villages, they know you. There is a history to that claim. In the same manner, what we have is too much politics. In many places where you have up to 30 local governments, 40 local governments, and so on and so forth, it is just revenue. And some of those local government chairmen and workers, they only come during the time to share the allocation. And the issue is no longer about governance. And the ultimate loser is the Federation. The Federal Republic of Nigeria is the ultimate loser.
Okay, I was going to lure you into one of the things that we really enjoy about you, and that's those analogies that we call proverbs. So there is this one that is said, and it's going to lead to my next question, Dr. Naji. It's an African proverb that the head of a newborn can't be bent when we have elders in the market. Last year, some group of elders called the Patriots paid the president a visit. And one of the things that they were asking for the president to do was to consider a new constitution. Of course, the president responded to them that in something that's in the works, but the economy was top priority. Now, this new, as Marco mentioned, the constitution amendment process is always, it's a recurrent decimal, so to speak, for every assembly. Are you with those who say, let's just jettison this constitution and create a new one altogether? Or you think this amendment is something that can still continue to go on?
Okay, while the yam is being expected to be harvested, you can still eat corn from the same farm because corns can be harvested before the gestation period of yam. And there is also this saying, even if we are doing amendment while we are agitating for a completely new constitution, because the confab done in 2014 can provide the basis of anything we want to do with the Constitution. Nigerians were almost converging under that particular arrangement to being a nation. But when time effluxed, some people saw they were having another opportunity and advantage. They decided to begin to agitate to jettison that particular document. But many eminent Nigerians agree that that particular 2014 confirm was very, very, very honest on the part of the attendees to articulate, they articulated essentially the hopes and aspirations of many Nigerians on the issue of citizenship, nationhood, and so on. Because we live in a country where a group may think that they have better advantage because of one thing or the other, and they think that they are superior to others. But no nation is built with that kind of mindset. Even in a family, you don't see any good family where the parents allow their children to begin to portray themselves as superior to the other. It only breeds envy, and envy breeds disharmony in the family, just as we have it in Nigeria today. Because even if it is a house help, you are beating the house help from morning till evening. Later in the night, the house help can decide to resist in a very surprising manner, in a manner that the critics say that rather than those people who should eat it, who shouldn't eat it, should eat it, it will scatter its stomach, knowing fully well that by scattering its stomach, it's already dead. But it would have deprived those people intending to eat it the opportunity of eating meat. So this is the issue about bad governance and misgovernance. So let the situation agree, like you wanted this proverb, if snake must deliver, let it deliver something long, because snakes are not expected to deliver something short.
Okay, well, Dr. Naji, there is this other issue bordering on governance, maybe. A good number of politicians, of course, they've moved from one party to another over time since this Fourth Republic began. But now there's this new wave of a coalition that is being spoken about. Now, the angle that a good number of people perhaps may not have looked at is what is responsible for a coalition when we have existing political parties? In your opinion, what do you think could inform, or what are the chances of a coalition that is formed by politicians from existing political parties that are having problems?
Well, you have used the word coalition. Coalition means that one could not do it. It has to coalesce with others. But you know there are dynamics involved in that. Whether that coalition will really coalesce well. Because when you are mixing milk with tea, if the two are immiscible, then it is not possible to drink tea. What you'll be drinking is milk and then tea of any particular brand. But to coalesce means that there has to be, even if there is no ideological basis, the individuals have to have some tendencies towards a particular principle of life and governance. They also have to look at the law and see what the law provides to ensure that they are within the framework of their political rights, so to coalesce. And then they have to talk about how they want to reach out to the electorate, since votes are not supposed to be manufactured. Read my word. Votes are not supposed to be manufactured. Even though we know there's what called rigging and all that in our climate. So anybody who is intending to go to the electorate must be able to have something that will appeal to the electorate and induce them to throw their vote. They say that the ballot box is the most painless killer. But that is not the case in Nigeria, because you can always even carry the ballot box and end the pain. But what I can tell you is the coalition is still nascent. There's a dynamics, because if it's only a tree that knows that the man coming with a machete is coming to hack it down, it will stand and be looking at it. There are also the tendency that the APC will probably be doing its own political maneuvers and machinations to ensure that even if the coalition exists, it may not have the muscle to achieve the intention of ousting it from power. So it's a dynamics that we will be looking at and see how it goes. But we know that it will be to the disadvantage of APC to think that the coalition is not possible of sweeping it out of power, because it should also remember, like a child who is crying that somebody has a defective birth circumstance, will also have to look at its own poverty, how it started. So the point I'm making is that the political space should be allowed free access to politicking. There should be no intimidation by anybody who may be feeling powerful to do so. There should also not be mudslinging of political, machinations of people who may be weak and using their mouth to ingratiate their political chances. So that will also help to hit up the politics. So that's my own take on the coalition. I don't want to make too much statement on that, because there is still unraveling, and we can also not dismiss them outrightly. So it is for them to prove themselves worthy, because anybody who wants to who wants to mold the metal gong should go and look at the tail of a kite and see how nature has provided the model. So if they want a coalition and all those things, they should also take borrow a leaf from APC's coalition, even if it was merger or whatever. But it can start from coalition to merger, as the case may be, so that is my position. I don't want to. I don't want to say so much on the prospect of the coalition, whether it will fail or succeed. But any child born into this world can be president. It has the potential. If he is not killed by the uncle, if the parents are dead, or killed by armed robbers or kidnapped, anything can happen. It's a potential.
Well, perhaps on the same issue, but maybe slightly different. One of the reasons that's been adduced for the that necessitated the coalition is that we do not have a virile opposition party in the country, and consequently, the federal government, or rather the ruling party, is running, it's just doing as it wishes. Do you see a value in that conversation when we had such a strong showing by two main opposition parties? Two main opposition parties now. Why do you think what's responsible for not having such forces as strong as they would have been to give this government a run for its money, the federal government a run for its money?
Let me start by saying that, like I did say sometime in another forum, when there was argument about whether Nigeria was going to be one party state or whatever. And I quickly dismissed that possibility. And indeed, anybody who is thinking that way does not understand the history of this country. This country is not very, we are so multi-dimensional in every aspect to be hoodwinked into one funnel and bottled up in a small bottle like that. So there will always be agitations. The only thing is that in a bush or a forest, you may have so many elephants, but some of them will have foot of clay, so they can't run. So that is the thing that is happening here. And nature, we said, always abhors vacuum. Whenever you tend to bottle anything, it will find an opportunity to escape. You can't easily bottle gas unless you put it under pressure. And you have to be ensuring that you are keeping it under that pressure. And anybody holding anybody down does not go to answer a call freely, because that other person will escape. So the point I'm making is because, yes, everybody knows that political parties in Nigeria, many of them are really not, in law, they say they're political parties, but the motive is to trade, to cut deals with those who have the capacity to perhaps, or even play the spoiler. So if we had political parties that run on the railroad of ideology, in which there's personal conviction on individuals joining them, you see, hunger is also not helping. It's exacerbating the political trade. Everybody is moving. When people lose election, they move to the ones that have won election. But the truth of the matter is that such people also are not doing it for the love of the political party they are going to. Like I said, when you have too many people who are rushing to a particular political party, what they did to their own, they will repeat it in the new one. By the time they reach the level of operation.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Naji. Just one issue I want to squeeze in before we go is the issue of inclusion. Excuse me. Young people don't seem to have an easy inroad into politics, into governance, be it at the federal or at the state, even at the local government levels. Do you think we need a kind of leadership mentoring system to be incubated maybe by the political parties or the state governments or the federal government? What do you think? How do you think we can systemize youth inclusion for leadership recruitments?
Well, before I answer that question, the danger in what has happened is that even the younger ones you clamor about that have been recruited have become worse than the elderly ones that have that had recruited them. Because when the goat is chewing north, the baby goat, the kid, is also watching. So that is what we have in the political firmament. So look around the young ones that are in politics and in positions of authority, see what they are doing themselves. So the chicanery and all the violence and what have you, everything is still here. The younger ones are not showing good example. The good example that could have come from the younger ones, those ones are excluded because they have not shown promise to those who do the recruiting. They are the ones that, I mean, how do you see apple and then you go and choose stone? That is the case of Nigeria. That stone is lethal. The apple will give you vitamin, but we know, and we still deliberately, because of maybe mere porridge, and begin to regret very rapidly at the end of the day, because pain is always waiting at the end of any process, pain and pleasure. So it's for you to choose pleasure at the early stage and avoid pain and then suffer for your life. Or you take pain and then go for pleasure for eternity. It's a matter of choice. So the point I'm making is there is no way you can go and carry youth and put in an incubator. It's not a hatchery. Or what do they call those people who raise chicken? You know, there's nothing like that. It is by doing. Those people who are there.
Dr. Naji. I really wish that we had more time. I mean, I clearly did say that we had missed you. And we look forward to having more engagements with you, especially as the political process unfolds. We have to thank you very much for coming on Sunrise early this morning. Dr. Chima Naji is a public affairs analyst and also a legal practitioner. Chima Naji. Well, that's how we wrap up the program this beautiful Thursday morning. It's Thursday already, can you imagine that? Well, that's where we, say goodbye. I'm Maupe Ogunyosef.
And I'm Ayo Makinde. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by citizens' code. I'm a real born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by citizens' code. I'm a real.
Hello, fellow Nigerians. I'm Larry Saunilu, the Director General of the National Orientation Agency. A relatively short history since independence, remarkable achievements are concluded. However, we can only acknowledge these successes if we choose to focus on the positive. Remember, you cannot see the light if you keep your eyes closed. Great things are happening to many Nigerians. Our country is a land of opportunities for those who are positive. At the National Orientation Agency, we are committed to highlighting the many uplifting stories under the renewed hope agenda. We invite you to listen to the testimonies of fellow Nigerians who are experiencing the positive impact of government initiatives and Nigerian environment. Nigeria is striving for millions in extraordinary ways, but it requires a mindset of optimism and a heartfelt love for our country to truly appreciate this progress. Join us on this journey of growth. Our cup is half full, not half empty. Embrace positivity and be a proud Nigerian. I am a proud Nigerian.
My name is Azubuku Muchku, and this is Izinga Foods and Confectionaries. Here we produce, manufacture kilishi. Right here you can see the Sun logo on the product. So it gives us that market dominance, because some other kilishi brands out there, they don't have this. We run the production right from the processing of the cow. So we butcher the cow and run the process till it becomes this. Before then, we were having issues penetrating the market because we lack some certification. That's Standard Organization of Nigeria. Things became easier. People started trusting the brand. You know, first thing from, if you walk into any supermarket, one of the things people do is when they pick a product, they check if it's sun certified, just like they check the expiry date. Before then, it was more like a struggle. People were finding it difficult to trust the brand. They can't eat it. They don't know how it was produced and stuff like that. But then, last year, December also, we are finally certified. It's actually a long process, but at the end of the day, we were qualified and we got certified. Right here, you can see the Sun logo on the product. So it gives us that market dominance, because some other kilishi brands out there, they don't have this. So when we got to that stage, we now invited them, like we went to the office, said we are interested in this certification. So they gave us a form, filled the form, registered, paid some money, and then they scheduled an inspection with us. This inspection took, I think, about almost a year. They keep coming quarterly. Quarterly. They come every three months to say, okay, do it this way, do it that way. You need this in your factory, you need this to get certified. Don't remove this, don't add this, you know. And so it took about a year before we got certified. They keep coming, the inspection team, different inspection teams, and at the end of the day, so we made it. The truth of the matter is, if you're avoiding getting certified by, so I will advise every business owner to make sure you get certified. It will boost your sales. It will encourage people to patronize your brand or product. You know, with that assurance, it adds quality assurance to what you're doing.
National Orientation Agency.
opportunity to do 55 minutes of current and relevant business conversations. That's what we do here on Business Morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Edie John Mekwa. This is business. Starting from the global space, oil prices dropped on Thursday as the latest tariff announcements by the U.S. President Donald Trump were perceived by market participants to threaten global economic growth and demand for the resource. And Brent, we see for this morning, is down in the red, 0.31%. It's dropped from $70 we had yesterday to $69 this morning. And then WTI also down 0.39%. That's about 27 cents. It's down to $68.11 a barrel. On Wednesday, Trump threatened Brazil, Latin America's largest economy, with a punitive 50% tariff on exports to the U.S. after a public spat with his Brazilian counterpart, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Earlier, Trump announced plans about tariffs on copper, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals, and his administration sent tariff letters to Philippines, Iraq, and others, adding to over a dozen of letters issued earlier in the week, including for the powerhouse U.S. suppliers, South Korea and Japan. As policymakers remain worried about the inflationary pressures from Trump's tariff, only a couple of officials at the Federal Reserve's June 17 to 18 meeting said they felt interest rates could be reduced as soon as this month. The minutes were released yesterday. Higher interest rates make borrowings more expensive and reduce demand for oil, providing some support to prices. U.S. crude stocks rose, while gasoline and distillate inventories fell last week, according to the Energy Information Administration. Gasoline demand rose 6% to 9.2 million barrels per day last week, according to the same source. And still staying in the oil and gas, Nigeria's oil rigs count have risen from 31 as of January this year to 46. That's according to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the NUPRC. The chief executive of the NUPRC, Gbenga Komolafe, who made this known in Abuja, says that the increase in rig count shows that Nigeria is making huge progress in harnessing its hydrocarbon resources in line with the Commission's efforts to increase the country's crude oil production by 1 million barrels per day before the end of next year through the Project 1 Million Barrels initiative. He explains that about 300,000 barrels per day of crude oil has been achieved since the launch of the program in October last year. And Nigeria's foreign exchange reserve is expected to rise to $41 billion by the end of this year. This will be marginally higher than what was recorded in 2024. According to the media outlook by multi-asset investment management firm Cardinal Stone, the rise in the country's external buffer is attributed to plans by the federal government to raise a combined sum of $3.2 billion in the second half of the year to meet some of its fiscal priorities. The company adds that expected inflows from portfolio investors would also support this projection, with the Naira sustaining the current gains. Now, Africa's economic future takes center stage this morning at Africa Unlocked 2025. This is the second annual Business and Economic Forum hosted by Standard Bank, parent company of Stanbic Bank Ghana, and that begins in Cape Town. Running from today, the high-profile event brings together a powerful lineup of business leaders, policymakers, and innovators to drive actionable strategies under the theme, Business Shaping Africa's Tomorrow. Laddie Williams is there and sent in a bit of what to expect.
I'm right here at the Norval Foundation, Cape Town, South Africa, for the Africa Unlocked. That's Unlocking Africa's Growth Conference, the business and commercial banking conference organized by Standard Bank. Its primary aim is to explore the African continent's growth potential and highlights the crucial role that commercial banking plays in its development. The event brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including high-ranking government officials, distinguished partners, renowned thought leaders, senior executives from various African markets. Our key themes today and discussions at the conference revolve around unlocking Africa's growth, with a specific focus on topics such as the growth of multi-generational family businesses and their contribution to building future stock market leaders. the importance of, stimulating small and medium-sized enterprises, growth to unlock Africa's overall potential. Also, boosting intra-African trade, the role of specialized finance solutions in business growth, the significance of strong banking relationships. That's for SMEs at this time. So we're expecting so much. And key here is how to unlock Africa's potential, at this time with what we're seeing going on in the global space. Ladi Williams reporting for Channels Television News.
Yeah, that's where Ladi is. So we expect a whole lot, as much as he has listed. We expect him to give us the details in the next few days, and hopefully that should run up until Monday. Now let's come back home where the International Monetary Fund, as the IMF, has pledged support for the Federal Inland Revenue Service, not the Federal Revenue Service now, concerning the ongoing reforms, while commending the agency for what it describes as significant progress in its core duties. This pledge was given by senior economist at the Fiscal Affairs Department of the body, Paulo Paz, at the opening of the IMF-supported headquarters mission at the Revenue House in Abuja. The mission of the IMF team to Nigeria is to explore areas that the organization could further support the agency in addressing challenges that might arise, particularly with the recently signed tax laws. In a statement from the Special Advisor on Media to the FIRS Chairman, Dare Adekombi, Paz said that the IMF recognized the good work that FIRS has been doing to the citizens under the current administration. And we're staying with the IMF this morning. We know the IMF has been really busy after the Article 4 that was released, after the visit that they did, the staff level visit that was done. So one of the concerns that the IMF has raised concerning Nigeria is the lack of robust social safety net to protect poor Nigerians. Since we cannot have enough of this conversation. So while I had this conversation last week with the former director of Give Nigeria, I believe, it seemed there's a need to also touch on this again after that article, and I'm sure you've heard the conversations that have been going on around that. The fund said that although Nigeria has made progress with recent reforms, poverty and food insecurity remain widespread, and there's absence of proper social buffer that poses a risk to inclusive growth. We have the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of BIC Consultancy Services, Dr. Boniface Chizia. Dr. Chizia, good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you, Ini, for having me.
Yeah, so I guess this is just reiteration by the IMF, because even at the beginning of the reforms, the removal of subsidy, the merging of the currency FX rates, they had warned and said that there should be social safety programs even before those reforms came on board. So I guess this is just IMF reminding Nigerian governments that you still need those safety nets if the impact of your reforms would be appreciated.
Well, I think that safety nets, that's looking at it. I think if you look at it, what's important for us as a country is that we have to be a bit pro-poor. This is what's going to be very important. If you look at, talking of transfers to the poor and the vulnerable, now that's going to be massive. If you what's the population of Nigeria that has been designated as poor? You have about 42%, and you have a population of about 200 million people and counting. Now, so where are you going to get the money from to do these transfers? And even when you make the transfers, to a large extent, it's like giving somebody a fish. We should try and teach people how to fish. That is not sustainable. So my concern is that, yes, these things, it's very easy to just read them off deeply, and then, but then when it comes to implementation, you see we are strapped. They've also told us that we have difficulty with challenge in terms of revenue flows. So where are you going to get the money to begin to do those transfers? And besides the fact that we don't even seem to have the system in place, to even effect the transfer. Our population, what's our population, and so on and so forth. Now, the poor who are deserving of this, where are they in this country? And when they're going to implement them, you find that all sorts of considerations will be taken on board. And then again, feedbacks and so on, and they find that it's been done in some parts of the country, and more than in some other parts of the country. So there are lots of issues about transfers. And then we tried it in the past. We tried it under the past administration. And there were lots of issues about transparency. So it's a difficult area to go. I think that what Nigeria needed to do, the sustainable repression of poor people in this country, is to adopt a pro-poor budgeting. And they talked about budget implementation as part of their recommendation. I didn't hear that. They talked about the system we have to put in place, assumptions and the expenditure, transparency, and then the budget implementation. Talk about that. But they didn't talk about really the content of the budget. So if you're doing your budget and you want to address the poor, then you better target, those who are vulnerable. Target education, target health, target housing. That's more sustainable. So, but I think so the challenge. So, government is going to transfers and so on. Besides the shared difficulties, we don't know where those people are. We try to do that on the minute past regime, and they also campaigns. Money are being diverted, money to market treatment and so on and so forth. But my challenge is that we are challenged for revenues, and we themselves have said so, that we should try and find a way to improve our revenue flows, which is quite a deal. I would expect that the tax reforms, when they actually agreed and are being implemented, that they might help us in that direction. Because really, taxation should fund your recurrent expenditure. It has been the case in this country. Our tax to GDP ratio, has not been competitive. So if you look at our tax to GDP ratio and you look at neighboring countries, at some point in time the ratio was about 7-8%. We will have to try and up that substantially. So we expect that will happen. So that's my initial take on this. I think that we will emphasize that, and we make these recommendations, and we don't, as far as I'm concerned, we will not thought these recommendations through properly, because we are challenged. So we are at 42% of 200 million people. I'm not able to transfer.
All right, Dr. Chibia.
I'm fighting for diversion. So okay.
All right, Dr. Chibia, I think what I hear you say, correct me if I'm wrong, that if the safety nets or the safety net programs that Nigeria should be facing should be inculcated into the budget. So, yes. So you have things like the health spending, education, and housing, and you do not think that perhaps there's a need for the humanitarian ministry because of the experience we've had in handling the humanitarian issues before now? Is that what you're saying?
No, my concern is about the emphasis. I think we're trying to emphasize it. So they made it, like a key aspect of the recommendations. I know they talked about, but they talked about growth and they talked about monetary policy. But then there's this, this has grabbed the headlines. That's my concern. So you can do that. But what I'm saying is that, it's really not an effective, given our penchant, for not having a good record of implementing policies. I can't see it being as effective as it's been made to look by the recommendation. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that you can do transfers, but we have issues. Do we have a register? But expect that with this administration, we are embracing digitalization, automation, and so on and so forth. Maybe we're going to get there. But I think that we're really shying there. I don't want to see us emphasizing it as it's being done. So I prefer that we'll talk about what I'm more important. Let's talk about growth. Let's make our growth inclusive. So growth, by growth, in fact, we've not had growth since 2013 to just before this time. So they put our growth at about 3.4. Nigerian growth statistics is about 2.9. Let's have growth that is based on real sector, not growth that is based on services. When the growth is based on real sector, you are talking of manufacturing, you are talking of industry, you are talking of construction and so on and so forth. We have employment will come on. So do that depends. What do you give them job? That's what I alluded to by saying that you don't want to give them a fish. You want to teach them, how to fish. So I think that's exactly what I'm saying. That there are so many ways, trying to skin a cat. And I think that to not begin to just look for money to begin to transfer. There's going to be quite substantial, and we don't, calling themselves a spot on, they're saying that we have issues, we are trying revenue flows and so on and so forth. So that's just the point I'm trying to make. But I am not going to say that we shouldn't think of the poor and think of transfers and so on and so forth. But I shouldn't grab the headlines.
So how would you advise, for instance, that this is being handled? I mean, even our register, that has its own story on its own. I don't think there's a register now that everybody can clearly, state that this has all the number of the poor and all of that. So that's on the one hand, because we need data in whatever we're going to do. Today's world is driven by data. That's it. Now, but you say you don't really support the transfer. So what should the safety net program look like from your perspective? What are the low-hanging fruit? Apart from increasing spending on health and education and housing, what are those low-hanging fruit that you think can be adopted to meet this recommendation of IMF?
Well, I don't know if it's beginning of low-hanging fruit. They should try and improve environment. If I ask you, and let's improve infrastructure. Let's have power supply. Sometimes we adopt a wrong focus. When we try to think of solutions to our problems. Do you know what magic it will do to have a steady power supply in this country? What magic, even to the low, the poor, and the downtrodden. The cost of generating alternative power supply in this environment it's unbelievable. And we don't seem to appreciate the full implications of that. And so why can't we have steady power supply? Recently we have tariff structures and so on and so forth, and things are being increased, and in some areas, a given area is supposed to be getting about 24 hours supply a day. So I go about 2 days without any power in my environment. I know what I spend in part of solar and so on, generator, and so I know how much I spend. In trying to keep the base, keep power going in my place. So I think there's so many things we can do that if we did them, they also emphasize the issue of infrastructure. Rather than power is something that we have to take seriously on board. The rate of grid collapse environment is totally unacceptable. It collapses and everywhere is thrown into utter darkness. I think that's what we should do about it. So the whole thing is about challenges. We can't even go to corruption. Corruption is massive in this environment. So nothing happens with that. We want to renovate a conference center and spend $9 billion. We want to put in CCTV in the State House and spend $24 billion. Hey, what's happening here? I think that we need to, and this is why we do have clean credentials, clean records, people who have not stolen money in the past, to come on board. Those things are important. Those are just issues. But so my overall thinking is that yes, we can try and do a few things. We need to be careful about doing that because the bit of that we don't even have a register that we can speak to its integrity. We don't have it. So there are people who have lots of complaints in the last year when they try to produce money to get the mail and so on and so forth. I don't know how much you got out of that. All that was driven by able to gain some political capital, but not really meant to alleviate poverty in the state. So I think that really, as one of the things, insecurity is something else. So I can do something about it. So there are a lot of gaps. So I look at all those things. If the next one tells us what budget we should put in the education, tell me what you put in that. We are not being able to do that. So I think that when you look at it, I don't understand too pessimistic, but I think that the challenges are enormous. So, but I think that it's not high. We're trying to talk about transfers. Those who are not well grounded, the person that wants to give the let them down themselves. So where are even the budget? You have it in the budget. You have to spend it all over the place. I'm not even budgeted. They talk about the budget system. So also budget you need in this country. We are talking about the expenditure. 2014, we are still trying to prevent 2024. The break capital expenditure to the end of 2025. Because we have a budget system that is a ruling plan. Why did you have this country before? 3-year ruling plan. Why are we not implementing it? And because you know that capital budgets would invariably will take more than 1 year to implement. But we're not doing anything the way we should do because we don't give people in charge who have revolutionary expertise to have things done. So I think that we're going to ready, as we have been to talk about 2027, make sure that we're going to get things right. Otherwise, we continue to languish at the bottom of the government's ladder.
All right, Dr. Boniface Chizia, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of BIC Consultancy Services. Thank you so much for your views and your time this morning.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, now let's take a break. And when we come back, we head to the commodity space, and we have a lot to talk about on the commodity space. I think top on the list will be the Dangote price slash, the second one in a week. But before then, there was an interesting sitting at the Senate yesterday where they mandated a joint committee to investigate the alarming rise of Ponzi schemes across the country following the collapse of Crypto Bullion Exchange, which has reportedly defrauded investors of over 1.3 trillion naira. The decision followed a motion by Senator Adetokunbo Abiru from Lagos East, who expressed deep concern over the unchecked spread of fraudulent investment schemes, alleging that millions of Nigerians were lured with promises of high returns on digital assets. Gloria Mizuke, our National Assembly correspondent, was there yesterday and filed in this report.
On the second legislative day for the week, lawmakers resumed to debate on the alarming rise and widespread financial fraud of Ponzi schemes and cybercrimes. The motion, sponsored by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, Senator Adetokunbo Abiru, chronicles various schemes including the infamous MMM Nigeria in 2016, the NBA Forex in 2020, and most recently, CBEX. The argument is that fraudsters have used the scheme to massively defraud Nigerians.
I'm shocked that despite the scale of operations and visibility of CBEX, it operated for an extended period without facing sanctions. We need to find out from the Central Bank of Nigeria. We need to. Aside punishing or going after Ponzi, which is one out of the numerous, you can testify that this is not the first or second or third time. And we can't continue in this trend.
Lawmakers warned that the collapse of such schemes has driven victims to tragic outcomes, a narrative they agree calls for thorough investigation.
The Senate refers this prayer as amended to the joint committees on banking, insurance and other financial institutions, capital markets, anti-corruption and financial crimes, ICT and cybersecurity, to undertake extensive investigation, extensive education of the Nigerian public, and refer to this August Assembly.
You understand? He will come second. Lawmakers also debate the rescue of the nation's ailing power sector from imminent collapse through the Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2025.
Unfortunately, in our laws, very, very minimal penalties for such.
El-Rufai does not have the muzzle. El-Rufai is the FBI and CIA of the North combined. So overnight, you will overturn whatever has put in place.
The bandits.
It is either some delegates that have been paid are absent and they will replace them overnight in the law.
The amendment subsequently scales second reading. The Senate President used the opportunity to clarify public perceptions surrounding lawmakers.
Some people think that we come here to make money. They don't know that we come here to sacrifice for the growth of the nation so we can live a better country for future generations.
The Senate also harped on the achievements of the Nigerian Customs Service in a motion presented by Senator Issa Jibrin as the Customs Chief assumes the role of chairperson of the World Customs Organization. From the National Assembly, Gloria Umezuke, Channels Television News.
that will follow whoever
All
they
right,
are
now
saying
let's
they are
go
following.
to the commodity space now
Like,
with Halima.
listen,
Did you know,
when it
Halima,
comes
good to
to-
have you a second time this
It's what
morning.
Elufa will do. Elufa will go and
Yeah,
convince.
so I don't know if by
It's not
now
Kwankwaso.
the cost
It's
in
not all these
Dangote's
people,
ex-depo
they have
price has
knowledge
been
areas
trickled
to
down
follow.
to the pump.
Okay,
I can't
That
really say
follow.
for now. We've
That is
not
what we
checked
don't have
for
in
the
the south.
prices at the
All these one
different
wicked and they are doing great. We don't have
filling
such
station.
forum.
But
And in
what
the
I can
south,
say is that, we said
we
earlier
do
this
not
week
have,
that as the global price shifts, there will be
Alright.
review
No leader
as regards the
has
domestic
direct
market.
influence.
And but the what we are seeing presently is in reverse. The global price is about $70 per barrel right
No,
now.
it came down to 69 this morning.
69.
Yesterday it was at 70.
It was
yes.
70.
This morning it came down to 69.
And it is up to 70 again. I just checked. I can't tell.
Just before you
Yeah,
came in.
yes.
Oh, okay.
So that means for price setting, Dangote is trying to look at the expectation in terms of the need of the domestic market and also the price in terms of the global market. And let's not forget that the price that is being processed today is like, it has like a 90 days features. It's gotten like 90 days back.
And the contract, is it 90 days or 2 months?
It's always 90 days too. So, and also the Naira to Brent is also there, which is crude for Naira, which is also a good one that it will cost what is called the import cost, so to say, because Dangote is getting some part of his crude.
And then I saw news that he's expecting that by the end of this year he will get 100% of the crude that he needs from Nigeria.
That's what the expectation is. So bringing this together, we will see that the refinery is also trying to launch the CNG trucks, which means lesser demand for diesel, and it will also cut down the price in the coming months. So all this put together is trying to tell us that scale of production is filtering into the price of the commodity, and also value addition is also a good one for the economy. And being the fact that is a big producer compared to others, is trying to set the price and have a larger market share. So it's a win-win for Nigeria for price movements and price pressure, and also supply in all. Yeah.
So, but we're still waiting for it to trickle down to the pump and all of that. Then tomorrow is supposed to be D-Day, according to the report, where we get our rebased GDP. I think FDC has gotten a little bit of news about what it could look like.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
But when we look at rebasing, as we rightly said the other time, earlier this week, we'll see that it's good because we said it will capture that more activities.
Yeah.
And also because like countries like Ghana, South Africa, their GDP is being measured in dollar terms. So when it comes to comparison, it will help in terms of how is this country performing in relative to those countries in the same region and even outside the region. It's a good one. But beyond that, we would see that in 2014 that it was rebased. Our GDP is about $500 billion. So, and it came down to $300 billion, meaning we did bad. We didn't do well compared to 2014. Now we are saying it's likely to go back to $500 billion. So if we look at it net, it's not really a good one because the population has increased. So per capita income compared to what it was in 2014 and now has dropped in real terms. And so we will need to work more on inclusive growth to really help the masses feel the impact, because in terms of poverty, we are below the poverty line, and in terms of unemployment, we are still battling with that. So we still need more work in terms of that, so that at least not just in figure terms, in reality and in the effect of the disposable income, standard of living, the populace can really feel the impact.
Do we know what new sectors, could be captured?
Okay, especially for the service sector, there are so many sectors that would be captured in that area. So there are fintech and all, so many subsets that is likely to be captured and is doing. And if we look at the what is it called, the federal accounts, we see that the non-oil sector is really doing well. It captures about 60% or so of the revenue. So meaning our what is it called now? Our reliance or our risk to oil sector is declining gradually. So
is it really declining?
Reliance.
Okay,
when
the
it comes,
reliance.
Yeah, when
okay,
it comes
but when
to
we look
revenue,
at the revenue and all, we're still.
Yes. So it's becoming all encompassing as against what we had before now. That is just oil. So.
All right, but now we see we recovered at least in the informal market, the parallel market. But I mean, the good thing is it's still around under 1,006, yes, 1,005, yes. 1,005, 1,000. So
it's still there's a stability. Let's put it that way. So the volatility has reduced. And why we are seeing that is because of different factors, the good and the bad. Why I said that is because the latest PMI, we see that it dropped.
The one from CBN increased. So in the one from Stanbic,
yes. So meaning the drive or the increase in economic output declined, so to speak. Meaning the pressure in terms of importing and all would help the naira to appreciate. That is on one hand. Then the second thing is the new policy in terms of using naira cards to do international transactions. Though there are restrictions, $500 for some banks, $1,000 per month for some banks.
I am sure
per month.
I'm not even sure. Have you met somebody who has done it? Because I find it hard to.
It's just coming in. So
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, are you sure it has already started?
I'm just
saying,
even
though the banks have told us that it will start.
They said it will start this week. But I'm just saying it's looking for the outlook for the naira, because it will reduce the pressure in terms of I want going back to do this. Though the limit is
travel
the limit is still 1,000. So I think with time they will improve on that. That is on one hand. And if we look at what is it called, the FPI has really been helping. It's increased in this last June, though it's hot money, it's not sustainable, but it's one of the things helping. And that's why when he plummeted some months back, we see that the CBN quickly increased the treasury bill so that it will attract investors, because the uncertainty in the global market is making some people to move away from the US market to other emerging markets. So it depends on how we position ourselves to really harness that opportunity. But now I think the treasury bill rate has come down to 16%.
Yeah, I think
which is signaling to.
But it's still better than the federal government saving bonds and all of that.
Very better, but it's a signal to foreign investors that are you sure this MPC, CBN are now tilting towards dovish stance? We're having our meeting in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
So it could affect what we are going to see maybe in July as well. So we just need to look at what is more sustainable. So that is.
Well, I guess they will just have to go from here to here and find out
a balance.
But I mean, the biggest would be the FDIs, which unfortunately we saw dropped. The last data that we saw, it dropped, and if we can attract more from that end.
But generally and in aggregate, the investor sentiment as regards Nigeria and emerging markets has improved compared to before. So I think if we could do some more.
We still saw a 19% drop in FDI. That was a huge.
It's very huge. It's very huge. So if we could do some more, we could. We
want the president to travel more.
Not really. It's not really about traveling. Actually, it's really about the substance of what the traveling will bring about in terms of discussion, agreements reached, trade policies, and all. So I think we could go from there to see changes positively.
All right. Just that politics has taken over now. Everybody's talking about 2027, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get a lot of attention.
That's a bit for another day.
But anyway, what's happening to domestic commodities?
Okay, we are still seeing it being mixed. Some are flat, while some are up. Like beans now, the price is up. And it's not surprising because for beans, the cultivation period is always between June to October every year. Though irrigation could help in doing it all round, but the typical cultivation time is between June and October, and that's why we're seeing that uptick. And coupled with the insecurity factor, because most of these things are coming from the northern parts, Borno, Gombe, they are those that are really into the cultivation of beans. And so that's why we need to do more in terms of preservation, so that when we have bumper harvest, it could be stored and it could lessen the impact when we have cultivation period. So it is mixed, and those are the prices for now. Beans, rice coming up, but others are flat. So that is the situation currently.
All right, Halima, thank you so much for all of this information. Halima Adedino is analyst with Financial Services Company. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll see what's happening in the global space with Will Yvonne. Please stay with us.
We live in an era of massive innovation, true ideas that impact every industry and society, cutting-edge technology that gives you a glimpse of the future, intuitive minds that meet the demand of revolution of talent. The future of enterprise lies in the digital world. It's full of questions and yet solutions. Join us on Tech Trends as we bring you the finest blend of technology and the latest happenings in the tech space. Tech Trends, the tech edge you need. Modern lifestyle requires a lot of energy, backed up by intense production processes, which impact the environment in more ways than one.
The world has realized that you cannot deal with climate change without looking at loss of biodiversity.
On Echo Africa, nature speaks, and the discerning mind becomes champion of sustainable living.
One thing we want to do is to change public behavior around recycling.
Watch Echo Africa on Channel Television and find out what nature is saying.
Welcome back. It's still Business Morning here on Channels Television. Head to the global space now to hear what President Donald Trump has done again. Will's favorite figure in the whole wide world.
Of course. I just love Donald Trump, President Donald Trump. He always blows his trumpet. He can't stay without blowing his trumpet. And now he has taken a hit on Brazil. Oh my goodness, Brazil is not taking it.
And I'm sure you've seen the news about our B1, B2 visa.
Oh yes.
But we have to let everyone know that Nigeria started that circle.
Of course.
So this is just which is a normal global policy. You started it, even though you reversed it. They also had to do theirs. So
yes.
Let's not.
But maybe they should wait now. Now fine, it's 3 months now with the pricing also. Be tapered down to match the duration.
Doubt that. Did you taper your price when you did it to the U.S.?
Oh, well, I wasn't there.
Okay, all right.
But you see, President Donald Trump has confirmed that a 50% tariff on copper imports will take effect August the 1st following a national security assessment. Trump, who made this known on Truth Social, called copper critical to defense and tech infrastructure, including missiles and data centers. Copper prices rose 2.62% after the announcement, building on Tuesday's 13% surge, the biggest one-day jump since 1989. Now, Brazil's President Lula says his country will retaliate after U.S. President Trump imposed a 50% tariff on Brazilian imports starting August the 1st. Trump cited trade imbalances and Brazil's prosecution of Jair Bolsonaro. Lula called the move political and said Brazil will respond under its new reciprocity law. The Brazilian real fell over 2% on the news. U.S. Trade Center shows that $7.4 billion surplus with Brazil in 2024, despite Trump's claims. Now, Trump hosts 5 African leaders, pushes trade to over 3% at the D.C. summit in Washington with leaders of Gabon, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mauritania, and Senegal, nations facing 10% U.S. tariffs. During a televised White House lunch, the African leaders praised Trump for his peace efforts in Africa and urged American investments in resources and tech projects. The summit centers on Trump's trade, not aid strategy as the U.S. shifts from traditional development support to commercial partnerships under its America First policy. The European Union remains in limbo as the deadline for a trade deal with the U.S. passes without an agreement. President Donald Trump has initially set July the 9th as the deadline to avoid reciprocal tariffs, but talks continue. Trump said this week a deal or letter could be sent in 2 days, though none has been issued to the EU yet, unlike other countries that have received new tariff notices. Now we go to the UK now, where the UK government has dropped plans to introduce zonal energy pricing, which would have seen higher electricity costs in the south compared to Scotland. Energy Secretary E.D. Miliband said the country will maintain a single national wholesale price and reform the existing system to make electricity fairer and more secure. Advocates claim zonal pricing could cut grid costs, but critics warned it would create a postcode lottery for energy bills. Still staying in the UK, the FTSE 100 surged to a new record high of 8,947.84 points on Wednesday, up 0.9% as investors brushed off trade war concerns. Mining stocks led gains despite President Trump's fresh round of tariffs, including a 50% duty on copper imports and penalties on Brazil. Traders appear unfazed by the global recession risks. Now we check in with Bitcoin, which has soared to a record high of $112,000 late on Wednesday, fueled by renewed institutional interest and a surge in risk appetite. This marks a near 20% gain for Bitcoin so far this year, despite lingering macroeconomic uncertainty and geopolitical tensions. Analysts attribute the rally to growing confidence among traditional financial institutions, which have deepened their exposure to digital assets in recent months. The rally comes amid broader strength across the crypto markets and increased speculation that U.S. regulators may further ease restrictions on crypto-related financial products in the second half of the year. Let's head to Asia now. The Bank of Korea held its rate at 2.5% on Thursday, cited rapidly rising soil home prices and household debts. Housing costs jumped 19% in June year-on-year, prompting new mortgage curbs. The Bank of Korea said financial stability remains a priority despite growth concerns. Rate cuts may come in August and November if cooling measures work, according to Goldman Sachs and Lombard Odier. Now, shares of WK Kellogg surged over 56% after reports that chocolate giant Ferrero is in talks to buy the breakfast cereal maker in a $3 billion deal. The move would give Ferrero, known for Kinder and Rocher, a major foothold in the U.S. cereal market with brands like Fruit Loops and Rice Krispies. The deal could be announced this week, according to reports from WSJ and FTSE Week. Kellogg, a spin-off from Kellanova in 2023, and has been struggling with debt and shifting consumer trends. Now, Linda Yaccarino has resigned as CEO of X, the social platform owned by Elon Musk, after 2 years in the role. Her exit comes amid controversy over X's AI tool, Grok, and ongoing advertiser concerns. Yaccarino thanked Musk in a post, saying she was grateful for the chance to transform X into the Everything app. Hired in 2023 to rebuild ties with advertisers, she was seen as, by many, a CEO in name only, with Musk retaining day-to-day control. Analysts say a departure was inevitable as Musk continued to dominate X strategy and public image. Now, if you live in the UK and you want to travel, prices for all-inclusive family holidays from the UK have surged, with Cyprus up 23% and UAE trips rising 26%, according to travel supermarket data. Spain, Greece, Turkey, UAE, and Portugal, the most searched destinations, all saw prices increases. In contrast, Italy and Tunisia, small declines. Agents say travelers are now opting for shorter stays or midweek travel to save costs. And those are the highlights that we have. But before we end that, Britain has just pulled the plug on its plan for regional zonal electricity pricing, which I mentioned earlier. We're just seeing that affecting household costs, but maybe we'll have that discussion with Juliana when she's feeling much better, because today was supposed to be that discussion, but couldn't have that. We know that electricity is one of the major factors that countries, businesses have to consider, the cost that, the input a business have to put into consider before they give out the overall pricing. And also these days with inflation, that's already biting, and we're already seeing that here in Nigeria, where people, even with the money, they can't even get electricity because they can't even get the meters that they need in the country.
Yeah. Well, that was a conversation we had yesterday, even though in Nigeria, the meter manufacturer that I had on the program yesterday said, well, they have manufactured meters. There are meters there, but I guess somewhere in the bureaucracy and the paperwork and documentation, all of that is deterring the distribution. Even though the federal government has some applaudable policies that's supposed to help the distribution of meters, out there, but it seems there are some things that actually exactly. Okay. But anyway, this is the UK, and remember there was a time that they also had to put a cap on energy pricing and all of that.
Right now they say it's just going to be, they want to do that regional zonal pricing, that each region will have their own prices, but right now they say I think we just have to stick with one uniform price, and then we'll see how that goes.
Well, at least they have a system there that considers the reality. At least they do have some of those. Will, thank you so much. We'll see you in a couple of hours for that. And just before we head to tell you how the market closed yesterday, the customs, they do have a news for you, and I think we'll take that report before we tell you the closing numbers for yesterday.
This
is the latest seizure by the Murtala Mohammed Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service, which formed part of its half-year report for 2025.
75 big bags.
In its operations to stop smuggling, the NCS confiscated 75 jumbo bags of pangolin scales weighing 3,765 kilograms with a duty-paid value of 772.4 million naira, the largest haul recorded by the command since its establishment.
This is a global thing. The number of pangolin that are stored before they can get this. We're talking of wildlife here. Thank God it's not an abandoned seizure. Those one involved that are pulling up in the Mango will be jailed.
Arms were also uncovered as part of illegal shipments, including 18 units of Tipman semi-automatic caliber mag-fed paintball markers, 32 pieces of empty Tipman tank cylinders, and 20 units of ballistic helmets, all with a duty-paid value of 792 million naira. Suspects arrested in connection with the seizure are being prosecuted. Apart from the seizures, the MMAC controller spoke extensively about the command's performance in terms of revenue generation.
The command generated a total of 97 billion, 157 million, 711,000, 817 naira 56 kobo against 80 billion 351 million 299,000 68 naira generated in the corresponding year 2024, representing 20.92% growth.
The command says it's still fully committed to meeting its 2022 revenue target of 358 billion naira, while also working alongside sister security to stop illicit activities coming through the country's biggest entry and exit point.
And now the closing numbers from yesterday showing that the market is still on the bull run, 121,989.67. That's the closing number for yesterday. The all-share index added 0.28%. The market cap is at 76.9. I hope that when Will comes during Business Incorporated for intraday numbers. We would have crossed, it would be nice if we just crossed that 121, 900, and then we're 122. That would be a new level and worth celebrating for the market in Nigeria. We look at the activity. We see it was all red, volume, value, and deals down compared to the previous session, but top gainers, we have Chams, Omatech, Elolix. Elolix seems to be the share of interest at this time, but I wonder what's the news that's driving it. But we've seen it at the top trades for top gainers now for like 3 sessions. So you might want to take a look at that and maybe pursue the news behind it. That will help you make a decision if it's not too late. Top losers, Legend Inc., Guinea Insurance, and Etana. Etana is back in the news, but this time it's in the red side. Top trades for yesterday, Japor Gold has been very active since last week. Access Core and ICO Insurance. So we see insurance coming back again. It's not being forgotten, even though it's a penny stocks. So it's still a bull market for Nigeria. There are analysis everywhere there. You want to read through and see if there's going to be a pullback. There was a short pullback. It was really short. So if you miss that window, perhaps you want to wait for another one, or you just want to dive in before it gets too late. But it's a good market we're having in Nigeria, the stock exchange at this time. For the fixed income, we've seen the government reduce its appetite, heading to the market, as we discussed yesterday. So while the MTB is looking more attractive now, because obviously FPI, as a foreign portfolio investors, seem to be the target of the federal government now. But I mean, the saving bonds is out, the calendar came out, and we always give you all the information here where you could put your money and just go to sleep and wait and allow your money work for you. So the fixed income market, not as attractive as before, but it's still looking good. And MPC is coming soon, so of course that will also feed into how the federal government will approach, or the CBN will approach, the fixed income market. But we know that the government will still head to the market to raise some money. So these are ways you can put your money and wait for it to work for you. And that's it on Business Morning today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. In a couple of hours, that's 1 p.m., I'll be back with Will Ebong. We'll give you intraday numbers as well as conversations that await you that could help you make the right decision for your money and your economy. I'm Ini John McQuarrie. I'll talk to you later. Welcome to our house. I'm Melinda. Coming up for today's episode of the program. Life is a stage. A bold canvas. While at it. Then enjoy it on our house. We see life in beautiful curves, sparks, colors, and most exciting forms. Join us as we savor intriguing sights and sounds at these times. Our house, life.
What we're seeing is just the early days of what AI could actually do.
AI for us is a tool.
So
So we train AI systems that are able to do different tasks in healthcare, agriculture, on and on.
Africa is young. Africa is innovative.
Africa has unique challenges.
Western companies, big tech companies, directly has invested in our problems and our unique experiences. So there's an opportunity for Africans to build our own data sets, to build our AI model.
I forget we're in Africa sometimes. I forget we're Africans. Most of the things are not built to us in mind. So we have to find our way to interact and to know what role that we play in that space.
We believe in artificial intelligence. We know that it's working and it's really helping us.
There is great promise, but also great fear.
There's no need to fear it. And as long as there is humans behind the technology, we're going to all enhance or embrace this superpower enabling technology.
Thank you for staying tuned and welcome to Newstrack on Channels Television. I am Bukola Koka, and these are the stories we're following for you this hour. We begin with security, and combined troops of Operation Hadinkai have neutralized 24 Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists in a renewed offensive into the enclaves across various locations within the Northeast Theater of Operations. Among those neutralized are 5 logistics suppliers who were ambushed in night operations.
The coordinated operations took place between the 4th and the 9th of July in Sambisa Forest, the Timbuktu Triangle, the Mandara Mountains, and other known locations, resulting in the recovery of several arms, ammunitions, logistics, and other fighting equipment. The troops recovered motorcycles, bicycles, food condiments, footwears, terrorist uniforms, amongst other items. According to the theater commander, Northeast Joint Task Force of Operation Hadinkai, Major General Abdusalam Abubakar, the operations were intelligence-driven and guided by other information. Major General Abdusalam said the operations were conducted by the combined troops of the Air Force component, the Civilian Joint Task Force, and the Nigerian Army. And to the economy now. Nigeria's economy is steadily improving under President Bola Tinubu, and this is due to the wide-ranging reforms being implemented across various sectors by the administration. And this is according to the country's Minister of Information, Mr. Mohammed Idris. The minister made this known in Abuja when the newly elected executives of the Nigerian Guild of Editors paid him a courtesy visit in his office. He acknowledged that although challenges remain, the administration is making steady progress and is successfully flattening the curve. Mr. Idris further stated that approximately 300,000 students are currently benefiting from the Students' Loan Scheme, with the federal government covering their tuition fees and providing support for their upkeep on campus.
Yes, the economy is not yet what we want it to be, but we can see that there's a steady progression. The president has said over and over that we're turning the corner. Yeah, I know that many will say it's not yet El Dorado, it's not yet Uhuru. Yes, I also agree. But you can also say that there is no progress. Even all the rating agencies in the world are also giving Nigeria some but we are seeing some upward tick in the way our economy is going. I have always said that it is not good for us as media practitioners to place emphasis or premium on these criminals, gangsters, and wherever they are, terrorists and bandits, over and above the citizens of this country. Because of this deliberate, intentional policy of government, over 300,000 Nigerian students that hitherto were out of school or should have been out, would have been out of school, now have the opportunity to be in school because government is paying for their tuition. Government is also paying for their upkeep. This is unprecedented. I think we need to talk about that.
The governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Otti, has signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in a strategic move to achieve sustainable economic growth and development. During the signing ceremony at his country home in Mvosi, Isialangwa local government area south of Abia State, Dr. Otti commended the UNDP for its support, assuring residents that his administration will ensure the agreement delivers tangible benefits to the residents.
As part of activities lined up for the official launch of the Aba Exports Growth Lab and Exports Challenge Framing Workshop, the United Nations Development Programme resident representative in Nigeria, Elsie Atafua, is at the ICT complex of Ogbonnaya Onu Polytechnic, the commercial nerve center of Abia State. Her first stop is a working visit to Governor Alex Otti's country home, where a memorandum of understanding has been signed. Later, the governor, the UNDP rep, and other top functionaries performed the official launch of the Aba Exports Growth Lab, describing it as a critical step to ensure indigenous products are competitive on the global stage.
What we have come here to do is to support our people, to structure their production. And part package and brand their products in such a way that it will be competitive in the international market.
The UNDP rep reveals that the MOU is the agency's first landmark agreement with the Nigerian state under its integrated smart state of accelerated development framework for businesses to have an edge globally.
We are activating a bold blueprint for sustainable trade and industrial transformation, one that says, and I want to read, ABBA can compete globally. ABBA can lead Africa's industrial renaissance. ABBA can lead Africa's industrial renaissance. And the Southeast can rise as a regional corridor of productivity, investment, and jobs. And let me also use the opportunity to salute Your Excellency, Governor Alex Otti, for the clarity of vision and courageous leadership that has brought us this far.
We've been anticipating for this to happen because we are already ready to take our products out from Nigeria by making foreign exchange. So it's a program that comes at the right time. So it will really uplift our income. Not only our income, it will also ensure that downfall of Naira now will rise again.
The partnership is set to attract technical support, strategic investments, and sustainable interventions in critical sectors such as energy, digitization, SMEs development, and industrial expansion to strengthen Abia State's drive for inclusive growth and socio-economic transformation.
And you're still on to News Track on Channels Television, your home for the news. We'll interrupt our regular programming now to bring you coverage of the public presentation of the book OPL 245, the inside story of the $1.3 billion Nigerian oil block, by former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Mohammed Bello Adoke. Of course, the public presentation is taking place in the Federal Capital Territory, and this will go on our DSTV platform. However, our normal programming continues on our other platforms.
This is a live Channels Television event.
$3 billion oil block. Oil Prospecting License 245 covers a defined deep water oil offshore area of about 150 kilometers of the Niger Delta. The deal is complex and controversial and has been the subject of significant legal battles over the years. But we're very happy that one of the men that brought resolution to all of this has also put his thoughts on paper for generations yet unborn to read and know the truth. I welcome all of you to this amazing event. My name is Ebere Young, and I will not be alone here. One of our finest masters of ceremony, Andy Gabriel, will be here with me. But this is how we kick off. I'd like to welcome here, as the chairman of today's event, the former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan GCFR, represented here by the former president of the Senate, His Excellency Anyim Pius Anyim GCON.
I want to believe that the MC would have done justice to the protocol. So I may not strain myself going through that, but let me sincerely recognize and welcome the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima GCON. So you're welcome. Let me also quickly note the presence of former President of the Senate, Alhaji Bukola Saraki, the presence of Governor Shea Makinde of Oyo State, the presence of the Minister of Science and Technology, Mr. Uche Naji, the former Governor of Kano State, Elijah Abugo Aponso, the former Governor of Bauchi State, Elijah Demu, and my Lord, the former Justice of the Supreme Court, Ademir of Lafia. Please let me stand on the protocol already established by the MC. Before I speak, let me clarify that the chairman of this occasion is His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. The chairman, realizing that he would not be able to return to Nigeria before or on this date, directed me to stand in for him. You will all agree with me that the shoes of President Jonathan are too light for me to step in. But however, for me, obeying his directive is mandatory. And so I am here in obedience to his directive. Because the chairman is out of the country, I did not have the privilege of getting a written remark from him. But I have his mandate to speak to the occasion. Let me therefore, on behalf of my former boss, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, welcome all of us to this auspicious occasion. And therefore, speaking on his behalf, I have just 3 observations or 3 points to make. 1, I have not read this book, nor have any knowledge of the content. But the subject matter of the book took place during the administration of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and I am proud to state that I was part of that government. I am to say that President Jonathan is proud of his former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Bello Adoke. President Jonathan indeed heartily congratulates Mr. Bello Adoke for the wisdom and the courage to put down his own side of the story in the book we are about to present today. On behalf of Mr. President, the former President of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Mr. Adoke, I convey his congratulations. 2, to some people, this occasion may just be a book presentation, whereas to others, it may mean different things. But to me, it means a celebration of victory over persecution. Many of us here may recall that shortly after the administration of President Jonathan came to an end in 2015, the succeeding government launched what many people saw as a manhunt against key officers of the President Goodluck's administration. The author of this memoir, Mr. Bello Adoke.
Si vous aimez la qualité, essayez-la à prix discount. Ben oui, chez Aldi, nos concombres Origine France ont tout d'un très bon concombre. Mixés avec un peu de citron, ils vous feront dire en lendemain de soirée que un jus détox, ça peut pas faire de mal, crois-moi. Oui, vraiment, nos concombres ont tout d'un très bon concombre, mais à prix discount. 75 centimes la pièce au lieu de 99 centimes. Oui, 75 centimes. Aldi, la meilleure qualité, à prix discount. En ce moment chez Aldi, soit 24% de remise immédiate, offre valable jusqu'au samedi 5 juillet, info sur aldi.fr.
Let me therefore use this occasion to congratulate Mr. Bello Adoke, my friend and my brother, for his doggedness, and to say that I am pleased to join you in celebrating this victory. Number 3, let me use this opportunity to urge all of us to be conscious of the fact that power belongs to God. The best anyone who is blessed with the opportunity of a public office should do is to commit to that assignment and use the opportunity to uphold truth, justice, and fairness. I am to state, as always, that it is acknowledged among all civilizations that any society or organization that does not promote justice and fairness will neither have peace nor make progress. The sense of the author's effort in documenting his memoir is not only to put the record straight, but to contribute to the cause of truth and justice as the foremost pillars of nation building. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today you are going to hear from the author himself. The book reviewer also is going to present the book in a manner that you will understand each line of that book. It's therefore not for me to say much, but to welcome all of you to this public presentation of the intriguing story of OPL 245 from the perspective of Mr. Mohamed Bello Adoke, CFR, SAN, former Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Make sure you get a copy of this book before you leave. I welcome all of you.
Can I call for a bigger round of applause for the former President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, speaking there through the former President of the Senate, Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, GCON. We appreciate your comments. But Your Excellency, the Vice President, our special guest of honor, who else could tell the story much more than the man who was at the forefront and the principal actor, and of course, one who understands the dynamics, and of course, what played out. Your Excellency, today, our promises to be very intellectually engaging and historically enriching. And I must say that we are being joined here by legal luminaries, statesmen, media professionals, and keen citizens of conscience, as well as royal fathers. And talking about royal fathers, Your Excellency, kindly permit me to recognize the presence of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Lafia and National State Council of Chiefs, Honorable Justice Sidi Bagay Mohammed, the first GSC, retired CFR. There's a one round of applause for him. It is at this point in time, as we move on with the program of events, that I dare say that the man who's been saddled with the responsibility of giving us a keynote at these auspicious and momentous occasion is a very highly cerebral legal mind. In order not to waste too much of our time talking about him, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming with a very resounding applause Paul Erokoro, SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Can we please welcome him to the podium as he makes his way here? It's taking quite a little while to get here because of the number of persons we have even standing on the walkway. Please pave way for him to be able to get here. I recognize the presence of former Inspector General of Police, ND Abubakar, and we also want to appreciate the presence of the former Principal Secretary to the former President. We have Laji Hassan Tukur here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. And J.D. Abba, PhD, Godi Agba, PhD, former minister, we welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. Please can we pave way for Wale Rokoro to make his way here? And I'd like that we please give him one more round of applause as he makes it.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Governors, Senate Presidents, many of whom have been my clients in the past, and I hope they'll be again. I don't know whether everybody has written a book, but I can tell you it's a very hard thing to do. I wrote one at some point in my life, and because of the reaction of the publishers, I decided that there were too many books in the world anyway, and I would never write one. They said, your book is both good and original, but the parts that are good are not original, and the parts that are original are not good. Since then, I realized that it's a very, very hard task. So, Bello, my good friend, I know you've achieved so much in the practice of the law. But when I read your first book, I was really, really, really impressed. And I wish I had written mine for me at that time. Now, Chief Kanu Agabi was supposed to have been standing on this podium. Unfortunately, we have an occupational hazard as lawyers. If the court is sitting, you can't leave, no matter how important that assignment is. And Mr. Agabi got caught up in court. And I was surprised to hear my name mentioned. But as Mr. Agabi's able disciple, let me just say that even though I have not read the book, I read excerpts of it. There's something called the post office scandal in the UK, described by that government as one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in the history of that great country. I can say quite confidently that the accusations against Mr. Bello Adoke, the trauma that he went through as the federal government of Nigeria vilified him all over the world, is one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in this country. I know that because I was one of Mr. Bello Adoke's lawyers. You would think, from all that was said, that the government would present a compelling case in court. But it was such an anticlimax. And I recall the former governor, Mr. Bode George, who actually went to jail, served 2 years, I think. And when the matter got to the Supreme Court said, this man should never have been charged to court. And we see a lot of this going on in our country. Actual criminals are not being prosecuted, unfortunately. But the innocent get dragged through, and if you read the papers, for instance, you will think that every judge in Nigeria is a crook. You would think that every politician is a crook. Maybe some are, but they generalize it so much, and then there is this business of picking and choosing and descending on those that do not meet the favor of the particular regime in office. It is a very, very sad thing. Now, this transaction, as you will see detailed in the book, started a long time ago during the regime of General Sani Abacha. And that OPL was given out. President Obasanjo cancelled that lease and restored it. Shell and the others went to court. We were at ICSID, we're in danger of losing $2 billion, and you know that Nigeria usually loses its cases. And so the government decided that, look, we better settle this matter. The settlement started during General Obasanjo's time, was anchored during President Jonathan's time. And the reasoning was very simple. This is a very, very, very promising mining lease. We can make a lot of money. This block is very, very rich. Where are we in court suffering? And you should read the judgment of the English court that heaped praises on Mr. Bello Adoke for going out of his way as Attorney General to save his country so much embarrassment and huge costs. Surprisingly, this transaction that was anchored with JP Morgan and Co. and some of the best names in the world praised it. The Nigerian government. On the one hand, issuing statements, you will see all this in the book. The Attorney General of the Federation at that time said, we support this settlement, it's in the national interest.
You're not looking at who is calling you, Abi?
We will accuse Mr. Adoke of corruption. Quite frankly, it's a commentary on the state of our nation that people who do things like this are not called to justice, they're not called to account in any way. And so, I don't know what's happening with that lease now. I just had excerpts of the book, but I'm looking forward to reading the whole book. And I urge everybody to read it And I'm sure that you will find lessons there for our country and for the rest of the world that will be worth learning. Thank you very, very much as I invite you all to read this book. Next.
You sound better today. What's going on?
He came to this podium with only his jacket, and he delivered a keynote.
Last time I called you.
Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm really expecting my calls.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our book reviewer is a man of quality.
Les factures, la compta, la paperasse. Eh ben moi, ça m'angoisse pas du tout pour ma boîte. Avec EBP, j'ai toutes les solutions pro pour gérer facilement ma compta, automatiser mes factures et assurer mes obligations fiscales sans stress. Tranquille, comme dirait mon fils. EBP, gérez votre business sans prise de tête. Rendez-vous sur ebp.com.
This app gets a video call. So I didn't know this app has video call. I didn't. I didn't know. It's video. I'm new.
Your Excellency,
so it's
the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, former President of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, all Your Excellencies here present,
takes point now.
Your Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be asked.
No, my head tie is for my head to cover my head.
Probably, well, the only person in this hall who has read this book.
It's not like a woman head tie. I don't tie it like a woman head tie. I tie it different.
I consider myself privileged indeed to have then been asked to come and do this review. Copies are on sale. So
no worry, it's a plenty way if you buy.
Okay, here we go. OPI 245 is probably the most well-known oil block to be awarded by the Nigerian government. More for the legal disputes and international arbitrations with regard to its acquisition and ownership involving the federal government of Nigeria, Shell and Malabu Oil, as well as a large cast of actors across courts in Nigeria,
the
United States, the United Kingdom, and Italy. Whereas OPL 245, the versatile deepwater offshore asset of the Niger Delta, was one of other similar licenses awarded to encourage indigenous participation in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. It is caught in a complex web of scandals, allegations of corruption, bribery, and so much melodrama in and out of the courtrooms. In an earlier book titled Burden of Service, Mohammed Bello Adoke, SAN, had written, among other things, on this controversial oil prospecting license, or what is also known as Malabu Gate. In the present book, a sequel to his first book, he focuses on the OPL 245 in an extensive and comprehensive account of the allegations about his role, the burden that he has had to endure in terms of what he calls clinical persecution, or the lies and more lies, I'm quoting him, that were told against him and his eventual vindication. Adoke's OPL 245 is, by his own admission, therapeutic, a book that needed to be written to set the record straight for posterity and to clear his name through a documentation of facts and circumstances. Adoke was Nigeria's Attorney General and Minister of Justice, April 2010 to June 2015. At the time, the OPL 245 saga began in 2003, he was not yet in government. Nor was he either when the bloc was revoked by the Obasanjo government on July 2nd, 2001, or when a settlement agreement was signed in 2006. Then when he was appointed Attorney General and Minister of Justice in 2010, OPL 245 became one of the matters he inherited as Attorney General. It was during this period that the Jonathan administration confirmed the award of OPL 245 to Malabo. This author is very clear in stating that the politicization of OPL 245 was caused by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. And I quote, who woke up one morning and set OPL 245 on fire. He revoked the bloc without giving any reasons, now resulting in a series of litigations involving the NNPC, Malabo, and Shell, which stalled the development of the asset. One of Adoke's first assignments as Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice was to help unpack the logjam, and he had advised that the 2006 settlement agreement was binding on the federal government of Nigeria. In the resolution agreement that was arrived at in April 2011, Shell and Nigeria Agip Exploration Limited will pay $1.3 billion into an escrow account with JP Morgan in London, while Malabo will receive $1.09 billion as compensation as full and final settlement. As the chief law officer of the Federation, Adoke was convinced that he had given the government proper advice in the circumstances. This book is about the twists and turns
Beatrice Jediaba, Solicitor General of the Federation and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice. I'm referring to Mr. Pius Oti, a retired director, Federal Ministry of Justice, Mr. Bola Odugbesan, also a director in the Ministry of Justice. I'm referring to Dr. Ogunleye, who also is an associate professor in the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. I'm referring to also Ben Mangwe, former Executive Secretary of the Human Rights Commission. I'm referring to Juliet Sibekaku, and last but not the least, my humble self. And also Pius Okore, thank you very much. I struggle with that memory. Pius Okore, who is a Deputy Director of Nigeria Law School. We all are grateful to you for what you have done in building us up career-wise, in building us up mentally and psychologically. I want to assure you that the values you instilled on us will be put to good use. Thank you very much. Now, recently, the FIRS boss, I'm told, issued a circular to banks to be on the lookout of anyone who spends more than 5 million within a month. Well, thankfully, what our modest contribution to these efforts is not up to 5 million. So we are not afraid to say that we want to appreciate the efforts. I underline that, the efforts. We are not appreciating the man. It's just the efforts in writing this book with a token sum of 1 million naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk, for your kind words. Your Excellency, very special guest of honor, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For want of time and taking into cognizance the exigencies of your office, we might not be able to take any further goodwill out after this very one that I'm going to invite. I'd like to crave your indulgence to please permit me to invite the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, to be the one to bring up the rear with goodwill messages at this point. Please can we welcome him to the podium with a round of applause, please.
His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, and the very many invited guests, former Senate Presidents, former governors, serving and non-serving, here present. Please may I stand on already well-established protocol. It is with great honor and respect that I stand before you to speak. I must first and foremost congratulate the former Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Mohammed Bello Adoke, for putting this book together called The Inside Story of $1.3 billion Nigeria Oil Block. This is not just a book, but a story that set the record straight and history that remains untold. As I was a businessman, I am preview to the true story of this OPL 245. Coincidentally, my very good friend and a business ally, who is now the DG Energy Commissioner of Nigeria, Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi, worked in the defunct DPR under the Lease Administration Department that handles oil lease and oil license. So I must say I am very informed on this OPL saga. With all I know and in view of the court's version, we can only apologize and learn from the mistakes. I have always wondered if you were the Minister of Petroleum that awards oil blocks according to the defunct Petroleum Act or otherwise. Therefore, I must congratulate you, Mr. Mohammed Bello Adoke, for coming out of this saga victorious. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, and thank you for keeping to time as well. We want to make it very businesslike, and Your Excellency, please, at this juncture, I want to invite the man whose intellectual and audacious thoughts of putting his book together has brought all of us here. The author of this book, a very cerebral legal mind, of very high repute, and who has also defended Nigeria to a very large extent, even saving money for this country, as mentioned in the book. I'd like that you please join me in welcoming Mr. Adoke, a man of extraordinary legal insight and courage, who is not just a personal, who has not just given us a personal reflection, but a detailed legal and political insight as to his experience with the OPL 245. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, for this legal mind, can we please welcome the Leonard Silk with a bigger round of applause as I invite Mr. Mohammed Bello Adoke, SAN CFR, the author, sir. Before you take the stage, I welcome you, distinguished Senator Ahmed Wadada, Chairman, Senate Committee on Public Accounts. We welcome you. Thank you. The author,
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, distinguished Excellencies here, particularly the Chief Presenter and the Chairman of this occasion, President Goodluck Jonathan, heavily represented by Chief Pius Anyim Pius, or is it Anyim Pius Anyim, I'm sorry, GCON. Your Excellency, may I crave your indulgence to adopt the existing protocol already established here in order to save time. But in doing so, sir, please permit me to acknowledge the governor of my state, Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, because he was the governor of Kano State when I was practicing law in Kano, and the deputy governor of Kogi State, who is here present, and my big brother, former governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Nasser El-Rufai, who in my years of exile, sir, was very supportive. And Chief Rotimi Ameji, the former governor of Rivers State. I'm delighted by the honor done me by your esteemed presence at the public presentation of my book titled OPL 245, Inside Story of the 1.3 billion Nigerian oil block. I want to specifically thank the chairman of the occasion, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, my boss, whose disposition and leadership qualities enabled me to independently discharge the functions of my office without let or hindrance. I'm indebted to the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, an amiable leader and a gentleman par excellence, for taking time out of his busy schedule to honor me with his esteemed presence. I'm particularly grateful for his courage, encouragement, and soothing words, which are healing balm to the physical and psychological trauma caused by my traducer and the Nigerian state. Permit me, Your Excellency, to inform this audience that after the verdicts by the various courts were over, I opted to go back into exile. In fact, I left. It was to the credit of His Excellency, the Vice President, who called me one day and said, "Come back to Nigeria. You have to put a closure to this saga." I thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm also very grateful to the Chief Presenter, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, for honoring me by presenting this book to the public. Governor Makinde has repeatedly demonstrated his friendship through his numerous acts of kindness and forbearance. I can attest that through hard work and service to his people, he has risen to the enviable position of a respected political leader and statesman in the Nigerian polity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my close associates and friends have sought to know my motivation for writing this book, which many have either termed controversial or too revealing by Nigerian standard. While not attempting to review the book, it is important to assure you all that I did not set out to denigrate anyone, but to set the record straight and provide valuable insights into a transaction that was not only carried out in furtherance of the national interest, but also to safeguard Nigeria's economic interests as it relates to the exploitation of our hydrocarbon resources. The Chinese proverb to the effect that the faintest ink is better than the strongest memory aptly reinforced the reliability of written records over human memory. I am therefore not unmindful of the fact that the event would outlive us. Documenting such events as have been done in this book is a more dependable way of preserving such information and effectively shielding it from distortion deliberately or unwittingly. Although I was not a party to the 2006 settlement agreement which preceded my appointment as Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria and Minister of Justice, my traducers, state and non-state actors alike, ensured that I suffered immense public odium, loss of reputation, earnings, and family life for the role I played in ensuring the implementation of an agreement in 2011, notwithstanding that I was only carrying out the lawful directives of the President in the exercise of his executive powers under the Constitution. The book has revealed the damaging role of anti-corruption campaigners, local and international, especially when their motives are less than altruistic, laced with unethical conduct and desire to achieve nothing more than to destroy hard-earned reputations. Their use of unethical and illegal tactics, as was done in my case, to satisfy narrow interests and predetermined outcomes must be deprecated. It was during my travail that I learned that public officers with a viable position in government could be persuaded in the national interest to lie on oath to ensure victory in the spurious suit instituted on behalf of the government. I've always believed the public prosecution should be conducted ethically and only when the facts support the charges. The OPL 245 prosecution revealed disturbing incidents of connivance, conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, and downright suppression of exculpating evidence to secure a conviction at all costs. The amount of public funds expended on this malicious prosecution and ill-motivated civil suits is astounding. Nigerian taxpayers should not be made to carry such a needless burden. There must be consequences for ill-conceived and malicious prosecutions conducted at public expense. The Milan prosecutor in Italy were found guilty of suppressing exculpatory evidence. The judicial system punished their unethical conduct with 8 months imprisonment. On the contrary, in Nigeria, the investigators and prosecutors of the EFCC, in the bid to satisfy their paymasters, equally disregarded subsisting court orders, suppressed evidence, and intimidated witnesses to lie on oath in a desperate effort to try to secure a conviction. Regrettably, nothing has happened to them. We must restore the good old tradition and standards of prosecution based on evidence, No matter the pressure that is brought to bear on them, prosecutors must never be persecutors. In all of this, my belief in the Nigerian project remains unshakable. Public office is a public trust for which we remain accountable, not only to our maker, but also to the people. It is said that when you fall into hard times, that is when you know your true friends. I was lucky to have friends that I could lean on, even in those difficult years in exile. While for want of time, I cannot begin to call all of them by name, I must acknowledge His Excellency Ahmed Usman Ododo, Governor of Kogi State, for his brotherly love and support. I must also acknowledge His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Adamu Mazu in my years in exile. I thank him very much for his friendship as well. Permit me, Your Excellency, to recognize His Excellency Rotimi Chubeke Amechi for his friendship and support, particularly his various visits to me while I was in Ghana. The same equally goes for my friend, His Excellency SN1 Nyesom Wike, CON, the current Minister of FCT, who stood by me when I came back from exile and gave me all the necessary support. I remain grateful. I also acknowledge the friendship and support of His Excellency Governor Nasiru El Rufai, former Governor of Kaduna State, Chief Ben Peters, Chairman Aitel Group, Prince Godi Jadi Abba, who stood for over 3 hours waiting to see me when I was detained by the EFCC, and he was refused access to me, yet he was a minister in the government of the Buhari government at that time. My brother, my friend of 45 years, Dr. Didi Dodo, OFR, SAN, a culprit who persuaded me into writing this book, so if there is any backlash, we have to share it together. My brother, Professor Fibian Ajogu, who was always with me in Ghana as well, giving me all the necessary moral support and giving me literatures, books to read to occupy my time. And of course, my brother, Mahesh Vaswani, who ensured that throughout my stay in Ghana and Dubai, I was comfortable. I remain grateful.